Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. Come on in. Let's sit on down. Let's have ourselves some deep Seahawk discussions today. A little Hawk meditation, a little off-season consideration. Let's dive on in. But first and foremost, can you hear it? Can you feel it coming? Is this not like Jurassic Park, where you look to your cup, you're that kid in the car, and you hear it? Doof. Cup, little liquid just starts to go like that. You hear it again. Doof. Cup starts to sway a little bit more, and you know, don't you? You know it's coming. You don't want to believe it's coming. You won't want to believe it's coming, but somewhere in the place, in the darkness of your soul, places you don't talk about at parties, you're scared and you know it's coming. And I'm with you. I'm scared too. Boom. Oh, it's getting closer. They're getting less further apart. It's getting closer. God, no. Don't let this happen. It can't happen, right? Right? Dear God, it can't, right? Oh, it just may. And that's right. You know what I'm talking about, folks. You looked at the thumbnail. We may be looking at that Sam Squanch himself, Baker Mayfield, coming up out of the Cascade Forest to wreck our Sundays. I'm kidding. We don't know what he would do with us, but indeed there does appear to be, as much as I have tried to run away from it on this channel as much as I could and throw away the notion. We had a meme here for about 3 months where one guy with the Baker Mayfield username before Russell Wilson was traded was in here talking about this inevitability as though he was some prophet from the future, perhaps a time traveler maybe. And he spoke to this, and we all laughed at him in the chat. We flamed him hard. I now wonder if that might not have been John Schneider, quite frankly. Beyond that, though, there is reportedly the Seahawks making a strong push, and the only thing that can save us from ourselves in this situation is an underaged horse. An underaged horse is the only thing that will bring us through to the other side, because our only hope in this situation is that one Indianapolis Colts team, nearly if not more so as desperate in their quarterback situation than we are, perhaps pulls that trigger, offers just a little bit more than the Seahawks are offering to take hold and grab onto Baker. But we are one of those few teams reportedly interested in this. We're sitting on the draft ammunition to pull this off. If it comes down between us and Indianapolis, offering the very same pick, and that pick being, let's say it is I'm going to scare the hell out of y'all with this one, but let's say it's a second-round pick. Well, your second-round pick is going to be higher than their second-round pick. So that's going to eventually win out when it's all said and done, if it comes down to being you or them and you're offering equivalent draft value. I bang on Baker quite a bit on this channel. He certainly, at least to me, is better than the biggest fear I have running for us in the future at the quarterback position, which would be Matt Corral. So if you're talking about running with Matt Corral for the next 3 years or 1 year of Baker Mayfield, I'm going to go ahead and choose the Baker Mayfield experience, even though that's not really an album I want to listen to right now. You know, it's not really what I want to hear, but I get it. I'd rather that than having to hear the over and over for years experience of Corral with his little baby body and brittle body. No, I just like to avoid it from that standpoint. On the ahead of this would probably cost you a day 2 pick. That is what Cleveland is looking for indeed in this situation. Baker comes in on only 1 year remaining on the 5th year option of his rookie deal at a nice little just minute cost of $18 million, which funny enough is actually paltry in this day and age for what would be a starting quarterback. But with that, you only do get 1 year of club control for him. So you could come out, he has a decent season. Theoretically, you could come through this and try to play the Kirk Cousins game here where you say, okay, well, we're going to franchise tag you for the next 2 times. But that cost is going to then get pretty exorbitant on him pretty quick. I would estimate that's probably going to put you, after new contracts are taken in next year, to somewhere in the realm of like $38, $39 million. And that's if he has a good season on up. If you're just letting him walk for nothing, well, then you're out a day 2 pick at that point for 1 year of middling production on a team that really, was he going to be the difference between taking you over the top or not? And this is why I would look more to Seattle not feeling as burdened by a panicked approach of needing to address the quarterback situation in the same way that we see with the Indianapolis Colts, because the Colts are in a different place than we are from a roster standpoint. They have a much easier road to winning their division. Certainly they're in a tougher conference, but just getting the division, which is the first step before you start getting to what kind of elite team you can be, they've got that path. And certainly I think he would give them better play at the quarterback position than probably what they got out of Wentz last year. You look at Baker Mayfield, he's not been horrendous. He's certainly not a guy who is highly accurate, I'd say. He's not as mobile as he likes to think he is. Injuries are definitely a problem. He suffered the torn labrum last year, but if you guys remember back to even our game, when we played him in Cleveland a couple of years ago, he was banged up then as well. He seems to be kind of one of those guys always kind of working through some kind of, even if it's just a mild injury, some type of injury. And I always tend to wonder with these guys, it's one of the issues I have with Matt Corral, you got that 6'1" body, sub 200 pounds. Is there enough there to sustain? Is there enough there to have a 300-pound guy falling on you consistently and be able to hold up, or at least occasionally, and still be able to get up off the turf without getting flattened into a damn pancake? But we've got to acknowledge that this is a real option. It is potentially going to happen now. I still would say no because of the cost here. I've seen people on Twitter say, let's get a fourth or a fifth, but I think there's enough competition to drive this at least to the third round state of things. Don't think they'll get a second, but at least a third round pick. And again, we come down to that notion I mentioned, which if it's between us and the Colts and we're offering the third and they're offering the third, we're going to win out on that because the Colts have a later pick in the third round than we do. Even if it's just a slightly better pick, it is nonetheless a better pick. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll talk with you guys on the chat in regards to Baker. The other thing I wanted to start to address here off the top, and really where is going to be kind of the meat of what I'm going to discuss here off the opening moments of the show. And do please hold off on any questions in the chat till I can kind of get through the opening thoughts. That way I don't get as far behind on you guys, and I can definitely talk amongst yourselves. But I mean, just as far as questions go, hold off if you can, because this is where I can sometimes get backed up and then we don't get any chance of catching up. The Seahawks have had an interesting free agent period. They came into it with a little over $50 million. They have definitely made their share of signings, along with today the recent news that's breaking that Rashad Penny's being brought back into the fold on a 1-year, $5.75 million deal. Pretty good deal. Sounds okay to me on that respect. I'm good with that. But let's take a little poke around and look at this free agent period from a little bit of a high level standpoint, shall we? Because it does have a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for here? It feels familiar, almost like deja vu. You ever have those feelings? Deja vu, you know? Feel like I've been here before. Feel like I've done this before. And this starts to raise a little bit of my worries. Not necessarily me being negative on these signings. We're going to get to that in totality. And again, it's going to take me a little while to unpack because we've had a bunch of signings here in this opening week of free agency. But as you guys know, my theme this offseason is what? Learn your lessons. You go back 2 off seasons ago, it was go for it. Last offseason, it was all in. This offseason, it's learn your lessons. And the reason I say that is because this coaching staff and front office has sometimes had a tendency, an aversion, one who likes to put their hands over their eyes, when they see a failed approach on something, because then they try that same approach again and again and again. Carroll talked a little bit about this in a recent press conference about not changing his ways. And it's stay to our base philosophy. Your contemporaries, Coach Carroll, Bill Belichick, Nick Saban in the college level, they changed their base philosophies. They didn't just stay married to it, they changed it. And that brought more success for them. Not a stagnation, not a diminishing returns, as we have seen with Coach Carroll recently. And I bring this up because when I look at this free agent period, it looks remarkably like it as the signings, as I go down and I look at them, the contracts being doled out, the years of the contract, the amount of money being put out. Overall, I just can't help but feel like it looks a little bit like 2020. Very similar. I'm going to bring up a graphic here on the side of the screen. If you're just listening to me on the deal, there's a graphic I'm bringing up showing how we spent in that year an equivalent offseason where you had over $50 million to spend in cap space. That's a ton of money. Ton of money. Ton of money. And look how you spent it during that year. Look at how you broke all of that money down. Not a lot of big money given out to just certain players, right? You're not just handing out 2 or 3 big contracts and then bringing on a bunch of league minimum deals. Indeed, they tried to go for more of what we've talked about as being a little bit of the bargain basement shopping approach, right? Short end deals, not a lot of money, not a lot of future risk involved. Some players got some age to them. Maybe their best days are behind them. And I look at this and I go, okay, this is, I didn't like that offseason. You had 14 players you signed in that offseason. Maybe 5 of them gave you something on the football field. I would offer none of them, let me say, and this is a key point here, none of this list gave you above average play at any position that they played at. None. For $53 million, you got no above average play across the board. You got bodies. You got people that could fill in spots. And there's going to be some good and bad and some bad on them, but this is the bad part of this from my standpoint. You tried to say, instead of going for the 3 or 4 A's, let's go for 14 B minuses and C pluses. And then we'll hopefully get lucky with that. But it didn't bear out. It didn't meet out that approach to success. Now this offseason, when I look at it, you could put your Jaron Reed contract and go, okay, that's the Quandre Diggs contract. The Greg Olsen contract is kind of the Will Disley contract. The Bruce Irvin is now the Rashad Penny contract. The BJ Finney is, I guess that would be your Al Woods contract. The Brandon Shell would be your Sidney Jones contract. Can you guys see? I mean, it's not equivalent position for position, but it's equivalent contract for contract. And that does mean that there is at least echoes of the same approach you took in that year where you were supposedly going forward with a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. And that approach failed. It's a failure when you spend $53 million and you can't meet out an above average player, not just one. I'm not talking, I ain't talking Hall of Famer. I ain't talking Pro Bowler. I ain't talking the best of his position at the league here. I'm talking about an above average player at his position. And this approach this offseason threatens to have that same conclusion because, again, the Seahawks have some kind of thing of, we don't want to pay top end prices. Maybe it's a smart approach. I'm certainly, they know more than me on how to do this stuff, so I will bend to the authority. But boy, watching it from the outside and looking at it, you go, certainly doesn't look like my theme's being fulfilled this offseason, does it? Learn your lessons. Let's look at this. Let's look at the signings really quick. Quandre Diggs, 3 years, $39 million. We covered it a lot in the last show. Signing kind of is what it is. You got to need a leader in the locker room. I think some of this signing is for that. It doesn't kill you on the potential rebuild, if that's what we're really doing here. It doesn't kill you on the rebuild for future seasons because it isn't a 4-year contract. Will Disley, 3 years, $24 million. A lot of people don't like this deal. Please understand the thing with this, though, is that the Seattle Seahawks use 2 tight ends as much as any team in the entire NFL, and they will continue to do so. Disley is at the very least a top 10 blocking tight end in the NFL, and he gives you some pass-catching ability. That's probably at least worth that contract. Artie Burns on a 1-year, $2 million deal. Sidney Jones on a 1-year, $3.6 million deal. So you have a couple of cornerbacks brought in a tow. Artie's going to be a very big upgrade over the top of Ugo Amadi. I would reckon to guess Ugo's probably going to be potentially cut here, as I believe Artie can play both inside and outside. And with Marquise Blair coming back and having no pathway to the safety position, he's probably ending up as your backup corner at the slot position. Sidney Jones at 3.6, as I said. Al Woods, 2 years, $9 million on the inside, bringing him back. Quinn Jefferson at 2 years, $11 million. And as I said, Rashad Penny at 1 year, $5.75. So you've brought in a lot of help this offseason as far as the defensive line. Quinn Jefferson, Al Woods. You brought in Shelby Harris from the Denver Broncos. The Seahawks also released a couple guys, didn't they? Carlos Dunlap, Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayowa were out of here, so you have flopped a few along the bridge with this. Let's look at a couple of these signings, and some of this is to get you a little bit more encouraged, because I know I'm starting out a little bit on the downside of it, but there is some encouragement to these signings. First and foremost being that these guys aren't all completely long in the tooth. And Greg Olsen, 32 years old, you gave him $7 million. He had broken his foot twice, some of those being on non-contact injury. It was just not a good signing from the jump. This one, Okay, we can understand it with a little bit. And first, let's get to Sidney Jones with this, because this is the first one I want you guys to get hyped about. Sidney had an outstanding year last year, quietly outstanding. He came out on the board early on, first couple of games, and he got beat on every bit as badly as Flowers. And then it just went right straight upwards as far as his trajectory in that defense from then on. You look at him coming into 2017, remember he had that horrible pre-draft injury. And what you're looking at right now is the Pro Football Focus rating numbers for Sidney Jones over his 5-year career. So 50.7 first year, 47.5 second year. Doesn't look good first 2 years. Like, this guy's going to bust out. Maybe he ain't going to make it here. 63.5, 68.1, 70.2, which is an above average league play for a cornerback last year, by the way. I'm mentioning about above. That's slightly above league average. Probably about 67, 68 is about at league average. So if you're above that, you're probably playing about above league average. So really good season by him. He's starting to turn it on. Still not a very old player. Really fits to this defense with the zone-based stuff that we do. And I think we are going to, despite the fact that we go to maybe some more of the 3-4 looks, I do think we're going to remain more often than not in zone-based reads and outlooks and whatnot. Uchenna Nwosu, who is going to take me about 5 years. It's going to take his whole time here in Seattle for me to learn how to pronounce it, just as he's probably on his way out of town. Of course, signed the 2-year, $20 million deal. This guy is a guy, again, not an old player, not a long in the tooth player, guy on a little bit on still on the rise. Only 25 years old. He was stuck for the first part of his career, for the first few years of his career there, behind Melvin Gordon. So you had Melvin Gordon on one side, Bosa on the other side. That was their tandem pass rushers. This kid then came in as a rotational guy when they needed a blow. And he was a very efficient pass rusher in that time as far as hurries, quarterback hits. Maybe he doesn't have the sack numbers, but this is the guy's big claim to fame, is his ability to generate those pressure numbers. And when you watch the film on him, I've gone through about 3 games on him of last year's tape. He is a guy that does create quick pressure when he does create pressure. So not a high motor guy. My initial first read on him from afar and having not looked at him and thinking, okay, he's just a rotational pass rush guy, that must mean that then he's a liability in the run game. That is incorrect. He's actually pretty good in the run game. He can really set the edge on that side specifically, which I really like to see over and over again. He's active. He's got a good rally to the ball kind of mentality, which will fit very well into this defense. And again, I like pressure guys who can create the pressure quick, as opposed to relying on the back end holding up while they do the high effort motor thing to try to get in the backfield. The one problem I have with it, though, on this side of the things is, again, come back to wonder if there couldn't have been a bit better of a pass rusher you could have signed for maybe a little bit more money, maybe an extra year or two that you're looking to put on the contract, who would have been a superior player. Maybe this kid's just scratching the surface. And indeed, as you look at his Pro Football Focus numbers, he's been kind of right around somewhat of the similar player. This year, he got the most amount of snaps, and he had basically his worst graded year. So did he provide a lot of pressures? Is he highly efficient in providing those pressures? Yes. But as a total of a player, there's going to be too many times I think you guys are going to see with him where if he plays a lot of snaps, he's going to disappear. Not that he gets beat or he's blown off the ball or the guy's getting pancaking him or that he can't set the edge. Just that he's not really doing anything. And for $20 million, for $10 million a season, I frankly would have maybe liked to have seen a little more of an impact. But once again, I can acknowledge he is 25. Players can, just as they're getting in their prime, become better players very often. So it is potential with him that there is a potential with him that is what will happen. We brought another old familiar face back to the Seahawks team on a 2-year, $11 million deal, and that would be Quandre Jefferson. Went back and looked into this one a little bit more as far as, what is it we're driving back here? You guys let him walk a couple of years ago when he had really his best year for you, when you had a need there at defensive line. You said, no, we're not going to pay the price. Went to Buffalo for a season. Buffalo was like, yeah, this is okay. We're good. Have a good one. And then he goes to the Raiders last year, and the Raiders still seemingly have some interior pass rushing need help. And then they're like, yeah, we're good here too. And Seattle's like, now come back home. Come back home. Come back to Papa. Now maybe the Raiders just blew all their money on Devontae Adams. I mean, it certainly was a monster contract they made. They probably had to clear out some space to do so. And he had a very good year last year. 60% of the snaps last season, Quandre Jefferson played for the Raiders defense. He set career highs in tackles, sacks, quarterback hits. Very effective in that realm. Even at Buffalo in that 1 year where it wasn't necessarily great for them, he still got 3 sacks and a good amount of pressures. So a guy from the interior, from the 3-tech position, who can give you some pass rush. You also got this with Shelby Harris. So you have kind of, from my standpoint with Seattle, you look at those 2 guys and Poona Ford still on this roster, Brian Monet back, Al Woods. I go, okay, you've probably cemented up your defensive tackle position going forward with these signings. That probably is likely a position that you can X off the board in the draft as a potential at this point, given at least how deep they have as a positional group there. Maybe they're crazy enough to still go back at it. That'd be awesome, because that'd be meaning they're going for the best player available if they did. But I would reckon to guess that this means that that's probably it as far as defensive tackles go. Another thing that's encouraging about this is that Quinn Jefferson, like Uchenna Uwosu, both of these guys have just come off of setting career highs in tackles, and Uwosu also set tackle for losses career highs, quarterback hits, sacks. It is nice getting these guys at least on the rise of their best year. Pass rushers do tend to take a little bit of time to develop, so there is a little bit of even more of a built-in trajectory of them, sort of, just like, like you're going up your steps, rather than there's this ignition right from the jump as far as the player they are. It's more of just you get it incrementally every year a little bit more, and then you arrive 4 years down the line and you're like, wow, look at how high up they've come versus where they were as a player. That there is a history of this in this league with pass rushers in particular, because it's a position that requires more of a technical mastery of what you're doing there, especially with using your hands and leverage and understanding the way to set up tackles and all of that, which just takes time to learn. Al Woods brought back, didn't have a problem with this 2-year deal. You can probably get out of it after a year. Any 2-year deals you can always kind of look at. We could probably get out of this after a year. There'll be a little bit of pain as far as dead money, but you have to have the open consideration that there's not likely, with the contracts we have on the books right now, a lot of future dead money going to be sitting on next year's cap, with us also projected to have probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $125 million or so to spend into future points. So you still have that opening to do that if these guys do wash out that are in these 1 and 2 year contracts. Woods had his best year of his career, coming off a year where he had to sit out for an entire season. He came back into the fold and really lit it up. His Pro Football Focus numbers, he went past Vita Vea, Fletcher Cox, Larry Ogunjobi, who just got paid a massive deal by Cincinnati, Quentin Williams, Leonard Williams, all the other Williams that played defensive tackle in the entire NFL. He got them all. He smoked them all. So something I think like the 7th highest rated defensive tackle in the entire sport last year, you're getting him back now on a 2-year, $10 million deal. Again, a deal that you get out after for a year. And again, knowing now with the defensive depth you've built at the tackle position there, you're not going to ask Al Woods to play a huge amount of snaps. You're bringing him in to play 30-35% of the snaps, and he's shown he can be pretty productive in that role. Rashad Penny coming back, awesome deal from my standpoint. I was even getting pressed to go up to like a 2-year, $12 million deal, just looking at where the market was and really considering what he could bring as far as potential impact, and that this is a guy what if he's just locking into this mechanism of play now, as he's gotten healthy over the ACL, as he's now truly the number 1 dog, the bell cow back, the guy that we're going to ride with. And that gets me really excited. So $1.57 million for that's not too big of a price to pay for my good, fine. Led the NFL last year. Let's not forget this. Led the NFL last year with a 6.3 yard per carry average. And again, it wasn't sample size. When you get up to 800 yards or whatever, we're a little bit past sample size on that at that point. He's always put up high yards per average carries when he gets his opportunities. Look at the times in his career when he's had 10 carries or more, and it'll make you get really excited for what we're going to see with this guy going forward. So this free agent class, when I measure it up against the other free agent class, to me, has a little more sizzle to it. Seattle's certainly bending back over to the defensive side of the ball here. This is going to be where they're going to lean, and they are going to, at this point, we can kind of acknowledge now, like it or not, I know many of you are going to not like some of this stuff directionally. Baker Mayfield, going defensive heavy, the short-term contracts, not choosing necessarily a path of whether you're all in or whether you're going for the rebuild, as I've called it, the middle approach on the forked path. And it's the approach that they do somewhat seem to be showing signs of to a degree they might be taking, though they are leaning more towards the rebuild by some of these moves. Still going to be interesting to see, though. Can you win with defense? Can you win building on the defensive side of the ball first and foremost, and then sort of getting by on the offensive side of the ball? You're not going to ask, it's not that you're going to ask your offense to do nothing. They need to be productive to a degree. They need to churn out drives, eat the clock, run the ball, protect the defense. But at the end of the day, Seattle is going to try to ride with this defense. That is what's going to run this team first and foremost, whether you like it or not. It's going to be interesting to see. You're in a league right now where, what can we probably say, 20 of the 30 teams, if not more, are trying to drive towards the offensive side of the ball first and foremost, and you're one of the 10 teams that's going to the defensive side of the ball. Maybe this is one of those things where you're able to take advantage of a market opportunity where so many other people are going this direction, and this path, though it doesn't seem to have as much a proven track record, proves an easier way to go to building a dominant football team because everybody else is going this other direction. I don't know if I agree with it, but that does seem to be a little bit of, as far as me just trying to figure out what they're doing exactly, that does seem to be a little bit of what we're seeing at play here with some of these deals. The other last guy I want to talk about, then we will bounce on over the chat. And if you do like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. The last guy we're going to talk about is going to be Artie Burns. This is the corner they brought in on a 1-year, $2 million deal. Much like Sidney Jones, this is just fantastic value. Fantastic value. Former first-round pick. The athletic pedigree is there. And much like when we talk about some of these other guys, you see him sort of gaining a little bit of mode here now in this last year. And you go, okay, well, what happened this last year? What was different from his early time in the Steelers, where even there, Steelers fans love to beat up on Artie, but even at least in his first 2 years, the guy wasn't bad for you. Wasn't bad. It was the 2018-2019 season, I'm sure, where they really hit him. And even then, I've looked at 45 grades from my defensive squad and some of my players on my team at times here. So even when you go down to that, I go, well, that's barely below league average when he was even at his worst. And when I dived into this a little bit deeper and started to read a couple of articles about Artie with Pittsburgh, right about in that 2017 time period, after he'd been playing really well, and more of what they were doing was, I believe, zone at that time, they went to more man-based stuff, tried to go that route. That really wasn't his game, didn't fit to it, didn't do it as well, goes to Chicago after not playing in 2020, and he goes to Deshaun Desai there in Chicago, who's now playing a lot more of the zone stuff, which fits back into what Artie does well. Very good as a zone, read and react kind of defender. That fits him like a glove. So you're bringing in a guy who's going to fit your defense and what you want to do, because we love zone. Like I said, we love zone like fat kids like cake. So we're gonna run a lot of zone. He's gonna fit well into zone, almost an 80 grade last year, running that Bears defense, which at times you had Robert Quinn as your only pass rusher, and maybe Akeem Hicks occasionally as your only two guys really pushing much up front. So you had to stay locked into coverage for a pretty good amount of time at that point, is what that meant. But I like these signings better than the 2019 season. But once again, I'm going to post this up on my side here, this graphic. This is what you did in 2020. And while the players are not the same, while the positions you're addressing with the money isn't the same, and that in itself is a different tactic, you are still taking a bit of the same approach, which is we're not going outside of really 3-year deals at the very most. We're not going with a significant amount of money. $40 million is the highest I think you've gone, as far as that is the highest you've gone. Maybe there's a big deal waiting here with Trent Brown, who is, of course, reportedly still in town. Seattle's holding here. They're not letting him on flights. It's taking 10 men to keep him into the facility and held down. But all they're doing is feeding him sandwiches and putting a pen and paper in front of him and saying sign. And he just says, can I go home? And they're like, no, you can't go home. No, we need a right tackle. And he says, I need to see my family. And Carroll says, I need a right tackle. So we'll see if their tactics of you will remain in Seattle forever or you'll never see your family work. We'll see. I'm hopeful Trent Brown would help. There is talk of moving him over to the left side. Not a fan of moving him over to the left tackle side. And again, back to just learn your lessons, as I asked with this coaching staff often, learn your lessons this offseason. If you've had problems in the past with moving players from one position where they're very good, where they could be dominant, to a position where now they're not very good and they're very far from dominant, perhaps at one point or another you go, oh, let's stop doing that. Trent Brown is a really good right tackle in this sport, probably a top 5 right tackle at right tackle. If you move him over to left tackle, maybe he's a top 17 left tackle. I don't think he holds up as well over there. I really don't. I don't think he's as fleet of foot to handle some of those twitchier edge rush guys coming off that blind side. Just my opinion on it, but I would hope they would keep him over on the right side if they do sign him. It does still now open, as I've been talking about for the draft, look towards the left tackle position now to be opened up. If not the right tackle position, I do think they go offensive line heavy, just considering some of these moves in free agency. Or at least offensive heavy, I guess I should say, considering what we're seeing here. All right, let's pop on over the chat. Thank you guys for bearing with me on that. We got a bunch of people on in here. Welcome on board. It does take me a little bit of time to get, of course, through the chat, but I do try to respond to everyone as much as I can in the comment section. So if I do miss your comment, just try to repost. Don't spam. Just repost if you don't see it once. And understand I'm going to try to go and grind through as many of these comments as I can possibly get, even above the paid ones. So thank you guys for coming on in, and appreciate you guys on a Sunday afternoon coming in here. We'll see if Baker Mayfield is indeed going to be a Seahawk. If it happens, it should happen in the next couple of days, because that $18 million cap hit that he does carry does mean that other teams trying to look at other free agents have got to keep that cap space built in at this point. And they're not going to want to sit on it and hold it while we are still technically probably in wave 2 of free agency. You know, you're in tier 1 group, you're into wave 2. Wave 2 is going to last for a couple more days, and then you're then now to the bargain basement stuff. So if you're trying to upgrade your roster, if you got Baker Mayfield and you want to build the roster more upon that, you're going to need to make that trade probably pretty quickly. The Colts look like slight front runners here, but again, I think that this is a pretty fluid situation, and it just takes us coming and overtopping the Colts with an equivalent offer. We don't have to add one extra pick. We just offer the same pick in the same rounds that they have, and we get him. It could come down to that. WK Football Shorts, how you doing? Steel Designs, what's up? Go Hawks 05. DJ Jimenez, hello. Chase, what's up? Dana says Baker went to Indy. Nope, not in Indy yet. No, Dana. They're supposedly maybe the front runners, but as we've learned with this front runner stuff, look at the Watson thing. Saints are the front runner. Carolina's the front runner. And then suddenly here comes the Cleveland Browns. So front runner, just the fact that there's interest and that the Seahawks are pursuing in itself. And let's not forget on the Baker Mayfield side, this is something I'm sure maybe not some of you aren't considering with this. There was the rumor, which we now know, I said it for a long time, it was true. People pushed back at that time. This is no way this was true, but we do now know with the Seattle's willingness to move on from Russell this offseason that it was true. And that was in 2018. At the last time that there was negotiations between Schneider and Russell Wilson, you had Seattle getting frazzled by the agent Mark Rogers of Russell Wilson and his negotiating approach, specifically at that time asking for 20% of the cap and then pushing the negotiations to the 25th hour, to the very last minute where Russell had mandated, if we don't have a signing here, I will not be negotiating with you guys into next year, and then you guys can franchise tag me twice. That was a real specter approaching them in those negotiations. Seattle made a call to Cleveland at that time, said, what do you guys, it wasn't a serious offer, okay? So don't take this as this was a serious offer, but there was an offer made of, what do you guys think about Russell for the first pick in the draft? And it wasn't pursued all the way through, but Baker Mayfield probably would have been that pick at that time. I think that they would have looked at him and probably made that selection. Maybe been somebody else, but I think that's, in my opinion, who they would attract. So I think there's been some long affinity on the part of our Seahawks front office for Baker Mayfield and liking how he fits into this game. He runs a lot of the only other team that loves 2 tight end sets as much as us in the National Football League is Cleveland. That's their whole offense. Hell, they can't get anything out of David Njoku because they've had 2 guys up ahead of him on that roster chart, and he's been a little bit banged up, but then they still franchised him because they know they need to keep their tight end set deep. So if they run it that much, we're going to run about similar. You've seen him in the offense with the 2 tight end sets. He also has done a lot of under center stuff. It's not all been him and shotgun, which is this modernized spread concept, Arizona Cardinal type offense. He's not been running that. It's been the under center, 2 tight end sets. You can see very quickly when you look at those 2 things, okay, he looks similar. He'd fit into what we want to do with that. He can do the rollout stuff and throw on the run stuff that we're going to need with that. So I can see this coming together. I'm with you guys. I don't want it. I don't want it. It's a 1-year rental with a tough decision down next year, and then you get to the tough decision point. You could end up talking yourself into no. Let's not do that. But I can't guarantee they won't do it. Emmett says, we still making a push? Laughing out loud, Baker isn't worth a first. I don't think Baker's worth a second. Not when he's on only 1 year of club control. But I think third's definitely a possibility. Trent Brown's still in Seattle. He's not left Seattle. The word is they're trying to get through these negotiations with him, I guess. So they're doing the old, you guys remember Jim Mora did this approach with TJ Hushmanzada. TJ was a free agent receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals at the time. And he had TJ in town, and TJ had this fancy Rolex on or whatever, and Morris said, "Hey, let me see that Rolex." And then I'm being legit here. He literally took his Rolex and was like, "Okay, we're not giving it back to you until you sign a deal." So maybe they took all, when Trent came into town, we're like, "Well, let's just keep your jewelry for safekeeping." Yeah, just the necklace, the diamond studs. Yep. Go ahead, give us that. Oh, the ring. Yeah, even a wedding band. You got to be careful here. It's because of all the trees. Yeah. Trees don't do well with steel. You got to just have it in a safe place, but we'll just protect it here. And then they're like, all right, do you want the jewelry back or you want to sign a contract? What are we doing here? But still hard to say. Nothing's broken, but I'm guessing that they keep a guy here for 3 days. As I've said, once you get him to the point of bringing him into town, it's usually an indicator that you're going to sign him one way or another. Go Hawks survive. The tackle market's finally heating up. I think the Trent Brown goes down soon. Agreed. New Skyline production. Here's the thing. I'd rather have Locke win 7 to 9 games and just save a draft capital than have Baker bomb for us in a possible wild card match. Very well said, New Skyline. That's my point on it too. I'm glad we're of like mind. As I say, it doesn't matter really whether it's football or baseball or basketball, whatever. You just don't want to be that team that's in between because you can get stuck in that spot. And this would be a move to go get you stuck back in that whirlpool. And where you really need to be is in a place, from my standpoint, where you're sitting on $40 million of dead money coming into this next upcoming season, nearly the most in the NFL, and maybe becomes the most in the NFL when it's all said and done, because there's some other guys you're still probably going to potentially cut, like a Carson, like an LJ Collier. So if that's the case, maybe that's not the year you go for it. Maybe that's the year you take your medicine, take a breath, reevaluate, and then come back at it strong the next season. But to me, I based on what the coaching staff has said, as far as Carroll and Schneider, I don't get the indications that they as an organization are looking to go at that approach. Pretentious Cameron says, I'm very happy with Seahawks free agency so far. I'm okay with it. I'm a big rebuild guy from where I stand, and none of these moves have put a rebuild in any kind of peril. And if that's the case, then I'm fine with short-term deals, even if there's some significant money to certain guys that seems like a titch much than I would have liked to have offered. James Black says, if we can get Baker for cheap, I think it's a good idea. That's the question, is what's cheap? You get it for a 5th-round pick, then you could maybe sign me up for it. But you're talking even a 3rd-round pick in this draft, where the best talent in this draft, your best real potential for really knocking some home runs up into the second deck here in this draft, are going to be in that Tier 2 group. Tier 2 group, you have currently 3 picks. I want to keep those like gold within this draft. I want to either add to that amount of picks, but I certainly don't want to subtract from that amount of picks that I have, because those are all 3 potential starters you could be legitimately adding to this team based on the way this draft has fallen with the way that the talent's borne out. Randall says, I like Baker. Randall, look, he's not, I went back and did some research on him. He's not been bad. The rating numbers by PFF are solid all the way through. Last year he fell off, of course, with the torn labrum in his shoulder, which, as we saw with Russell last year, when you have a quarterback trying to gut it through, it's maybe something that's courageous, but it's not exactly the best thing maybe for the football team. And sometimes you just need to sit on the bench and let the backup come in and get it done. But the year before, he had his best season. Into his 3rd year, that's usually a quarterback starting to get it all together, and that is when he had his best year. He was efficient. I don't like his game overall, and certainly some of his attitude just kind of turns me the other way with him a little bit. But I will say this, Brandel, if I've got to go between Matt Corral and Baker Mayfield for a year, I'm going to run to Baker Mayfield. Run. I watched a couple more games of Matt Corral, by the way, folks. Every time a defender comes and hits him, it's like somebody puts Semtex on him at the very same time. Like the defender's coming up and slapping C4 Semtex and then hitting his shoulder, and there's an explosion. The way he bounces off defenders, it's like, dear good, and the ball will go flying up out of his hand, like, because he's just been like put into a car crash. It's not like when a quarterback's out running and then he gets hit and there's jostle and they go to the ground. It's like here the guy comes over and just not even a hard hit, not even like, well, he ear-holed him and Coral wasn't seeing it coming from the side. It just completely will just like slightly tap him and he's just wrecked. But it looks like, if you watch him, watch when Coral gets hit. It looks like somebody's literally putting like Semtex or something on him and just, as soon as he's getting popped. And he says, Baker makes me throw up less. Well said. Oh, well said. Megan Gock, Roger with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I do appreciate you. She says, hey, 12s. Baker, huh? Could be worse. Could be Jimmy G, I guess. Now, that is a good point, Megan. That is a good point. If it's Baker, Jimmy Garoppolo, or Matt Corral, I will again go back to Baker Mayfield. So I will give you that one too. That's a very good point on that one. Very well said. Now, Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says about B, a moment in silence of honor of the professor, John Clayton, who passed away. Yeah, very well said. I forgot about to say that. So let's do that right now. I want to just say, many of you guys that are older like me will know John Clayton. He passed you've been doing his work here for 710 KGR. Also worked for the 950 for a while there. Been an ESPN, a Hall of Fame writer. A guy did like 3 lifetimes worth of journalistic work. This is a guy that, if you want to talk about influences on me in this channel, and a guy that got me interested, for instance, into certain facets of the game that I've become at times obsessed with, like the numbers of the game and the way the salary caps work and the way the rosters are built. The more high-level stuff that nobody was really talking about at the time, like John was talking about as I was coming up and listening to him. And he would have a Saturday morning show where he would come on and it would be just a fount of information that you wouldn't normally get with your normal radio show host, and what he would talk about and the subjects he would go into. And the guy definitely knew his stuff, definitely was an awesome part of wherever he was at radio station wise and what he did in his career. But very sad that he did pass. And again, a guy that was a big influence in what I'm trying to do here and trying to get into some of the nitty gritty on stuff and get beyond just the face of things to get beneath it, to get to the layers that are deep in football, which is where, to me, it gets really fun when you can start to enjoy the game on so many different levels of things. And he opened that up. And a guy, by all accounts, you hear nary a word ever spoken bad about a guy. He's that guy. I mean, hell, you'll hear nary a bad word spoken about me probably on a one live stream show. And this is a guy that went on radio continually for years on end, and nobody had anything but praise on every level for him. So a moment of silence to John. Well said, Megan. Thank you for reminding me on that. And hopefully he's in the greater beyond right now, enjoying himself. All right. Elliot Clark, $5 donation, says, trade for Baker. Just keep his passes short. He could help us make the playoffs. Locke won't. We still have a first next year for a quarterback if it's rubbish. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Elliot. And that's kind of the way I think it potentially could go. I don't know that it guarantees you get in the playoffs next year with Baker, but we do have to acknowledge the fact the NFC is not exactly looking like death row, is it? NFC East doesn't look good. Yeah, you got Tom here. Yeah, you still have Aaron Rodgers. The top-end teams are going to still be strong. But is that mid-tier group as good as it's been in the past? Or is there an opening for you to get into the playoffs, especially with the additional playoff team that's been added? Yes, he certainly will take us further than Baker Elliott. I agree with you there. But then what's the cost? This has been one of the debates on this channel going on for a while. Is it better to be a consistent winning football team that never gets up there and pushes for conference championships and Super Bowls, but every year you're going to win more games than you're going to lose? Is that better, or is it better to go for it? Is it better to, within the structure and planning of how you put your team together, is it better to look at it and say, okay, to get to that state now where we want to be one of those contending teams, when you look across the lay of the land at your Tampa Bays and your Rams, and you see how much they're going for it, how much they're pushing their salary cap to the edge and their draft positions to the edge, and they're doing everything they can to win that they can, everything, then we've got to match that energy. And if we're not in a position to match that energy, we need to put ourselves into the position to match that energy. And it might take you a year down the line to get there. But in my standpoint, that's a better quotient to go with than this middle approach. Because as I've said, I think when you get stuck in this middle approach, you're stuck and you can't get out. And I said, it's like you're going down the river and you're building up speed. And you're like, ooh, we're going to get the rapids. Rapids representing Super Bowl. Here we go. Here we go. And all of a sudden you get to midpoint of the stream and you hit a whirlpool. And now you're just spinning around. And now you're slowly sucking beneath the water. And I could breathe. And eventually you get sucked underneath the water and you don't get downstream to the rapids. You get kicked out and thrown up after you drowned up on the banks. Or something like that. So I don't want to do the middle approach, getting to the playoffs next year, only to get booted out of the playoffs by Green Bay or Tampa Bay, or God forbid Dallas. It just wouldn't mean much to me. And the thing that seals it for me on this, Elliot, is the fact that then you're picking 20, 21. And then if the Broncos are good and they're picking 25, is 21 and 25 going to get you top 5 to then go up and get that quarterback that you truly want to go get in next year's draft? I don't think it is. So now you're going to have to not only kick your pick, you're not only going to have to kick the Broncos pick, you may have to throw another first-round pick into the mix, if not more, to get up into that top 5 to go get your quarterback, as opposed to not going for it with Baker, having a top 10 pick, and then you talk about a top 10 pick and 24 pick. Now that starts to be enough to get you to top 5, and you've preserved basically a first-round pick. So what's more important? I guess that would be my question, Elliot. I guess to you would be, what would be more important would be, is it the first-round pick? That would be 2024, or is it getting into the playoffs this year? And I mean, I'm sure there'd be a split decision on this. I think the channel would go a couple different ways on this. Some would probably go playoffs. Some would probably say no, keep the first-round pick. I hold first-round pick at this point myself. But I can understand the other approach too. Steve Garza with a $5 donation. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you, brother. He says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Steve. Believe in the process. That's right. Believe in the process, man. Nobody's in a hurry here. Nobody's in a rush. Nobody's trying to just pound. We don't need to get this through fast. We can take our time. I will be patient with this front office if they take a patient approach. If they take the half-road approach, though, right? We're all in, but we're going to hold $11 million in cap space, as they did last year. Well, that's when they get called on it. But if they be patient, as you say, well put, believe in the process, trust the process, love the process, that's when you get those results out. And look no further in this town than the Mariners, which are just starting to tap into the returns. It's like an investment on this one, right? You ain't getting the quick returns. You got to wait a little bit of time to get the returns, but then the returns are like triple or quadruple by you having that patience. Thank you, though, Steve, Elliot, Megan. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate you. No bang bang Niner gang. We're not taking Jimmy G. You guys aren't going to be able to trade him. You're going to be stuck with him again. Get ready for him to be under center for you again, and you to be looking wistfully over at that top 3 first round quarterback who's just sitting on the bench with the little look on his face like, why don't I get to play? Why don't I get to play? Because that's what's going to happen. You're getting the Jimmy G experience again. Don't worry. I'm sure this year he'll give up the porn stars. Acarthosaurus, what if at 9 we say we just draft the Georgia defense and see if it works? It's been one of the more, very well put, it's been one of the more impressive things. I don't have a lot of time to watch college football throughout the year, so most of what I get to watch, it's going to be postseason as I'm going through prospects. And it's been unbelievable watching how that Georgia defense plays week in and week out on some of the film I'm watching with various prospects. You talk about a crew of guys that are just flying to the football, and then arriving with bad intentions, the lot of them, every single time. Nobody's not coming with their own club. Everybody is, and they're bringing like 4.4 speed with them. And they swallow up offenses whole, just swallow them up and spit them out. There was watching this Kentucky tape with Will Levis against him, who's going to be next year's future quarterback. And I was just, as somebody mentioned in the comments on the video, Kentucky's holding their defensive line every single time, and it makes no difference. No difference. It's just a sea swallowing them up every time. And the holds are like little boulders, and they can only like hold up a little partial of it before the rest of the sea overtakes the beach. It's what it looks like. They're amazing. They're amazing as a whole. The tough part is individually. They're so rotational. There's guys that'll be good like Nakobe Dean, but I think he's more middle linebacker, wouldn't fit to us. But I think Devontae Wyatt would be great, but obviously he isn't coming here now because you've kind of solidified your three tech from where you're at. Even Jordan Davis is out now. But the other guys you got there, the Channing Tindalls, even Walker, Trayvon Walker, there is upside. No doubt about the upside there. No doubt about when it flashes, it's amazing. But are they going to tap into that consistently is a big question with them. Keldon says they want Jimmy and Cap, from what I understand. I can't believe Kaepernick. Oh, my goodness. I hope not, Keldon. I hope not. Patrick Seeley, all the quarterbacks in this year's draft should be second and third rounders, but they will get overdrafted because there's no good ones like last year. Well said. Agree 100%. 100%. Part of the reason, Patrick, I say I don't want to take one this year. You draft a quarterback this year, you're doing it because you're driven by a need to do so, not because you've got a guy you really like. You'll talk yourself into him. You'll go, no, he's good. No, I mean, he's a little small. He's okay, he's a little fragile. But boy, when he does that one thing, I'll tell you, that's what you're going to do this year, as opposed to that's the guy. Yeah, that's what a franchise quarterback looks like. That right there. What's left to ponder? That's what should be your reaction when looking at a quarterback that you're looking to man your team going forward. Not like, he's pretty good, almost there. It's pretty much if we can just do this other stuff around him. If I can just build this amazing team around him, he'll be average. Dana Patera says Cap needs to stay out of football or out of the Seahawks. We don't need the distractions. I agree, Dana. It's as I said, I think it's a move that if it was made, would be made for reasons that are not necessarily having to do with what's on the field. And we need to this is about football here. It's nothing against Cap, but it's just that we're in a state where we need to rebuild. We need to put our team back together right now. We don't need hard knocks with Kaepernick on the Seahawks. No. JCO2, I just want a quarterback. Drew Lock only going to win us 6 to 7 games. I agree. I don't think he's going to win us a lot either, JC. I think it's just that, okay, Mayfield gets you up to 10 games. Okay, you get in the playoffs. You're one and done, booted out of the playoffs. But then you're not in the draft position to go get the future quarterback. You've got to make a decision now in Baker Mayfield as whether or not to franchise tag him or, God forbid, pay him $40 million a year. It puts you in a situation by going for Baker where you're going to have some tough decisions to make a year from now then based upon that. And is that worth the one and done playoff year? Ethan Tech World, what's up, man? Brian Myers, hello. He says, welcome to Jacob Eason era, baby. We'll see. Sam Z says, what about trading for Austin Jackson or the Philly left tackle, Andre Dillard? Sam Z, I believe, is who you're mentioning on that. I'm open to either of them to take a look at both those two guys. Austin came into this league out of USC, a baby. He's just a baby. He was 20 years old. So the fact that he's taken a little bit of time there to develop for Miami, especially in a division where you have teams like Buffalo and New England that are going to confuse young tackles that are figuring it out, it's not the worst thing. So I take a flyer on both those guys. I'm not giving a whole lot for them, but I'll take a flyer. JC, the more I watch Willis, the more I like his deep ball is beautiful. He is. I think what people have said, the thing that is that there's shades of Russell Wilson there to his game when he's at his best. And when he's at his worst, there's also shades of Russell Wilson to his game. I think I read that on Twitter somewhere, so I'm going to take that and run with that. Willis is nice, but as someone else is saying above, JC, there's going to be quarterbacks overdrafted in this draft, and he's going to be the poster boy for that. A guy taking maybe even as high as the number 2 overall pick to Detroit. And as I've said, when you look at Willis, you're going to have a hard time convincing me that Willis is any better of a prospect, is even at the same level of a prospect of Lamar Jackson. But even if you were able to convince me of that, okay, he's at the equivalency. So why is he going number 5 in the draft as opposed to Lamar Jackson, who went at the end of the first round? And I think that's what's going to cause him to get just overtaken. James Black says, quarterbacks are overrated. We've had a supposed first ballot Hall of Famer and have won 3 playoff games in the last 8 years. Agree, James. I think quarterbacks become overrated, especially when they start taking up the significant portion of the cap that all quarterbacks just a smidge above average insist upon taking. And once that happens, I think you are into a situation where it does limit the rest of your ability to roster build. Pandemonium bad. has submitted a $5 super chat, and I appreciate you on that, Pandemonium. He says, imagine Baker Mayfield trying to correct DK Metcalf in practice or the game. I don't know if he'd have the guts. I'd be like, he'd probably just be like, DK, just run whatever route you want to run. Maybe wherever you just, maybe I just need to find you. Maybe that was just my fault. I would be. I'm like, even though I was like a spirited, I'd be like one of those little just undersized, just gutsy quarterbacks, all feisty, just, chirping at other defensive players and always on the refs. I'd still even be like over to him like, well, DK, let's just do what you do. It's my job. You're as big as you are. I got to find you, that's me. Yeah. No, I know. It was a route adjustment. I probably made the wrong route. It was a hot route, but they blitzed. But I probably should have just, it was me. That's how that probably would go. That's how I picture him and Baker talking. Jonathan Dela, thank you though, Pandemonium. Jonathan Dela Cruz with a $2 donation. Appreciate you. Says, I'm a big Sam Howell guy. Jonathan Dela Cruz, thank you. Appreciate you. And you know what? There are a couple of big Sam Howell guys in this chat. We've got a couple guys. We got one guy who's made it his mission to convince me of Sam Howell before the draft, to get on board the Howell train, choo-choo, before we get to the day of the draft. I don't know if I'm going to arrive there at that stance of things. I'll give it a shot. But the thing I like most about him is this. Number one, mobility, and he's got that gritty mobility. He's got that Tim Tebow type mobility. You know what I mean? He's got that fullback mobility where he's just going to run tough and rugged from the quarterback position. He also lost 4 playmakers on the outside last year going to the pros, and this year had a much worse year as he had all those guys replacing the positions, including Javonte Williams, who's balled out for the Broncos last year. A lot to like in Sam Howell's game. Certainly has an above-average arm, above-average mobility, and I think the thing that really does seal it, as far as at least my hopefulness with him, is that when you measure him up against the other quarterbacks in this draft, he's only 20, 21 years old. He's just a pup compared to these other guys. And when you have guys that have a couple of years of weight training program, getting their body prepared, especially at that age, it's a big difference. It's not the same difference at 27 to 29, right? But it's a big difference at that age. The last year, the poster childs for this was Rashawn Slater and Penei Sewell, the top 2 left tackles coming out of last year's draft. And everybody goes look at the tape of Rashawn Slater, and he's a technician master, right? He's over there knocking hands down, picking them up, putting them down. He's over there just handling everything. You throw here's a swim move. He takes the swim move out like a karate jiu-jitsu stuff, right? And then you see Penei Sewell over there, and he's just monstering guys. Everything's just, I'm bigger and just you down, me take you down. And just, he's just beating up on guys. But then you go, okay, but wait, Sean Slater's 23 years old. Penei Sewell's 20 years old. Okay. So maybe I got to build into this a little bit of room for this guy's development, that he's not even close to getting to the top of where his ceiling is. I think that very likely with a guy like Sam Howell does push him a little higher in the draft as general managers go through that thought process. I wouldn't like to do it in the first round with him, but if you're talking about second round that they pull the trigger, again, I'd like to hold off and wait. But I'm much more higher on a guy like Howell than I even am a guy like Coral, who maybe has a little bit more flashier short and mid-range game traits to him, but I just think I don't trust Coral. I'm just going to say it. I don't trust Coral at all. Coral's got his share of people like him too, but I can't. David Phillips says, how much did the Gerald Everett sign for the Chargers? Let's see here. Probably like a 1-year deal at this point. Oh, there we go. 2-year, $12 million deal. It's a good move on their part. They need some tight end help there for Herbert, and it's a good signing. So Seattle probably didn't. He had a couple of bad games last year. Wasn't consistent enough for the price was at, I'm guessing. I don't know if he wanted to come back too after Russell left. Merck says, I'm still pissed at the LJ pick. I am too. There's a guy in this draft. By the way, folks, I was meant to do this earlier. I'm gonna post down in the description section for you guys so if you guys look in my description section just below the Let's see, NFL draft board. I'm posting my draft board to the description section of this video. It's going to be a link to Sway, little presentation, little page or whatever. But it's just, if you guys wanted to see where my updated board is with the prospects. I'm not a big fan of the LJ pick in retrospect either, Merc. You know, on the night of the draft, which I live streamed, I called him a bust that night. I don't hate LJ. I'm not trying to talk down to the young man. He seems like a really good dude. But unfortunately, that was a gross overpick on their part. There's a guy by the name of Pascal, I think out of Tulsa in this draft. If I can find my draft board here and bring it up. So there's Josh Pascal in this draft, who's a defensive end. And I think he's going to go in the late second round to early third round. And he's a better player than LJ Collier. More of a TFL guy, very equivalent as far as pass rush goes, but even more of a run defender. And he's going to go late second, early third. And that's where a guy with that even potential, where you saw his upside was at, that's where LJ should have gone. It was a huge jump to pick where they picked him. And it's not looked good at the time, and it's not looked good in retrospect. And I think, frankly, he's probably going to be released here sooner than later because they would save $1 million by doing so. Kind of surprised he's still on the roster, quite frankly. Patrick Seeley peed out a plan, I think, but making it work is another question. Agreed, Patrick. I think there's definitely a plan in place now. You're building a defensive-minded team. You're going to go back to a quarterback having more of the game manager role that you foresaw before you even had Wilson in the room, you know, in the way that he looked at the quarterback position prior. I think they're sliding back into that way that they look at it. A.L. Williams, Russell's hands will be full next season. Broncos ain't making the playoffs. Well, I'll tell you what, those teams being every team in that division on the heels of Russell Wilson signing has gone out and made their teams better. Nobody has taken their foot off the pedal or said, oh, okay, well, we'll trust our team with where it's at with Russell being there now. Chargers and Khalil Mack and J.C. Jackson, Gerald Everett signing now. I'm sure they're not done. I've heard they're going to be even more, continue to be aggressive there. The Raiders making the trade for Devontae Adams coming in there now. It makes them at least a little bit tougher to deal with, especially in Josh McDaniels' offense. I think Adams works really well with the way that they like to run their short route concept stuff, and a lot of it being option route based. That's going to be tough to deal with. And as I've said, when it looks at the Broncos, it's no easy peasy meal, and that they're just going to go out there and make the playoffs next year, even be a dominant team. You know, we very well could end up landing ourselves with a top 10 type first pick next year. And remember, a second-round pick in next year's draft, too, which would be an additional top 10 second-round pick. Somebody posted the kind of the Heisenberg, Wilmenhire, Holmgren chart, whatever. They had some fancy special name, like they were solving some sort of advanced mathematical equation. And it's a chart that derives how much total value you get in trade via draft compensation for a player. Specifically where those picks are at in a given draft versus the compensation that you got returned. And there was a lot, I was reading on it that they were saying Seattle actually got more in compensation than the Browns gave up for Deshaun Watson when you consider everything together with the players that we got back. So kind of interesting in that respect, even with the 3 quote-unquote first-round picks. But no guarantee the Broncos are riding. No guarantee they're going to be riding next year. They might be kept in the stable. B-Russ says, we got Penny. Let's build the best run blocking line and make him an MVP. Laughing out loud. If he can stay healthy, I'm excited to see a full year of him as a starter. I'm excited to see him definitely as a full year as a starter, just given an opportunity to flow and go. And utilized right, too, B-Russ. I mean, even last year, as he's averaging 6.3 yards. You guys want to know the scary part about Rashad Penny? The absolutely frightening part about Rashad Penny. Now, let me go back to this stat. It's been a long time since I've referenced it, but go back to this because let me put together a little story for you on this. In 2019, when Rashad Penny had an ACL tear at the very end of the year, he was having his best year on the books. And at that time that he went down, he was averaging 8.2 yards on outside runs. Yes, I said that right. 8.2 yards on outside runs. He was averaging 6.7 yards on outside zone runs, on those runs going basically over the back of a tackle, left tackle, right tackle, etc. Absolutely dominant when you get him out into space. And the scary part as I twist this back around is when I look at the film last year, if If you guys watch me, I did the play-by-play on those games with Penny blowing up at the time. And the thing that I would say over and over again is, here's the give to Rashad Penny. Where? Up the middle. Why? Because that's how you use him. And I was, of course, having a little bit of a joke at the coaching expense, because this coaching staff has been absolutely obsessed with running Rashad Penny up the A-gap over and over again. And for you folks at home, the A-gap is nowhere near tackles or outside zone runs or pitch plays. So he averaged 6.3 yards still last year, being utilized mainly on up the middle runs, and was still dominant in that aspect of things. Can you only imagine? Can you only wonder what would happen if they actually gave him a high volume of carries to the edges of the offense? I just wonder. Ryan Wilson says high-scoring teams leave their defense on the field more. Building through the defense run game ball controls the team to dictate the tempo more. Well said, Ryan. Well said. And I do like the thought process of okay, everyone here zigging, I'm going to zag. Because this is the place of, it's easier to build a roster when you're not having to compete with everybody else in the way they're doing things. The straightforward equivalent of this is the 3-4 to 4-3 defense. Bill Belichick, for a very long period of time, ran 3-4s, and then for a period of time went back to the 4-3 defenses. And they asked him, and he said, well, look, 75-80% of the teams in this league are running 3-4s. It's hard to find that personnel. And while the game is built for the offensive side of the ball and to allow the offenses to dominate, because teams are neglecting then their defense in order to build those super offenses, that does mean that theoretically there is an opening there to be able to go get a lot more talent on the defensive side of the ball, because there's less people pulling them off the board. And that's got some logic, reason, and intelligence behind it. And I can completely get behind that methodology and approach because of it. Leland Kimbo, what's up, Leland? Leland's in the house. Hello, Leland. Thank you for the $20 donation, my buddy, my friend. Says, Wilson is better than number 9 Locke is a transition quarterback. Everyone snap the F out of it. We need secondary and offensive line. Free agency is more productive than most realize. Play to win, Brando. That mustache is envious. You're an ERP. All or nothing for this 12. Thanks. I got to go full ERP at some point with the stash, man. It's Selleck, ERP, one of those two, Leland. I'm going to go full on with it. You know it's coming, man, at some point here. I don't know when. I don't know how. But the stash will be strong. The stash game on that day will be strong. I will be excited by Willis, Leland. And if this team has determined, they've certainly, Leland, done the thing that we can't do, that may be the most important thing for people with looking at presumptive quarterbacks, is get into those meetings, pick their brains, get them up on the whiteboards, get them drawing plays up, try to learn how coachable is he? How good is he as far as potential leadership goes? You know, is he going to be a role model on this team? Is he going to be able to run at that spot? And it's you know, I'll say this with a guy like Locke. He doesn't, when I watch some of Locke videos, I'm going, okay, he's kind of a spaz. And maybe he's not. I'm not trying to throw too much shade, but like you watch some of it, you go, okay. Drew, come on, man. Come on. And the thing we do hear about Willis, Leland, is that on those meetings at the Combine, people were really blown away by him. He gave some great interviews where he really seems put together, mature, excellent head on his shoulders, ready to sort of to put in the work and get done what he needs to get done. You also then at that point do have your rookie quarterback on your rookie deal. And if you're going to go that route, if you're going to get that rookie quarterback, if you're going to get the talented guy, and you've got the 3 to 5 year clock that is now running the second that you begin that process of drafting him. Well, as we know with recent NFL history, you want to do that through the lens of going for it and through trying to go and win Super Bowls at that point, because that's the best pathway versus even getting the older quarterback that you're trying to spend god-awful amount of sums of money for, to have him try to overcome talent deficiencies on your roster or just get you over the top to the other side of it. So he's a fun player. He's got the mobility to get around a lot of the stuff that you might have as far as problem-wise to a degree with the offensive line. He has a lot to clean up in his game mechanically, decision-making wise, processing, but he's an exciting talent. He is an exciting talent, and if you're looking to just try to get the most out of him and have him run a lot of like read option and one read look stuff, again, if you're trying to kind of cater to that rookie quarterback, which is an approach and which is a method these guys are taking now, we're seeing it. We saw it with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. It can work. And it is, again, as I've just talked about the no zig when everyone else is zagging, everyone else in the league is spending all their money on their quarterbacks. The Vikings just doubled back down onto Cousins again for $70 million. No one is learning their lessons on this as far as when we pay the quarterback this amount of money, it feels like we can't really build out the rest of our roster. Cowboys are now bleeding talent from La'el Collins to who's the other guy? They got Amari Cooper. They're gonna try to now restructure to Marcus Lawrence there, and this is after now you've signed Dak Prescott. So you end up having to pay that price. Everyone's still paying that toll. This is a way to use an alternate road so you don't have to pay those top end prices on it. So I'm not gonna be completely in my feelings, Leland, if they get Willis. I will be if they get Coral. I reserve the right to lose my stuff if they draft Coral. That is something you guys are going to have to give me like probably about a good 20 minutes of just swearing. The whiskey bottle will be opened up at that time. I have to go find something to smoke. I don't know. It's going to be a dark day on that day if that happens. So I hope not. Leland for the $5 donation. Thank you, Leland. He says, I'm literally paying for your ERP. You have the stash. Oh, thank you, Leland. I'll give you their up here before the summer's out. I'm shaving for the summer at some point. I got to air out the face for when we actually get sunlight here in the Pacific Northwest. So I'll go strong stash though before that. We'll get the stash nice and thick at that point. It turns into a power stash at that point though. It may be just too powerful for this channel. I don't know. Maybe just too much. Thank you though, Leland. I appreciate all your donations, man. Paul Thurber, the $2 donation says, call it Watson to Cleveland, Baker to Cards, Kyler to Houston. Ooh, Paul, I like it. There's an ingenuity involved in that trade. Okay. I'm giving you credit if it goes down because I haven't heard anybody else call that yet. And we've heard nothing out of the Kyler camp nor the Cardinal camp since all the stuff went down, since he, scrubbed his social media and whatnot. And Kyler is from Houston. Makes a lot of sense that he goes back to Houston. Cardinals then get Baker in there. They feel a guy that they know can run the spread stuff because he ran it back in Oklahoma. So he can fit right into the offense and what they want to do with that. Very smart, Paul. Very, very, very smart. I like it. It makes a lot of sense, and I hope it happens because that means then we didn't trade for Baker. And then the Cardinals are going to have to pay Baker after this year, which is that would also be a beautiful thing, Paul. Baker Mayfield for $40 million, Leland with a $2 donation says, Bushy, baby. Oh, that's how it's got to be, Leland. It's going to take like almost no cutting and trimming of the stash for like a good 2 weeks leading up to the time. Because you got to that's the mistake I made last time is it looked all porn stashy. It had all the little thin, like from a 70s thing, like it was like, like no. You got to have it's got to be the thick downward full, or else it looks like don't let him near the schools. You know what I mean? He can't be just on stash principles alone. He can't be within 90 feet of schools. So, gotta go full on. But Leland, I promise, I'm doing it. I'm going all in on the stash here before I do the shave. Before I do the summer shave, we will get the stash. But I appreciate it, man. I'm working the stash game, Got to work that. Penny stays healthy. He's a top 5 rusher, says Brian Myers. Yeah, you're right, Brian. Again, I have nothing but I've been, as many people saying you as well. I'm sure, Brian, I know you've been here for a long time. I've been a big backer of Penny. He had me a little bit drifting last year as we got midway through the year, and it didn't look like he could just get healthy. He'd go out and have a 20-yard run and then literally be done the rest of the game, as it was in that Cardinal game. But when he's on the field, he's productive. He just churns up yards. He's a good running back with some special traits to him. I'm really hopeful of it. I really am. And the fact you have him on a 1-year deal means you're bringing him back hungry, wanting to go out there and earn that contract if he can go out there and ball out next year. And if he does, he's still a relatively young player to go earn that deal. So I love everything about that deal. As I said, I was hoping we could bring him back in a 1-year, $4 million deal. You went $1.7 million over that. That's not a gross overpay. That's good value. Mike T, if they get Baker, I quit. If they get Baker, I quit to root for the Seahawks until Pete and John get fired. Enough is enough. Nobody can believe to come anywhere near a Super Bowl like that. Mike, I get it, man. I get your frustrations on that. I really do. For those folks that are saying, hey, I'm watching certain mistakes being made over and over again, and it's hard for me to continue to watch those mistakes being made over and over again and to root for it. I can't argue with that kind of sentiment that says that's not why I'm a fan. You know, I can understand if things go wrong, if the results aren't good, if we aren't a good team for a while, but if the philosophy's in unintelligent or drifting, or just sort of, as I've said in the past, Mike, the let's throw stuff up at a wall and see what sticks, and then whatever sticks was totally part of our plan. Well, was it really? Or are you just throwing stuff at the wall, it sticks? And if you're throwing stuff up the wall, you're probably not enabling a very intelligent approach. And I understand. I really do understand, and I share a lot of your feelings in my gut with this situation as I look at it. I am hopeful that they do learn their lessons and don't make the same mistakes they've made before. But as I've also said, Mike, we've got to see the proof of that. It takes more than their words or more than a sales slogan that the PR staff cooks off to get us all lit and excited. It's going to take true moves that match the approach we're looking for. Which again, we don't ask for results that we know will churn out a Super Bowl winning or a contending team or a team that's going to be the best, but an approach that can lead to that. That's the part I'd really like to mark on. It's that part where I say, I don't expect you to be this amazing team every year, but just that you have a solid approach. The truth says Baker will be the worst mistake any team makes at quarterback. Well, I'm definitely pretty close to where you're at on that sentiment. I think there's other worse mistakes you could make, but certainly not smart, especially when you talk about giving up the money he's going to cost, the draft pick you lose, one season of play. Pete has a plan to run the ball 46 times with our fragile running backs and then have a baked chicken running with his head off, making magic happen on 3rd and 45. Possible, Merck. Very possible. Drew says Baker's a half inch taller than Russ. Yep, that's about right. Ethan Tech World says, Brandon, rank in your order draft preferences for the number 9 pick. Out of these options, Thibodeau, Cross, Gardner, Linderbaum, Willis. And I've got to pick a number 9, huh? I got to do it. I got to pick. I would probably say my order of options on that would be, I would probably go with Gardner, Linderbaum, Cross, Thibodeau, and Willis. Those would be my top 5 for you, Ethan. I still think Gardner would be just such a good fit for Seahawks defense. Linderbaum's clean. Cross is missing a little bit of sand in the pants and whatnot, but his tape is just so good to me. Ryan says, Penny averages 6 yards a carry over 280 attempts. That's godly if he can stay healthy. It is. Yeah, the level of production he put at the end of last year, though it was on the back of being just the end of the season, and you certainly weren't playing against the toughest of opponents from a defensive standpoint, but it was still so eye-popping, the numbers at that time. And it was beyond just one game or 2 games. It was the back course the last 5-6 games where you're going, okay, if he can get to that is an upper level back in this league. He's got a trait, and it's again like that part where I say these running backs come in all different shapes and sizes and all different types of traits. It's like if you play video games, they have certain special skill types, and you think about it as, well, what's his straight line speed? Can he juke, and does he have cool like Madden moves? Is he just really quick? But sometimes it goes beyond things that aren't as easy to read, right? It's vision, it's a burst of speed, it's knowing the right hole kind of to pick at the right time to get through it at the right speed. He's got that all, and that's why I've related him a little bit back to that Sean Alexander type, where it is a little bit more of the finesse kind of back. They're finesse backs in big bodies. Alexander was a big-bodied back that was a finesse, and the same thing's true for Penny. So being that they're still big backs, there's guys that are still going to bounce off them at times. But because they're also finesse, it's not always as easy to see exactly what they're doing in creating the yards they're creating in their ability, in their run ability. It's just not as easy to, Barry Sanders, you watch, you go, I can see what makes Barry Sanders special. But it's harder with it's that guy that's that, he's just drifting, looking for his hole, finds it, clicks up through, gets himself 9 yards with a tremendous burst, and you go, whoa. You're right. Well put, though, Ryan. Noah Crandall, as a Browns fan, I can tell you the coaching staff had a lot to do with the Brown losses. Too many terrible 4th and 1 calls. Well, it doesn't help when your owner supposedly knows at times. Also ask him to tank. I don't know if that was before Baker got there, but yeah, I don't put it all on Baker with that, Noah, but I do think he's, and I think if this was a deal where we had more club control years and he wasn't costing as much, maybe I'd be on it. If I wasn't having to give up the draft capital I had to give up for him, maybe I would be on it. But I think with him, this is a bit of my issue with Matt Corral, for instance. You got a guy that's sub 6 feet tall, a little over 6'1" maybe, and they 200 pounds, they get broken down easy. We can be angry about it all we want, but I know we all think about Russell Wilson. We go, Russell's been super, but yeah, Russell's built like a fire hydrant. Russell's carrying a lot of weight there to take the pound. Not all the quarterbacks have that same stuff going on, and I don't. Those things, there's just too many question marks in there with them that hit for me that make me out on it. It's not to say it's completely just awful, just that. And again, he's better than Jimmy G, better than some other options, but Drew Locke's Hose says Niners won't trade Jimmy G to Seahawks, else he would be in the Seahawks already. Yeah, you're right. Divisional foes don't usually trade within divisional foes. Well said. Leland Kimball with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Leland. I appreciate you, man. He says, you're a real one. Brother, I appreciate you. And thank you for all your donations on the channel lately. You hit with a big fatty donation on our last show, man. And I do appreciate all your support to the channel. All of you guys, it's been just a tremendous, we've been going through the last couple tough weeks, trading our franchise quarterback, going through Bobby Wagner, but the support as ever, Leland, with this channel has been unflinching and bigger than ever. And just, I really do appreciate, it's been awesome that we're in the middle of an off season, but everybody's just been as active as ever on this channel. We're talking Hawks. It's part of what I love doing this. So thank you so much, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Devin Martzall with a $5 donation says, hey, Brandon, excited for this draft. I don't want Baker, though. Hey, I have something Seahawks for you, your wall. I'd like to send you. Go Hawks. I will, I'll get a address up onto my contact in there, Devin. So I've been not holding off on that. I just forgot to do it. So I've got an address I'll post under my contact information. And then, yeah, if we got some more stuff to put up the wall, we got to fill the wall in. There's a lot of white space back there. I got to get this, it's too much white space, not enough blue and neon. And not enough Seahawks emblems behind me. We got to get this rounded out a little bit. I agree with you there, man. But thank you so much. And Leland, you're amazing, man, amazing. And promise the Wyatt Earp's coming. The Wyatt Earp's coming. I'll have one of those big old time mugs of beer too. I'll drink on the channel when I do it. Voodoo Magic, thank you for becoming a member, man. Appreciate you. Awesome, you guys are amazing. Welcome aboard. Keep an eye, Voodoo, on your community post. I do try to do like a weekly article over on that side of things. Working on one right now. James Black says, Jimmy G has brought this team more success than Russell Wilson the last 7 years. Yeah. I mean, if we're going to break it down and boil it down to Jimmy G's success being a big part of his hand, he's had some hand in it. I don't know if I'd go big part of his hand. Emmett says, exactly, please, we need Trent Brown. We do need Trent Brown. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Jason Tudor says, Panic 2, the Trent Brown story. Panic Room 2, the Trent Brown story. That's right. They needed 5 rolls of duct tape to keep him in the chair. Then he broke the chair, and now they just have him ducked to the floor. It looks just like you think. He's just ducked to the floor. Carroll is, for whatever reason, he keeps feeding him applesauce. I don't know why, but hopefully the deal gets done. No, Trent keeps saying, he keeps saying something about, I want to see my family. And they're like, dude, what does that have to do with signing the contract? Merck says, every wide receiver that had Baker as their quarterback regressed while playing him. Yeah, I mean, he came into Cleveland and played better with them when he came in versus where that franchise was. He definitely brought them a level of success, or at least up a level of success that had not been there in recent years by his arrival. They weren't exactly, running it before he got there. But he's not done anything to necessarily blow anything up either. And you go and you look at Odell Beckham, for instance, and everybody was ready to throw Odell Beckham into the grave and say his career's done, when in actuality it looks like a lot more clearly that in actuality Odell Beckham's dad was right, posting those highlights showing Baker missing him and not looking to target him, and that then goes to a little bit of Baker's processing, ability to go through his reads properly, what he's seeing pre-snap. He's in year 4. Those start to be some things that you can handle in the first couple of years, but should start to go away as you get into this type of season. MJ Daniel says, what would the Browns want for Mayfield? I could see him as a temp solution while bringing up a rookie. I'd be okay with that too, MJ, even paying the $18 million he's going to cost this year, but they're wanting a day 2 pick reportedly, which means second or third round pick. And that's at that price for a 1-year rental on a guy with questions to his game is just too significant. Mike T says, if we get Baker, I'm sure DK wants to go to Green Bay. Maybe. I don't think any player's clamoring to go to Green Bay. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is going to be 40 years old. Yeah. And you got to play in the cold weather. Truth says Baker at the best is a backup in the NFL. I think that's his long-term trajectory, Truth. Maybe he can be a starter on a poor team. I don't think he's a starter on a frontline team ever, though. Patrick Chisili says Trent Brown only plays good in New England. Look it up. I thought he was doing okay for the 49ers a couple years ago. Didn't he play okay for them? Certainly didn't do great for the Raiders, but the Raiders also had Tom Cable there. And Tom Cable, as we well learned here in Seattle, has a little bit of a tendency to mess linemen up. Just a little bit. John Schmelinski says, roll with Locke, definitely Karen and Lucas, and get the defensive end from Georgia, Trevon Walker. I'm good with that, man. Schmelinski, I'd be okay with that. I'm perfectly fine riding that way. That's the way you build your team up and get more of the blue chip talent in here we've been looking to bring in. Yep. Tom Lindley says, why go after Baker when he wants to go to Indy? If you're Coach Carroll, Tony, wouldn't it be completely within Coach Carroll's mindset that to say, oh, yeah, you wanted to go over here, but we'll sell him on us. We'll get him in the program. He'll see how we do things, and he'll fall in love with it here. To me, that's Coach Carroll to a T. So I don't think that's going to dissuade him just because Baker indicates that he initially wants to go to the Indianapolis Colts. Pedro Martinez, you were an amazing pitcher, my man. Jimmy can help you guys. Trade for him now. No. I'll tell you what, you guys got it's a 5th-round pick, okay? You guys, he's a 1-year wonder. I don't care if you picked him number 1 overall 4 years ago. It's a 1-year, $18 million deal for us. We got to pay big prices for him. So you guys got to get off your day 2 pick crap. Stop shooting for the moon. You got your Deshaun Watson. You got your quarterback. Stop trying to rip people off for your secondhand goods. That ain't right. We wouldn't do that to you, Cleveland. We've never done that to you. We gave you Trent Dilfer. We gave you Dilfer. MJ Daniels says the Hawks' choices for quarterback are kind of limited. Yeah, kind of. I mean, you could bring Marcus Mariota at this point, couldn't you? What's he going to cost you? $4 million? And again, it's a bridge quarterback. It's a rebuild season. Bo Chosen says, as a Steelers supporter, here to show respect. Thank you, Bo Chosen. Appreciate you. What about drafting Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud next draft? I've thought either would be Wilson's replacement since he pulled the trade. Thoughts? Bo Chosen, that's where I'm definitely pushing for in the approach of staying patient and not jumping for the quarterback right now, not giving up future draft positioning or future draft capital in order so that we can preserve the capital to trade up to go get the quarterback that we absolutely want and target that's going to be the pure fit for this scheme, and as well, that guy. You guys are bringing in Mitchell Trubisky, Bo Chosen, and I hope he does good for your Pittsburgh Steelers team. But I'm sure many of you as fans want to be looking more to finding that guy. Not that you're looking for the exact replacement of Roethlisberger, but that you get the guy that's legitimate, that fits into the mold of what you need at the franchise quarterback position if you're going to select a guy that high in the draft. Those guys you mentioned, I think, are going to be probably worthy as it stands right now, being probably at least top 10 picks in next year's draft. The guy that I lean to, Bo chosen, is Will Levis. I like him right now off the tape I've watched of all three, but we got to get another year of tape. And we never know, Bo, who will be the quarterback who jumps to the forefront, because it's not just set on these guys. There's going to be somebody else who comes into the fold on this. But I'd much rather wait to get the guy rather than to stretch and operate from a place of urgency and desperation by drafting a guy this year because you just feel like you have to do it. We can't just go into it with what we got. Yeah, you can. Just bring in a guy and roll with what you got. It's not like you're building your offense around being quarterback laden anyway. You're building towards your defense and running the football. That already puts less reliance on a need to have a top-end guy there. JP Hinks says, forget Baker. Forget him. I'm with it. Mike T says, tanking over Baker. Agreed. Love it, guys. Love it. Julox O says, yeah, choosing Indy over Seahawks is dumb. Seahawks dominated Indy last year. We did beat him pretty good. Sam Z says, what about Andre Dillard? He's interesting. Of course, he's become a little bit, a trade bait at this point because the Eagles have been surprised by Jordan Matalia. The left tackle for them has played really good for them, so less of a need to have Andre, who was, I think, a second-round pick for them. Good pass protector. Don't think he's as good in the run-blocking game. That's not going to appeal to Coach Carroll necessarily because, as we know, when he looks at offensive linemen, he looks for the first and foremost skill set to be run blocking. He wants road graders first and foremost. And if you're a dancing bear, he just scratches his head and he says, why do bears dance? Who wants a bear to dance? I don't want a dancing bear. I want him to eat. I want him to maul. And that's how Carroll looks at it. So I like Andre. I wouldn't mind adding him. I just don't think Coach Carroll would be open to doing so. John Shulmensky says, if anything, I'd hit up Philly for Hurts. Just depends on the cost. They gave up a second-round pick from a couple years ago. Am I giving up a third-round pick for Hurts? No. I think he's really limited as a passer. He's a mobile quarterback that can move around and throw short stuff. I'm not going to give up a lot for that. Alex says, I could be wrong, but I don't think the Colts want Baker. Yeah, it does. It takes two to tangle, doesn't it? That might be true. Patrick, it's kind of funny. Did everybody forget Trent Brown was the highest paid, failed, came back to New England, and getting another huge contract? It's laughing out loud. Patrick, some of this comes back to just the conditions at hand. Guys fail for different reasons, different as we've learned with a guy like Jamal Adams. Players come to ball clubs and they're utilized differently in one place than they're utilized in other places. Trent Brown had a lot more success with New England. Certainly, their short-based passing attack will not ask him to pass protect as long as he might have, let's say, with the Raiders, which had maybe a little bit more of the deeper passing concepts on there and put him in a little bit more of an island. But as well, Patrick, it's like look at last year with all the offensive linemen begging to get out of Las Vegas, being Trent Brown and Gabe Jackson and Rodney Hudson. Why were all these top-end offensive linemen who have been really good throughout their career, screaming to get out of town the second Tom Cable's there? And I think that does speak a little bit to Cable's approach as an offensive line coach. Yeah, he definitely didn't failed out when he went to the Raiders, but he did bounce back and have a good year there with New England. And he's been playing good for New England. And he would be a scheme fit. And he's not going to cost Teron Armstead money. He's going to be about like half the cost of Teron Armstead, if not less. Merck says Colts need to offer first. Oh, I'm with you, man. Merck, please. Please, Colts, do it. Do it. JP Hinks says, disagree with you, Brandon. 100% on Baker. Let Indy have him. Yeah, I don't want Baker here. It's more of a prediction, JP, that I think that the front office, it's just reacting to the front office having interest in him. So, yeah, not me wanting him here, but I think they do. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you, brother. It says, fill up that white space with the Seahawks cat tower. It's coming. I'm looking through a couple. So we're going to be, the cat tower buy is coming in soon, I promise you. I want to find the right one that's I want to find a tall one, so then maybe we can get both of them in at once and they don't sit there and swat at each other and just get pissed because one gets to own it and the other one doesn't, which is they get territorial about that stuff. But it's coming, Jason, I promise. It's on my Amazon list. Just need to find. I haven't found one I like. They're all too short. You just see like barely the tops of them here on the screen if I put them there. But thank you. I will put it to that for sure. Forrest Cantrell, a Browns fan, says, hey, you guys can have Baker for a second-round pick. Forrest, no. Why would we give you a second-round pick for a one-year rental? Well, we're going to franchise tag him next year, and then we're going to flip him for a fourth-rounder on a franchise because somebody's going to be willing to give him a contract extension? No. How about you give him for a fifth-rounder? You got your quarterback. Why are you guys being so greedy about the amount of picks you guys get back in return for Baker? How about a fifth-rounder? Fifth-rounder sounds about fair. That sounds about right. That sounds about market value. Oh, Plato's Cave, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Robert. Says Christopher Walken introducing Al Pacino. Let me tell you about this actor named Al Pacino. He's good. Great. He's amazing. I love him. Watched him for years. Godfather. And he was Godfather 3, and in the middle one, God 2. So good at it all the time. Never knew him this well when he's on the stage. New York, he wasn't good. Got better. Blows me away. Can't even look at him. So bright. Folks, Al Pacino. Oh, Christopher. Thank you. Let me tell you, folks. This free agent period's been amazing. Hooah! I don't even know. You know what I love about this free agent period? It's got a great ass, and we've got our head all the way up in it. Ooh, what do you think, Christopher? I don't know. It's blown me away, these one-year deals by Seattle. What are you doing? I need more contracts. Give me more contracts. Seattle, now, whenever you can. Please. Christopher, hold on. Just wait. As good as I got, Robert. Thank you for the $2 donation. New folks to the channel, I occasionally do impressions. I didn't say good impressions. I said impressions. It's the effort that counts. It's the effort. Ben Joseph says Colin Kaepernick would be a great fit. He's been out of football for about 5 years. I don't know what he's got left. Jason says Gerald Everett signed by the Chargers. Man, he is going to light it up in that offense. He's going to be a very good fit, I think, for Herbert. And a player they need in that offense is kind of an in-between guy. I like they brought back Mike Williams, too. That's going to be a dangerous offense. Jason says, oh, God, do not mention Cap or we're going to hear it. No, I'm not. No more Cap. I'm not in bad. I'm at peace. Joshua Schneider, Seattle fans. Is Seattle willing to trade Metcalf? No, Joshua. No, your other team fans are coming in here and you're looking at us like a carcass and you're like, ooh, look, there's some rib meat there. We can cook some of that up, You guys are already going to get Wilson. Somebody's going to take off Wagner. We've been pilfered enough, okay? Leave the last scraps of flesh here. Let us rest in peace with our Metcalf. We'll sign him to a contract extension you can't have. We're keeping it. Patrick says Baker's not a chill person. Seattle is a chill town. I see trouble ahead. I could see it as well. James Black, why would you pay Baker Mayfield big money? I wouldn't pay him. I'm not for Baker Mayfield, folks. I'm just saying what I think the team's going to do. Cliff Yates, Cap is the absolute worst move Seattle could make. Agreed. It's not a good move. MJ, Cap can still play Mayfield. Kaepernick would not be better than Mayfield. No. And I'm not a big Mayfield guy, but yeah. JB Hicks, yes, Disley got more than Everett. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Patrick Seedley says Minshew's better than Maker. Yeah, I think Minshew would fit this offense better. I think he'd be more accurate. Better at throwing with anticipation. Brandon Eichrick, I'm very sick of these stopgap quarterbacks. I'm in the camp where I either bet on the upside of Willis or just rock with Drew and suck. I'll go with the alternative, Brendan, as well as if I was able to get Willis in this draft to the back end of the first round, if I could trade back, be into the 24, 25 range and get Willis, pick up an extra maybe first-round pick for next year's draft. I'm okay with Willis at that point. But if we're talking about picking him in the top 10, top 5, I mean, even Detroit taking him at number 2, which has been rumored, it's just too high. It's just too high. And then, like I said, Brendan, I just don't think he's the same type of prospect as a guy like Lamar Jackson who went at the very end of a first round. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason a guy like that, with even the upside that they have to their mobility, to the big arm, to the moments where they make your jaw drop, where they pull off some amazing play, all that stuff is well and good. But all the plays in between, the consistency, the stuff you have to clean up from a mechanical aspect of things, processing, all that, that means he can still be a first-round guy. You just didn't pick him at the top of the first round where those prospects need to be clean and lean. Joshua Schneider says, would a first, third, and Love do it for Metcalf? No, Joshua. No, you're not picking over our corpse. It's not our fault. Not our fault you guys don't draft receivers in Green Bay. It's been a 25-year problem for you guys in Green Bay with the receiver situation. You've had plenty of time to figure it out. And instead, you guys get cute with it again and again. So I love it. You're going to give us a back-end first-round pick, a back-end third that's worth a fourth-round pick, and Jordan Love, who is worth nothing right now. No, we're not taking that. Joff Donahauser says, build back Baker. Well said, Jeff. Well said. Build back Baker Mayfield. He's a good quarterback. Doesn't throw very well. Not very mobile. Not much of a leader. But he's good commercials. He can act all the time. Fish 2, Cap is actually one of the best moves. He is 6'4". He's essentially 29 years old because of a lack of real football. He has played and he has an arm and used to the play action scheme. I do like where you say he's essentially 29 years old as he's going on 35. I don't know how that I don't know how that works exactly, Fish. Like I at 29 years old versus 35 years old was not the same as far as speed and athleticism, and I wasn't even a pro athlete. You know, you just Father Time's undefeated in that respect. Cap was heavily reliant on the lower legs and mobility and all that stuff. That stuff's going to be gone now. And he was not a good play action thrower with the arm at the end, in my opinion. 5 years removed from playing the sport, not as mobile. He was already being made a backup quarterback at that time by the team. Before all this stuff with the activism stuff, he was already being put as a backup. He's really not all that worth speaking of, to be frankly. He gets so much. I've seen it mentioned so many times in my chat of recent, and I know that he did throw with Tyler Lockett. I understand where the potential interest is coming from with it, but you really got to strain to talk yourself into telling me the Cap at 35 years old is the answer for us at quarterback. After being out of the league for 5 years. I just don't see it. Chuck Seeger says, if Green Bay wants DK, we're going to need first rounders. That was multiple, to Chuck's point. That's where we start with Green Bay. You can start with 2 first-round picks, and we'll continue from there. We'll continue from there. Just handing them over to you guys. Well, you guys aren't in a good shape as a team, so why don't you just, just give them to us. Why don't you just hand them over here? Besides that, you guys don't like paying your receivers anyway, right? The only thing you guys pay is quarterbacks and linemen. So why would you guys want to trade for DK anyway? You just got done not willing to pay your other receiver. Or I guess he turned you guys down at the end. I don't know. I can't tell on that one. I've heard maybe he turned you guys down for equivalent money. Random user says, calling over Baker at the Hawks Nest. Okay. All right. You folks, when Colin comes in and if he starts to play and you see how he plays, I hope you're back in and going, wow, you were right. This was not the move to make. It doesn't hurt us to bring him in. So I'm not like in that under no circumstances. Like, okay, it doesn't hurt to bring him in, I guess, from a we can work him out standpoint of things. But when he comes in and he doesn't look good and he doesn't fit up to what you need at the quarterback position, then I hope people aren't just like, well, they didn't sign him because it was political. It's like, no, it's skill-based, skill reasoning. I don't think he's not necessarily out of the league because of other reasons outside it. Like you sued the league and all that stuff. I know he's blackballed and all that stuff. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm speaking just specifically to his skill set on the football field. But again, though, there's going to be pro people and there's going to be anti people in this camp. I don't think either side's going to probably pull one or the other side to their line of the fence on this one. Well, Watt Garage says Baker definitely needs to iron out some issues that he has the ability to be a long-term solution if you don't have that elite quarterback. Third or fourth rounder is a good gamble. I'm okay with fourth rounder, Watt, but third rounder is a little high for me for a guy that's a one-year rental. Because the thing with that on needs to iron out is that you have to learn that he has those ironed out within a year on a new team with a new offensive scheme. Are you going to get enough information in that time to be able to make that determination? Because you're going to be in a position of next year having to decide to do one of three things. You either franchise tag him after this season, sign him to a multi-year contract, or let him walk for nothing. And you're not even going to get a compensatory pick back for him if he does sign on a new contract with a different team because of the fact that you're going to have $125 million in cap space next year. So you're going to be signing whatever other free agents to offset that, which to me just means there's not a lot of reason that this makes sense if you're talking about giving up high draft picks. And I'm talking day one, day two type picks. Drew Locks Hose says if the Seahawks trade DK, then they for sure are selling the team. DK brings star value. Agreed. Yeah, I agreed. Brandon says, I'm so sick of the Metcalf trade stuff too. We can maybe start with the Jamal Adams deal. Yeah, exactly. That's the baseline. Brian Myers, Young and Stroud will not be successful NFL quarterbacks. I'm not as much on them as of yet, but I think we need another year of tape to see where things lie. Cliff Yates says, don't forget Cap was riding the bench before all of his woke BS. He sucks. That's the point I've been trying to make with it on this is just before he did any of the thing with the kneeling and all that stuff, he was made a backup quarterback to Blaine Gabbert. I mean, that's where he was at as far as playing goes. And you can go and point to a touchdown to interception ratio or some quarterback rating, but if you were watching the tape at the time, as I've said, that at the end when Cap was made a backup, the teams around the league had solved and taken away the things that were strengths to his game, forcing him to do the things that were weaknesses to his game, and he didn't show a very clear indication that he could overcome those weaknesses. His delivery's not going to get any shorter. He's got an elongated delivery, which allows for cornerbacks to jump on routes, gives him about an extra half second to get up on the balls. And he just does not have enough touch that he throws that in addition to it, especially on deep passes. So there's certain limitations to, despite that he has kind of a strong arm at times, there's still limitations to him throwing and the throws he can make. He's not at 35 going to have the mobility anymore. But again, I probably should let it lie on this one because people who want the cap are going to want the cap and people who don't are not going to want the not. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, what would you give up for Baker? And good to see Jose Rodriguez. Hope you're doing well, man. What would I give up for Baker? To me, he's worth a fifth-round pick, in my opinion. Him as a player is worth more, Jose, but I'm not getting him on a cheap rookie deal anymore when he's at $18 million, and it's only a one-year deal. So that has to factor into the compensation. It would be different if you even had 2 years of club control, but I don't, so I can't go much higher than that. Megan says, hawk the jewelry for greater cap. Laughing out loud. Megan asks, how much cap space do we have left? I'm not certain on these numbers. I'm waiting for it still to all kind of factor out, but somewhere in the neighborhood of like probably about 18 to 20, somewhere in that realm. Keith Barrett, how many primetime games does Seattle get this upcoming season? 1, 2. We're not going to be a hot ticket as far as being picked on that road goes. Jay Perez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jay. I do appreciate it, brother. It says, people here are stingy. Pay this man. Jets fan living in Seattle. Sorry for Jamal. Love the Hawks. They're fun. Good luck with your quarterback. Oh, well, it's all good, man. I get, Jay, I get a ton of donations on my channel. So it's, I definitely am not. There's a lot of other guys out there that gotta wait for a lot of other donations. My people's hit me up on the constant, so they're very kind, much like you are on that approach, and they know I appreciate it. So thank you so much for the donation, and I like what your Jets are doing here this offseason. I like their approach. Like I've been saying with my team, it's take the patient approach, build this correctly, get the right deals in place. Don't just look for the huge home run swings, but try to add blue chip talent. Feels like, especially over the last 2 years, the Jets have finally started to look at, let's get the blue chip talent here. Let's get the right talent in here. And you guys are in a tough division next year. You got an uphill battle to go through there, but you are starting to get more and more players now as you look at things. Say nothing of if Carl Lawson can come back after that injury, because you didn't get one snap of him. Get him in there now, rounding out. Maybe another pass rusher in this draft. Boy, you guys could start to get that defense to where Robert Saleh is starting to now make it look a little bit closer to what it was when he was with the Niners, which would be interesting. And it's going to be fun to watch Wilson continue to develop for you guys, too. So what is that? That's his name, I believe. Y2KHA became a member. Thank you, Y2K. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming a member. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Patrick Seeley says, trap Trent and pressure him into something. He's a very kind person, but you need to know how he works. Forcing him is probably not the best for the gentle giant. Patrick, look, I try to tell Carol that, just it's like the whole thing they say about, loving someone else. And if you love them, if you love the bird and you let it go and it flies away and it flies back to you, it's yours, And if it flies away and wants to go somewhere else, then that's freedom. That's what it needs to do. And he said, the hell with that. He said, I could go F myself. He said, he stays in the dungeon or he signs the contract. And he said that there was not an either or to this. And I said, Pete, do you just think because you're 70, no one's going to put you into jail for having taken a grown man and held him hostage until you could sign him to a contract? And Pete said, yeah, I'm 71, M and F'er. You think I care? And I was like, well, I would. You have grandchildren. He's like, I've seen them enough. They can visit me in jail. It's worth it for this Super Bowl. And that's where he got me. That's where I was a little like, oh, yeah, I can't argue with that. It's like for a Super Bowl, I might have to put a guy or two in a dungeon to keep him here. And if I got to do that, this is Carol talking. This ain't me talking now. I tried to talk him out of it. But, if it brings this trend down at the end of the day, sometimes it's just the results that matter, isn't it? Sometimes we can't question the process. We got to trust the process, no matter how violent or punitive it may be. Michael Perkins, Seahawks have no reason to sign him. They're tanking. He's going to the Colts. Michael, never underestimate the value of dumb in our organization. So what might look like even the straightforward even a blind man could see that this would be the approach. Even somebody who just fell out of a slumber of 100 years and didn't even know what football was would know this was the approach. Don't discount the fact our front office could still look at that and go, yeah, but we want to do it. We're hoping not. We don't want to, but it's been a thing. Furlack22 became a member. Thank you, Furlack22, as did Nick Guerrera. Appreciate you guys becoming a member. Thank you for subscribing, Nick Guerrera. Appreciate you. And Furlack22, thank you for becoming a member. Keep an eye on your community posts. I do try to do weekly articles if I can, if not more over on that side of things. So do keep an eye on that. I'll be posting up tonight, actually, my current big board over there to my channel members over there. So Scott Clusty says it's going to cost at least a third for Baker. I think it is, Scott. Part of what has me out on the deal. Monterol Johnson says, give us DK Metcalf and y'all sign Julio Jones and y'all get Baker. See, this is what people are doing to us now, Seattle fans. This is what they're going to do to us now. Everybody comes in to pilfer. Everybody just comes in taking, throwing off their second day garbage, just throwing it on us too. Not even like wrapping the bag up and tying it tight. Just throwing it so like all the contents just splash out across us. Like that's what they're doing now. We're getting picked. The buzzards are circling. They're circling. There's not a damn thing we can do about it. Just Brad says, as a Brown fan, you can have him for DK. I know. Drew says Colts won't take Baker. If Seattle does, they're nuts. I'm not certain that we're not. There's been some recent data to tell us that there are some nutty elements. Carroll's been a big almond man lately. You know what I mean? Big time almond man. Sam Z says 2 firsts to Green Bay for DK. Yeah, that's at least a bit. Now we're at least talking. At least we're being realistic. John Zblinsky says, I say roll with Drew Lock, draft a stud running back, then draft a damn tackle. Say, Abraham Lucas would be all right. Then draft an edge and a corner. I love your draft strategy, John. I'm 100%. I'm 100% with your approach. Not even a little bit off that. I'm on board. You get Lock, get the best pick you can get. You got Lock, take the best guy at number 9. Take Lucas with your first second round pick. Take Breece Hall with your out of Cincy with your other second round pick. That's a hell of a draft with your first 3 selections right out the gate. CR says, what do you think about maybe get a veteran quarterback, then draft Cross at 9 for left tackle? Try to get an edge like Boy Mafi at 40 and either a cornerback or linebacker at 41 and try to get strong at, I think, 72. Well, we've got a few strongs. So Carson Strong is who you're meaning. I'm good with that, CR. I'm okay with Carson Strong in the 3rd round. That's a place where you got him now for club control for a few years. He's a good backup. He's got some good elements to his game. You're not giving up too much at that point. You're not going. Those top 3 picks are so important to me because not only is it the first round pick that's top 10, it's the 2 second round picks that are also top 10. They're not late second round picks. They're almost right there at the top, the back end of that first round. So you're getting quite a player there. 3rd round though, if you're talking about Carson there, maybe I'd be okay with that there. And I'm good with your draft. Carson's, I think, a very clean Charles Cross is a very clean left tackle prospect in this draft. I think all 3 of the tackle guys at the top end here kind of separated themselves from the rest a bit to my eyes. So I'd be okay with that. That'd be a good safe pick to go that direction. And Mafi would be fine at 40. So Mafi's got some really nice elements to him. Had a good combine. He'd be solid. I like it. I like where you guys' heads at. I like how you're thinking, Cap. Brendan says, you're getting so big time these days, you might have to make a subscriber-only chat or something, laughing out loud. We are starting to get bigger, Brendan, that's for sure. The channel is definitely blossoming. It's getting harder to stay up with the chat. I used to be pretty good with it, but now it's definitely a couple pages behind now. Joshua, I'm going to guess if Green Bay offered a 1, a future 1, and a 4, and Love Seattle would deal Metcalf. It would probably be pretty hard to turn that deal down, Joshua. I mean, the one thing is with both those ones is they're back-end ones. So it's almost like you're getting 2. You're not getting a true 1 that's going to be a top 20 first-round pick, right? I'm getting like 26 and 28. That's a little deep in the draft, especially for a guy like Metcalf, that they don't come down the block every other day, a guy like Metcalf. But you'd probably have Seattle interested. You'd probably have Seattle getting close to thinking about biting on a deal like that, especially if they don't want to pay Metcalf, which is the other part of this, is that once Green Bay makes the trade for him, you then have to sign him to a big old fatty extension. David Phillips says Everett got less money than Disley. He did, but there are also 2 different type of players a little bit here. This is the difference of the tight end position. You have one tight end that's an inline tight end. You have another tight end that's a move tight end. And while Gerald Everett is a willing blocker in the run game, he's not really a very good blocker. It's more of just the willingness approach. Disley's a good blocker in both the run and in the pass, to the tune of being a top 10 blocking tight end in the sport. And while Everett is a good pass catcher and gives you better ability as far as yak goes, there wasn't a difference enough making element to his game to separate that off of the lack of not being an inline tight end and not necessarily blocking at the same level of what you'd expect from a normal inline blocker. Tight ends aren't just the one skill set. They got to do the both of the things. And then you have Everett also had a couple bad moments on tape last year. He had 3 games. He had one game where there were 3 turnovers just on him alone. Another game where he dropped a touchdown in the back of the end zone, had some drops. So when you're supposed to have the best game point of your element to be that you're a pass catcher, and then you're struggling with drops, that's like being supposedly a good, blocking tight end, and you whiff like a quarter of the time on your blocks. Well, wait, is it really then a plus to my game if that's the case? And I think that's why his value is where it is right now, league-wide on that. JP Hinks says Ajobi may fall out of the draft. Ajobi won't fall out of the draft. No. You've had guys like Sidney Jones, Jeffrey Richardson, the Titans. I think that's his name. Their defensive tackle there. Those guys had pre-draft injuries right around that time that they were dealing with, and it had them slide in the second round. I would say a Jobo might fall a little bit further. Achilles are a little more scarier than, let's say, the torn ACLs, but I would expect him to probably still go in the third round. Larry Coleman, I knew you were going to be in here eventually, my man. I knew you were coming, like Baker. Doosh. Doosh. I know it's kind. I could hear it. The footsteps are coming. He says, "I told you Baker was coming." Laughing out loud. You did, Larry. You did indeed. Dana Patera, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Dana. Appreciate you. Brendan says, "How do you feel about trading back?" I love trading back, Brendan. You know, this draft has a small tier 1 group. It ends out at about 12 to 13 players. You are through tier 1. These are the guys that are clean first round, absolutely have star potential to them, should be really good players at the next level. Know it, count on it, bank on it. Then you get into tier 2. Tier 2 is the guys that have the assortment of questions, of different types of questions for different players. Could be injury concerns, could be a lack of speed, could be T-Rex arms, like with Trent McDuffie or Kyle Gordon. Could be a variety of different things. But you have a wider tier 2 group in this draft than you normally have in previous drafts. I think tier 2 probably goes from something like 14 all the way up to maybe 75. You might even dip into just at the top of the 4th round as far as getting somewhat equivalent value as far as their top end goes. I think it's much deeper in that respect. So if you're talking about trading back in a given draft here and moving back, you're going to pick up probably an extra second or an extra third, or maybe an extra second and third, which means you have 2 more swings at where is the depth of this draft, at where is the strength of this draft. And if you're asking me if that was a good thing or something I'd support, 100%. And not only do I support it, it should be where they're trying to shoot for. That might be the problem, though, is I think a lot of teams are going to be aware of this, and I think it's going to make it a little bit harder to trade back to pick up one of those picks. CR says Baker or maybe Goff should take the salary and give them a 7th rounder. Ha ha ha. Goff's I know Goff has been put out there a little bit. Brendan posted that on his channel. I don't want to pick up Goff's contract, and I know he's got familiarity with the Rams, but I just, that one's just too kinky of a deal for me. It makes sense, but I just don't want it necessarily. Sam D, can Rodgers even throw it deep? Can Rodgers even throw it deep? Yeah, he's got an okay deep, doesn't he? He hasn't lost that much arm strength. Larry Bowden, a Bedouin, says we won't get him for a 5th. I know we won't get him for that, Larry, but that's as much as I'd give up for him. Maybe you could talk me into a 4th, maybe. But even that, I'm just kind of begrudging. Hawk says, what position are you going with at 9 with how many pass rushers and tackles will be there? Some of this depends on Hawks, how they approach free agency. If we're going into the draft without a left tackle, that's certainly going to drive me a lot faster to go to Charles Cross at number 9. If you manage to get both left tackle and right tackle cemented up, I think the value there could easily be one of the top 2 cornerbacks in the draft, the best center in the draft, and one of the upper-level pass rushers. I would think the team, knowing their history, would probably lean towards the upper level. If they don't have a left tackle, then they go upper-level pass rusher. Or they would go with left tackle. If they do have a left tackle going in the draft, then they probably go pass rusher or the corner. I think one of Stingley or Gardner falls to us at 9, and I think that's going to be a tough choice for the front office if that happens. Go Ox05. Baker has moxie. He does have a lot of moxie, a lot of grit. Talk about attributes and components that you cannot measure in any way. When somebody says this is the old cliche about baseball, right? You get the guy, he could play every position. He's probably about 5'9.5", 5'10", all infield positions. He could field. He can hit. By hit, I mean he's going to hit like 235. Not really any home run power there, but he'll steal you a base and he'll get all dirty doing it. And the announcers, the first thing they'll say is, "Man, look at the grit, look at the moxie on that kid." And you just go, well, "What is that? What does that mean?" I don't know, but it sounds good. I agree though, Go Hawks. That's how they do refer to him. He's a big moxie guy. Big moxie. I don't want the first thing about my quarterback to ever be like, "Well, does he have a lot of moxie?" It'd be nice if he's got that, but maybe other things first and foremost they say about him, like Look at that crazy arm strength. Jared Goff wants out of Detroit. Well, who can blame him? Who can blame him? Patrick, is like bottom 20 in the NFL and not bad now? How are your standards have changed, Seattle? Is like bottom 20 in the NFL not bad now? Bottom 20 is bad now. Yeah. Drew Locks, does DK rather stay with a team that can actually beat the Niners? That's right. Why you go to Green Bay is to get the Niners beating you guys at home. DK didn't want to go through that. Dan Bowe says, would you do a straight-up trade Tyreek for Metcalf? Nope. No. Younger player, less tread taken off the tire, still some potential. Merck says, if we trade DK before we trade Tyler, I would lose it. I would not be happy by it either. It'd be upsetting. Archon Apex is the next Drew Brees. Ooh, Archon. He's got his Baker's the next Drew Brees. Okay. Damian Pig, I'd be okay with Baker. All right. I think there's some that'll be all right with it. JC as Dog says, well, yeah, you shouldn't suck on a very good team like Cleveland now. Brandon says, these live streams are the best, and all I want to do is talk about the Seahawks right now and listen about them. I've been binge watching all the previous streams. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that, man. You know I love doing this, so this is my passion. I love talking to you guys and coming in here and just talking ball, man. Just getting into the depths of it, and you guys are right there with me on it. I dig that about you. Let me get to the top here. It says Maverick Consulting Group says, I hope they go edge with number 9. That's where that's if you're talking about Maverick operating from the standpoint of picking to where the best player is on your board, right? You don't pick to what a need would be. Well, we need this left tackle now, so we got to get Cross. Who's your runaway best guy on your board at number 9? You haven't picked there in 10 years. So don't go for lesser. Go for the best guy up on the board. And if the best guy is Kayvon Thibodeau, if the best guy is Trayvon Walker, if the best guy is Jermaine Johnson out of Florida State, take him. D-Man W says, thank God none of you are an NFL general manager. You would run that team into the ground. Why Big Jordan? How are you taking Malik at 9 when he goes at 6? Yeah, I mean, he might go at 6. There's a possibility. Hell, he might go at 2 to the Detroit Lions, Big Jordan. So I'm not going to cry if he doesn't. Again, though, as I've said, my point on this is at that point, he may go at that position, but that doesn't mean he isn't radically taken higher than he should be. He is not a better prospect than what Lamar Jackson was. And I would offer that the reason he's being taken at that point, be it 9, be it 6, be it 2, is not necessarily because of the behemoth talent that is Malik Willis, but in actuality, it will be driven by the fact that there is a dearth of quarterbacks in this particular draft. John Smolensky says, Mariota can ball. I'd give him a shot. I would too. I think he would fit with this offense. I think all the under center play action stuff would fit to his game, the simplified reads and the way it's supposed to be set out for you a little bit. I think it would all fit to him pretty well. I'd be okay with that, and it wouldn't cost a lot. McLothan says Baker can play, just don't let him play when he's hurt. But is he going to be hurt a lot because he's not necessarily the biggest built guy, and he's going to take his share of punishment, and he's going to wear down a bit? That's the question with that. Jay Perez says Kaepernick is overrated. Agreed, Jay. Hayla Unspotted says Sauce Gardner. I like me some sauce. Saucy. John Ray says Mariota over Cap or Baker won't cost any draft capital either. That's what I'm saying, man. You just take it from a logical, reasonable standpoint, cost standpoint. Hell, even the equivalent of Mayfield's got, just like Baker, a former really high first-round draft choice. The talent's still there. Hasn't gone away. It's only a couple of years ago. Though nowhere new. Here's how the draft works. Hawks take Malik at 9. All right. We'll see. Why Big Jordan says Seahawks fans need to be looking at Ritter. Why Big Jordan? That's my favorite quarterback in this draft. So I've looked at all the quarterbacks in this draft. If I've got to pick one over the others, I'm going with Desmond Ritter. I still don't think he's a first-round quarterback. I still think you should take him in the second round. But I like Desmond a lot. And I think he's the most pro-ready of any of the quarterbacks in this draft. Stephen Grahn says Mariota has some starts that would be a good trade, and we have a good relations with the Raiders. I think he's a free agent. I believe Mariota is a free agent. If he's not, though, I would definitely be reaching out to the Raiders. That's a much better prospect to me than Baker. Joy Strew says Sauce will be gone by 9. He may. It'll be interesting to see. We don't know how it'll play out for sure, but probably. Rada says DK is going to leave after his contract's up. Well, he's got another year under his current deal, and he's got 2 franchise tags facing him. So I guess that'll be in 3 years. We'll deal with that in 3 years. Unfitted future. Stafford made look like Odell. Stafford made look like Odell a superstar, while Baker made him look washed. He did. And you've got to take it into your evaluation of Baker when you look at that situation and you go, okay, wait, you've had this guy here multiple years, all these practices, any time that you threw with him in the offseason, training camp, mini camps, and yet you couldn't get on him anywhere near the same level of page that Stafford got on with him, who had none of that stuff, none of that time to build up, none of that rapport to build up with Odell Beckham. It does make you look back at Baker and go, well, I got to ding you a little bit for that one. Matiz Jakubowski says, please not Baker. Please no. Hope not. Brandon says, I have a weird gut feeling that Seattle will surprise us like they always do. Maybe like Karlaftis. Who's a guy that doesn't actually get talked about at 9 that you would actually be okay with? Karlaftis is an interesting guy. More of your power guy approach to things. Best power rusher in this draft. Who would be a surprise to me if we took him at 9? That's a good question. I think I'd be really surprised if you took a Devontae White out of Georgia, 3-tech that high, or even his running mate Jordan Davis. If you went defensive tackle there, that'd be shocking to me. That'd be really surprising. If they went linebacker with that first pick, there's no will linebacker that warrants it. If they were looking at keeping Jordan Brooks at the will and then bringing in a guy like Nakobe Dean out of Georgia, that would shock me. That would blow me away. There's not a lot of other potential spots like safety, though, you're going to see him go at. There's no tight end that they're going to reach for. A receiver would surprise me. If they took a receiver at that spot, that would be very, very shocking. UE2K says, if you haven't noticed, the team has already been run into the ground. Maverick Consulting Group. Pete can develop defensive backs for later rounds. Don't waste number 9 pick for a cornerback. I don't want to necessarily either, Maverick. I do think, though, that Sauce is going to be a very tantalizing prospect for the Seahawks to look at. Pete's going to see in Ahmad so many echoes and mirroring in the way that just Sherman looked. He's Richard Sherman with 4.4 speed. So it's almost like that guy alone would be the one guy to make Carroll go outside of not taking a cornerback late. I agree with everything you said. I mean, you showed last year with Michael Jackson that a guy that you got basically off the street and came in and was your best defender, that Carroll can get these corners in the right position to do well. As well as you brought a guy like Sean Desayan, who's supposed to be a bit of a cornerback whisperer himself. But boy, Ahmad Gardner, big, 6'3", 4.4 speed, complete player. There's going to be a part of that, though, that I could easily see Carroll looking at and going, "Ooh, I'd like to add Sherman back again, but a faster Sherman to my defense. I think I'd like to do that, especially because they do look like a little bit here with some of these moves, especially paying as much money as they are to the safeties. Seattle's taking a little bit of approach of building, certainly if not from the back to the front, at very much the equivalent of whatever assets are being put into the front end are also then being put on an equivalent level to the back end as well. Danny Arnold says Baker Mayfield for a third or conditional second if he plays 90% or more snaps. It's a tough cost to pay on that one, Danny. You're only getting the 1-year rental of him at that point. That's a lot to give up for a 1-year rental guy who I don't think in a year is going to get with this roster where it's at us anywhere close to in contention. So it's almost like you're then paying for a quarterback to get your team to look somewhat entertaining through the year as opposed to being a bit of a crap show because they're in a rebuild mode. Nick Guzman, if you actually think Kaepernick is a viable option, I truly wonder how much football you actually watch. Agreed, Nick. I mean, I do think it's a little bit of something that from certain people's standpoint is driven a little bit by things that don't have anything to do with football. And I think that, especially with this channel, I stick to football. That's what we talk about. I look at it purely through a football lens. And just looking at it through the lens, where the guy was at when he stopped playing 5 years ago was not a great state. And now he's been out of football for 5 years. And we have no baseline or any history of any player at any position being out of the sport for 5 years and then coming back into the sport, much less a guy doing that and having any level of success by doing it. Rada says, every move we've made tells me the Seahawks are tanking. It definitely says, Rada, that we're leaning in that direction. And I'm hopeful that they stay with it. I'm hoping that they stay consistent in that approach of it. All it takes is one bad move. All it takes is one move where you're like, oh no, they're going this way. But so far they've showed the patience of it. I've got to commend the front office for doing that, at least on these deals. You're not putting yourself in any kind of peril for next year to go get that quarterback, to get this right. You're getting the roster right. You're stacking up some talent. So there are some indications of that. There are also some that they might, at least in what they've said, is no, we're not looking to rebuild. We're still going for it. So we still haven't seen the end of all the moves that they're going to make yet. But you're right. Early indications are at least more to rebuild than it is reloading. Larry Coleman says, stop it, Brandon. Love Baker. Love him. I will not love him. I don't want him. I don't want him. Go away. I don't want Baker. Take him back. No. No. I'm going to be like a toddler on this. No. I don't want Baker Mayfield. He's stupid. I can't do Baker. I can't do it. I'll deal with it. I'll find my peace with it. But it's going to be begrudging. It's going to be through gritted teeth. And there's going to be a lot of anger behind that peace. Hawks fan says, I hope we don't get a quarterback at 9. Me neither. Me neither. Wait. Just wait for the right time. Don't get your offensive line right. Don't put this rookie behind this offensive line and it's currently put together. Assemble something better. Protect that kid. Don't get him beat all to hell. Why Big Jordan says Seahawks might need to trade for shake and bake. Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake. Mark Conrad, who can we hire as a veteran center? Mark, we just brought in Austin Blythe. So they brought back Fuller. But they did bring back Blythe. Blythe, of course, last year was with Kansas City. He had about 4 years starting with the Rams. Running this scheme. He understands this scheme very well. He's a mobile-based offensive lineman. I would reckon to guess that he's in here now and they're going to probably draft another center to push Fuller. A guy like Cole Strange out of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and let's say like the 4th round, for instance, would be a guy they might take a look at there. So, unfortunately, that's your veteran center that they brought in. Tech Death Hippie says he's worth a third. I don't know if he is. Not on a 1-year rental. Not on a 1-year rental where I got to pay $18 million of his contract. I don't think so. They'll get that. I don't think it's worth it, though. Particle in Stephen Gran. If we are tanking, we should be trading more stars and not trying to sign Trent. I'm okay with your part on not signing Trent. I'd understand that. You do need to do something then at least at left tackle to have somebody in place versus just getting a rookie to get whoever you have back there beat all the hell in an offense that doesn't function at that point. So I'm okay with moving on from Trent. I would say trading more stars depends on the stars. I think that there are certain guys that I look at as foundational guys on this team going forward. I see a guy like DK Metcalf, for instance, as foundational. He came into this league at 20, 21 years old. He's played for 3 years, but he's only 24 years old. He's just entering into his prime. Why would you want to move on from that? Even if it takes a year and a half, 2 years to rebuild. Okay, so then he's 26. Why move on from that? He's not going to be good at 26. He's going to be broken down at 26. If we're talking about Lockett, who doesn't fit this scheme, who's undersized, who can't do the down blocking you need the receivers to do in this particular scheme, then yes. Certainly makes some sense to move on from him, especially with the roster bonus he is due to be hit, where you save a little bit of money by moving on before the roster bonus hits if you make that trade. So it kind of depends on the stars we're talking. But I'm with you on the Trent. I understand where you're coming from on the Trent deal. Maverick says, let's get Eric Fisher if we don't get Trent. I'd be okay with that too. Not going to cost a lot of money. UE2K says, I say we ignore any messages that mention Kaepernick. That's not a serious comment and only an attempt to troll the chat. I agree. I've said my piece on Cap. I'm going to let it roll at this point. So people can have their opinions on it, but I'm going to push through. Very well said, you. I think I'm going to roll that route. Brandon, imagine what you could do with Sauce Gardner. Why wouldn't you want a top 5 corner? That's why you always say, you have general rules in place, but rules were made why? Why were rules made? You're right. To be broken. And that's what I'm always looking to do. Let's break some rules. Look, you got rules here. You're not going to draft cornerbacks high. Not in Seattle. The highest we've taken a cornerback in the last 10 years in any given draft is Shaquille Griffin at the very back end. I'm talking the back end. I'm talking the back end door of round 3. That's the highest you've gone. Byron Maxwell's, Richard Sherman's, Deshaun Shed's, Ugo Amadi's, all taken in that back end of the draft. But as I said, rules are made to be broken. And if there was one time I might break that rule, a pure Seahawk prototype, 6'3", 4'4", never given up a touchdown in his entire college career, despite the fact he has played in so much of his college career on the field. A guy with 4'4" speed at 6'3", who can flip his hips, who's played in a purified zone scheme that matches every bit of what our Seahawks do in their zone scheme. Well, that's going to be a lot more enticing than it normally would if it was just any other, let's say, Derek Stingley type facing us at that pick. Larry Coleman says, Baker is elite. Deion Sanders' song gives him the money. John Schmensky says, we're looking to win, compete now. That's what they're saying. Hawks fan says, should we get David Ajobo at 41 with his injury? And what Hawk fans is intimating here a little bit, which is a smart approach, as I was mentioning Richardson with the Titans a couple of years ago. He came out of Mississippi State, tore his ACL then. I believe it might have been in his pro day or just at the end of the season. But you knew that you weren't going to get Richardson back that first year. But it was an investment to the future and what that player was going to be. You were getting a guy who, if he was healthy, would have gone probably top 15. But because he's not healthy, some off-the-field concerns with him allowed him to drop a little bit in that draft. Tennessee got him, took through the time to develop him and let the knee come back to snuff. And now he's been a real game wrecker for them up in the middle of that defense. I don't draw the same kind of parallels with Ajobo, even though he has a similar upside to him as Richardson does. I think they do. For whatever reason, and this may be just my personal outlook on it, I do differentiate still between the ACL and Achilles. I think they're coming along with both of those surgeries to get players back closer and closer to what they were. I don't think on either of those surgeries you quite get a player back to what he was. And I think especially with the Achilles, it is, as an injury, it's still lagging a little bit behind ACL on that process of rejuvenation. That to me tells me that if I'm getting a Ajobo, I'm going to probably go 3rd round at that point because I might have to wait even longer for him to come to Trek. I think even like Sidney Jones, I think tore his Achilles in his pro day, and it took him that extra couple of years of time frame. So I get where you're coming from in that maybe it's a smart pick for the future, especially a team that's in rebuild mode, and he's a great player, but I'm probably going to have to wait till the 3rd round to go. Unfitted future, $18 million for Baker plus draft capital is in a lost season, or $5 million for Kaepernick in a lost season. I'll go 5 cap at that point. JTB 1991 agreed. I don't want to pay him 5. No. How about no Baker and no cap on that? How about neither? Does it have to be a choice between 2 bad choices? JTB says agreed. Brandon, we need some sauce. I need a little bit of that sauce. Sauce makes everything a little bit better, a little more tastier, doesn't it? Just a little more tastier. James Waring with a $5 donation. Thank you, James. Says, love the stream. Locke has a chance to being better now that he's out of Shermer, horrible Denver's offense. Hawks will run the ball and limit Locke's throws. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. Well said on your point, James. And I'm actually hopeful for Locke. I am. I'm not expecting a lot from him, but I'm hopeful. 2nd round pick. He's got arm strength. To your point, within this offense, you're not going to ask him to go through a lot of progressions and do a lot of processing. It's going to be some easy reads, sometimes some easy throws, with the occasional time you're going to have him unveil his big arm. And in those moments, hopefully things should be wide open because, for instance, if you're running the ball the way you want to run this ball and the way you're going to want to throw the ball short, you're eventually going to bring those safeties up into the box and open things up a little bit easier on the deep end of things. So I do think he's going to be better here than he was in Denver. I am hopeful for him. He's not put out a lot of great tape. That's the problem here. And maybe it's all Shermer's fault. Could be. Certainly defensive-minded head coaches can lead quarterbacks astray. We've seen that a little bit, at least to a partial degree, I think, here with what happened with Carroll and the Wilson dynamic, especially near there at the end. But also, Locke hasn't put it out there. And even the place where they like that his benefactors like to go to, James, where they say, look at the first when he first started out his career, he went 4-1 through his first 5 starts. But he also played against 5 of the weaker opponents in the entire NFL that particular season. So it was a good 5-week run. We're going to need a little more to know that he can be anything beyond just a guy, just a backup guy. Still, doesn't cost us a lot, and if we ride with him next year in a rebuild year, I'm completely fine with it. Completely fine with it. I wouldn't bitch or moan about it in the least, even if it's sometimes in tough football, because it's all about building to that future and building the building blocks appropriately rather than trying to take the shortcuts on the rebuild. It's when you take the shortcuts, it's when you grow impatient that you completely blow these type of things up and stop all progress. Chris Snape says Devontae Adams did turn down better cash. No Baker, not even for a bag of balls. Marcus Mariota needed a different offense he can play. He has made the playoffs. Well said, Chris. Yeah, and he played a little bit of a different offense, and I'm okay with Mariota. Not going to cost you a lot. He's got some upside potential to him. He's going to be fun to watch. He's going to move around, scramble a bit. I mean, I'll enjoy watching him play. I know that. But yeah, I had heard Devontae Adams just wanted to get out of Green Bay, it sounds like. Why Big Jordan says CJ Stroud is a Seahawk. Seahawks should build the line for him right now. That's my approach to it. Why Big Jordan? I've been a big harper of this on the channel, which is that you have all these teams that try to go out and get their quarterback of the future first, and then they're like, we'll figure out the offensive line downstream. It's like, no, you get your offensive line done first and then bring your quarterback in. Not only because you protect the quarterback, but also because you give your quarterback the greater chance of being successful early on. And if we know right now that the blueprint to going and winning Super Bowls over the last 25 years is to get your young quarterback on a rookie contract so you can build a super team around him, then you want the factors at their best around him when he's on that rookie deal to maximize that time period. You do that, in my opinion, if you do build to the offensive line first. And part of the reason why I say, hey, we're already in a weak draft for quarterbacks. We already have an offensive line that needs some rebuilding. Why don't we just lean into that? There's some strength in this draft as far as offensive line. Lean into that. And I'm open to Stroud. I need to watch more tape on him, Big Jordan. I'm just still getting through all the tape of this current draft coming up because we do a 3-day draft extravaganza here on this channel where I stream for about 30 hours over the course of those 3 days. So I'm getting all my prep work done for that. But soon after that, then it'll be with an eye and a look and a view towards starting to look at those quarterbacks and see who does potentially fit with our Seahawks. Gabe Greenlee says, as a Browns fan, please take Baker, man. He's a nightmare. I can't stand the dude. Well, when you sell me on him like that, when you talk him up all nice like that, Gabe, okay. And yeah, why Big Jordan cross at 9 is good. DHDH is Caleb Williams. So tough, I swear. I like me Caleb Williams. Fun tape out of Oklahoma last year to watch. He's going to USC. I'm going to be keeping my eye on him too. Luke99 says, I know you're not a Zags fan, but what a second half. We better start hitting some free throws. Go Zags. Go Hawks. Hey, go Zags. Let's get it done this year, Zags. Let's get it done. Enough messing about. Why Big Jordan Caleb Williams is going to be an issue? He is. I like Caleb Williams. He's just fun to watch in the pocket, decision making. He throws some gutsy throws too. He will throw it a little bit like Burrow with that, where it's like some throws that they should have no business making, but they do anyway, and they get away with it. Nowhere new. I'd send LJ Collier for Baker straight up and then make Baker the best water boy in the league. Okay, yeah. Okay, Browns fan. You guys are saying we got to give you all this pick. Why don't we just go LJ? We'll give up our first round pick for your first round pick. That's fair. You guys lost Malik McDowell just went buck naked in a playground, and you're going to lose Jadeveon Clowney. So here, we'll give you LJ Collier. He was once brought in to replace Clowney. So if he could not get it done here without one time, he can maybe not do it again with you guys a second time. Osama bin Diesel says, don't sleep on Blaine Gabbert. He's won as many Super Bowls as Wilson. Oh. The knife cuts deep. Voodoo Magic says the Browns have no leverage. Let Baker get cut. That's true. I hadn't explored that in discussing this, Voodoo, but you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, will the Browns want to ride with both Baker and Deshaun if Baker, is going to be a difficult, or no one's going to give him, no one's going to, not Baker's difficult, but if no one gives them the draft compensation that they're wanting, will they really have the guts to just sit on Baker for a year where you lose him for nothing at the end of the season anyway? No, they wouldn't. So Chris Dave says, I would take Matt Corral in the second. Could be worse. That's my worst case scenario right now, Chris. I'm sorry, it just is. It's above Baker Mayfield, above bringing in Cap, above anything else. The Corral experience would be the worst. I went back and watched 3 more of his games this last week, and my evaluation's on point with him. It's not that he doesn't have wild traits. His arm's snappy. His delivery is lightning quick. He's a playmaker at the position, a true point guard distributor of the football. But the simplified offense he played in, his undersized build, his paper-thin ankles, the fact that every time he gets tackled, it looks like somebody put Simtex on his jersey and lit the fuse or hit the detonator as soon as he gets on any contact. Fumbling problems, decision-making, some issue. Not in the second round. Not in the second round. D-Man W says, Jamal will come back and be good next season. I think they're going to at least put the conditions in place to allow him to be good. Less of him playing single high safety, less of him playing cover 2 safety, more of him coming downhill. That's part of why you are adopting the defense you are with Fangio. Fangio-style defense is to try to put more positions of Jamal being aggressive and attacking rather than being passive and dropping back into coverage. Nick Guzman, Jamal's stats aren't much different than Derwin in coverage, but everyone and their mom praises Derwin. Yeah, it gets overstated, Nick. It gets overstated, and that's why I just spoke about the single high safety and the cover 2 aspect of it. When he played with the Jets and Jamal Adams was an all-pro, he played near the line of scrimmage. He was always up and around there, and he was all across the board like a chess piece along that line of scrimmage. Seattle brought him here, and what they did with Jamal Adams is rather than look at his skill set and say, how do we get the most out of this skill set, they said, oh, this skill set's awesome. Now we're going to make him do what we want to do. And at this time, when they brought in Jamal, the big twist of the dial for Coach Carroll and his defense at that time was going away from the single high cover 3 look, right, where you drop your free safety as the center fielder and then your corners on the outside drop deep as well. So instead of that, now he went to more of the cover 2. Corners will be up a little bit tighter, and then we'll have our 2 safeties go into cover 2. Well, you still ran some cover 3 stuff, and for whatever reason, at times when they ran that cover 3, they'd have Jamal as sort of your deep high safety at that point because it was a way to try to trick offenses, right? They see Jamal and they go, oh, well, there's no way he's going to play single high safety, and then he goes to single high safety, and look how shocking to the offense. But then all that's going to happen at that point in time is that offense is going to then attack him deep because that's not his game. Look at a game like the first Rams game with Deshaun Jackson, who beats Jamal deep on a play where he's not tracking it. Well, the question is, why is Jamal one-on-one with Deshaun Jackson up the field in that moment? It's not putting him in the position to succeed. Jets didn't put him in similar positions with New York when he was there. And I think Seattle's kind of starting to understand that. It sucks. It takes a couple of years to get there, Nick. But I don't think Jamal's bad in coverage. You just need to put him in the coverage positions you'd normally ask a strong safety. You mentioned Derwin James. Derwin James is a free safety. In my book at least, I know he can do both of the things, but Jamal's a strong safety. He's a box guy. Put him on running backs, put him on tight ends, he'll flourish. He shut down George Kittle in the Niner game on the road last year and did it very well. He can do that in his game, but when you put him on a number 1 or a number 2 wide receiver and he's got to run with him step for step, 45, 50 yards up the field, yeah, he's not going to be good in that realm. Well said, though. Maverick says Chargers and Bengals winning the offseason so far. I like the Chargers the best so far of their offseason. I think they've done awesome. And the Bengals, it's good to see them start to address their offensive line. Alan Estrada, do you think the Hawks will trade Metcalf? No, I think you sign him to a contract extension when it's all said and done. He's too young. You just don't need to do it. Why Big Jordan says, should Seattle get one of C.J. Stroud's receivers now? Nah. No, I like them both, but it's not the time's not right. We just got a second-round receiver last year. We need to draft other positions. Kizzy says, should we rebuild the Legion of Boom? Also, how should we start? I don't think you should even attempt to try to rebuild the Legion of Boom. I think that there are special defenses that come across the NFL's path once every 10, 20 years, and if you get them, if you happen to be one of your teams that gets one of those defenses, enjoy it, celebrate it. Don't expect it to be duplicated. We're not going to see another Legion of Boom in NFL history. Maybe we'll see something close, but we certainly aren't going to be the ones to rebuild that. The better approach here, in my opinion, is instead of looking to rebuild a secondary that's a monster, rebuild the front seven. Specifically, rebuild the defensive line to where you've got just dogs up front, pass rushers across the board, depth in pass rushers across the board, and just keep coming at offenses in that respect. And I think if you build up your defensive line first and foremost, the rest of the defense will come with it. If you build it, the secondary will come. Brett Walden says, where has Brendan been? Well, Brett, man, Brendan was grinding last week, man. Brendan was doing free agency every single morning last week. So I thought he was just about to go full time on the channel, actually. So he's probably resting himself up. That's a commitment, doing 4 or 5 straight days of streaming. I can speak to it, but he was in on it. Ramon, oh, you're speaking to Osama. What's up, Ramon? John says, ask Brendan about Baker. I can only imagine, man. I will. I can only imagine where he's going to be at. We're both going to be happy to try to dress that one up. Why Big Jordan says Scott Fritterer is building Legion of Boom. He is, isn't he? Why Big Jordan? I'll tell you, if there's a reason why Ahmad Sauce Gardner doesn't get to the Seattle Seahawks at number 9, I think the biggest reason that doesn't happen is the Carolina Panthers at number 6. Going for him there just after they drafted J.C. Horn last year, and then they traded for C.J. Henderson, and that's after losing potentially Stephon Gilmore in free agency. He isn't even trying to build the Legion of Boom, man. He's just trying to build the corner room. He wants his corners to be 5 deep, I guess. That's where he's going at it. Daryl Alford says DK for Baker in a third. Get out of here. Get out of here. Y2K says, been meaning to member up for a while. I would love a Mariners offseason video. I'm freaking pumped. I do think Baker might not be the worst, maybe a 4th and a next year's 3rd. I'd be cool with that. I'll do 2 4s. I'll do a 4 this year and a 4 next year, but I just stay away from those first 2, 3, I think, Y2, because we might be really high up in that 3rd round, and that might be just a bit too much to cause me to allow me to do the 3rd. But if we can do a 4th, or, I may be okay with that. Y2K, we're going to be doing a Mariner channel, so I'm going to create a Mariner channel separately from the football channel here. And we got to think of a channel name. So I'm going to be getting that put together here soon, and then we'll start putting I'll be kind of doing it light on that channel, but we'll be doing mainly live streams and stuff of Mariner games on those nights. Larry Coleman says, Legion of Boom is coming. Believe in the process. Believe in it. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on the super chat. Says, how do you watch old games like Corals? So the best way to do it, there's been some really good ways on YouTube, these guys upload these, is you look for the college offense. So in Coral's case, you're going to go Ole Miss offense, 2021. And there's guys that have posted games up on the channel where you can watch just the whole offensive game of just Coral's whole game, just the snaps offensively speaking, so you don't have to keep skipping around. There's some you have to watch the whole game where you have to skip around a little bit. But Coral's, there's at least 3 or 4 games right off the jump that you'll have pop up for you if you do a search on him. And go back and then just watch the games. You'll just get cut-ups of him throwing and playing the quarterback position, and you'll get a real good feel for how he does it. You're going to notice you're going to see a lot of one-read stuff, everything off of the read option, nothing under center. And again, very snappy throw, very quick release. The quickest release and the snappiest throw inside of 15 yards in this draft. Those are his special traits. A lot of moxie, a lot of grit on this guy. But again, undersized, and I think he really does struggle to push the ball up the football field when you start to ask him to go 40, 45, 50 yards. It's like he needs to do a little crow hop every time he wants to try to put a little bit extra on the ball to go deep. And in the football, in the NFL game, you don't always get the crow hop. You don't always get to be clear of the pocket, crow hop it, and then unleash. Sometimes you just got to hit back foot and let it go. And I don't know if I hate having questions about a quarterback's arm strength when I'm picking that high in the draft. But that's the way to check it out, Jason. Just do it Ole Miss offense, or if you're looking for a defensive player, be like Perry and Winfrey with Oklahoma. You type in Oklahoma defense 2021, and you'll get a variety of stuff popping up for you. Go Hawks 2022 with a $9 donation. Thank you, Go Hawks 2022. I appreciate you. It says, glad you said build offensive line first, then get your quarterback. Makes total sense. Just ask Joe Burrow. Go Hawks 2022, it's one of my things I'd say should just be a mandate league-wide because we have so much data about you going one or two different directions. Let's just look at the last 6 years in the NFL. Carson Wentz comes in early into Philadelphia on a very, very good roster at that time. They make some other good secondary moves, but his offensive line is great at that time out the gate. Really good, right? Really good. And he almost turns in an MVP season, and Nick Foles comes in there and they win a Super Bowl with that team where it was, and specifically having that great offensive line of where it was. Dak Prescott came to the Cowboys a couple of years ago and was able to overtake Tony Romo kind of at the time. Tony, of course, had the injury situation, but essentially retired Tony at that point because he had a great, and able to get that team probably further than they should have gotten, having a third round kind of rookie quarterback where he was, but because they had a good, great offensive line at that time. Great offensive line. I look across the board, Jimmy Garoppolo, who everybody wants to give a lot of, well, Jimmy's won more playoff games than Russell Wilson. Well, the 49ers had a really good offensive line there throughout their time. They've invested in that offensive line throughout that time there. They've understood it, which means that the quarterback doesn't have to be as much of a Superman at that point, and nor has Jimmy had to be anything close to a Superman. Made it look like Superman in the face, but hasn't played like Superman on the football field. And you can find case after case. Mac Jones last year. Patriots always do good with their offensive line. Look, Mac Jones has a really good first year out the gate. You know, it plays out like this over and over again. Well, now let's look at the other side of it. What happens when the teams don't build around him? Well, Burrow tore an ACL in his first year. Could have had both knees retorn 10 times over this year with the amount of hits and damage he sustained. And if you don't think that this is going to start to add up on Burrow, because that's the thing about this with these young quarterbacks when they're tough and they can take these hits. Oh, he's so tough, just bounces right up. Just bounces right up. Then about 4 or 5 years in the league, you stop bouncing right back up. Stuff stops healing just as fast as it used to. It starts to kind of mount. We saw this with Russell Wilson, quite frankly. It does mount up when you take that kind of punishment to that type of degree, where it's not like, well, I'm taking a couple hits a game. I'm getting just destroyed every football game. And it got their first round quarterback broken by doing that. You can find other times with these quarterbacks in the league, when you usually find a first round quarterback, I would estimate, when you're looking at it and going, why did this guy fail? Backtrack it around and you can usually find an offensive line that's in disrepair or wasn't given enough of an onus. And I don't know why teams seem to still continue to show such a blind spot for this one. Again, it shows so much data to building the offensive line right first and foremost, and then getting your quarterback. But teams get impatient. Teams want their quarterback. Teams want their franchise guy. No one wants to wait. But that's also where I think you make your bad decisions, because you're not planning things out at that point. You're just reactionarily, emotionally saying, we need this, so let's go get it, whether that's the right real decision to make or not. But thank you for the $10 donation there. Go Hawks. DA with a $2 donation says Thibodeau at 9. Thoughts? I like it. I'd be okay with Kayvon Thibodeau at number 9. He can do he can put his hand in the dirt. He can stand up. I've seen him do both on the Oregon tape, so he'd fit into the scheme where we're going to be doing both 4-3 and 3-4 stuff. Part of when making your assessment with Thibodeau is really not about what you see on the field. He does take some plays off. He was fighting through a lower leg injury this year, though, in looking at those plays that he's taking off. So a little more understandable in that realm to a degree. There is not another pass rusher that puts together, in my opinion, in this particular draft, the combination of get off and bend of anybody else. Those two components, as they work together, and those two components can make a pass rusher at his most lethal. Beyond power, beyond an ability to hand fight, get off, bend. Those two things go together like peanut butter and jelly. And he's got it, which should open the door for Thibodeau early on to be very productive right out the gate. And I'm not talking 13, 14 sacks production, but to give you, like in a rookie year, 6, 7, 8 sacks, and then to continue to build on it. You got to light a fire under his butt. We got to know how much he loves football. We got to know how much there is to really tap into there, because if he doesn't love football, and we don't have those reports, but the coaching staff does in their interviews and what they're seeing from him, then I'm all on board. But if there is questions about, well, he loves the idea more of being a football player than he loves actually playing football. Well, that, if I get that, if that's what my evals are telling me, if that's my psych people are telling me, then I might have a little bit of a holdup in that realm. But from a player on the field and the element and the traits he has to his game, he is one of those tier 1 guys, no doubt about it. Voodoo Magic with a $6.66 donation. Thank you, Voodoo. Says Charles Riley just got traded to China. Oh, dear God. Charles, don't go. Don't go. Turn it down. Turn it down. You don't want to do it, man. You don't want to do it. The massage parlors are not worth it. Oh, why? Jeremy Horn. Jeremy Chin. He's good. He's a good safety for them. They really kind of more lucked into him becoming a safety than they really, I don't know. I guess they did. Yeah, maybe they are trying to recreate the boom there. It's David says, insane to me that the Broncos traded practically the same value package for Russ that we traded for Jamal. I mean, not really, though. Not really. You traded 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and you can say Bradley McDougald, but you were going to release Bradley McDougald if you didn't. You had Quandre Diggs still on the roster. He wasn't going to remain, and no one else was trading anything for Bradley McDougald. He was just a guy. So it's really the 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick. You've got the 2 first-round picks, but the other thing with that is that you're doing 2 first-round picks that were most likely going to be late first-round picks when you made it. Now, they got a top 10 pick out of it, so it is equivalent in how this played out, but at the time they're making the trade, you're picking probably in the 20s in what you're giving them. Even in that case, though, you've got the 2 second-round picks, which are better than the third-round pick. And you got 3 players in addition to it. And not just 3 players that are the equivalent of Bradley McDougald. Maybe Drew Lock's the equivalent of what Bradley McDougald was. But Noah Fant was a top 20 first-round pick just a couple of years ago. Shelby Harris is a really good, valuable interior defensive lineman in this league. So you got basically the equivalent, in my estimation of it, on this of 3 first-round picks plus, if you're talking about the cumulative total value. Mr. Allah says, no, I'd hate having to root for Baker. You, me, and everyone else. Nick Reeder, we could just suck for a few years, get blue chip players, then draft Arch Manning. That's a plan. That's a plan. George Trillo, and thank you to Dwight Hall for subscribing. George Trillo says, what is Baker's average release time? I'm not sure on that. I haven't seen that stat pop up for Baker. Let's see if I got it on. I might have it in my notes from when I had that stat for Russell. Let me take a look and see if I got it here. I don't think I do. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have it up. I only got Russ's deal on there, so I don't know on his. He's definitely not one of the fastest, I'll tell you that. But he also runs a lot of play action out of 2 tight end sets, which means a lot of 7-step drops, which also then mean your quarterback's going to hold the ball a little bit longer when that's the case. David Yang says, I would trade Baker for a bowl of rice. I'd do that. I'd do that deal. Megan says, never underestimate the value of dumb. Our new club mantra, laughing out loud. It's going to have to start being the new mantra, right, Megan? I keep saying learn your lessons is my theme of the offseason. I think it's going to have to get changed very quickly to never underestimate the value of dumb. Maverick Consulting Group, Sean Desai is going to be the defensive whisperer. I hope, Maverick. They certainly think very highly of him. His star is on the rise league-wide. A guy that seems destined to be a head coach here someday. He was a great addition to that coaching staff. He's going to bring some new ideas. He's going to help implement this Vic Fangio system in totality. A lot to be excited with Sean Desai. Why Big Jordan, like Robbie Anderson, did Sam Darnold? Yeah, he did do Darnold a little dirty, didn't he, Big Jordan? Exactly that. Exactly like that. Curtis Snyder says, honestly, go Mariota and eventually draft someone is the way I see to go. Good vet and a better backup. Great. Well said, Curtis. Very well said. More succinctly and more articulately put than I've been putting it. But yes, that's what I would like. That's what I'd prefer to do. That would be kind of my option one if we've got to go with, we need to get another quarterback in here. Would I, A, like to go in the market and trade for somebody, B, draft somebody in this draft, or C, get a guy like Mariota? I'd more go to Mariota. Mariota would be my number one guy specifically within that realm of just free agent quarterback type / trade him for a bag of chips type. I like it. I like it from that move. There's some upside to it. Doesn't cost a lot. Doesn't put our draft capital in any sort of peril, nor does it have us on the future any hook for future cap space or draft capital out the door. Why Big Jordan? 2 fourths for Baker. 2 fourths for Baker make at least a little sense. So that I could maybe lean to that now on the 1 year rental, but I'd still just like to go a different direction. Unfitted future. DK's worth a first and a second. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of him though. We like him. We don't feel like we have to offload him just because you guys want him. We like him. We don't want to get rid of him. Ricardo, it'll be interesting to see if Hawks' new defensive coordinator can get Jamal Adams back to prominence. Ricardo, I'm guessing he is, because he spoke to, specifically, that was one of his first points in his initial press conference when he was announced as a defensive coordinator, was that he was, again, acknowledging the things that I was just talking about previously, which is that he's not been put in the proper positions to succeed. The Seahawks are not trying to get the most out of him. They've tried to jam him into their scheme rather than do what coaches really should do, which is take a player, take his skill set and talent once he is on your team, and then get the most out of that. You certainly, when you're in your drafting process and trading process and evaluating process, looking for players to fit what you do. But if you happen to find one who goes outside of what you normally do, and Jamal Adams most certainly goes outside of what normally Coach Carroll has looked to see and want in a safety, then you've made your bed. You've made your bed, now embrace it. As I've said, this is Jimmy Graham 2.0. Jimmy Graham was an H-back tight end. Jimmy Graham was a slot receiver for nearly 67% of his time with the New Orleans Saints. Seahawks brought him in here and tried to turn him into an inline tight end. We're going to force you to do what we want in our system as opposed to what can get the most out of you. It's one of the places that they've been broken on, and one of the reasons I do lean to saying, learn your lessons. Stop making those same old mistakes. And Ricardo, I think at the very least in regards to Jamal, because they're recognizing where it's gone wrong, and they're recognizing what it's going to do to get that turned around in the other direction. If he can stay healthy, that should mean a return to prominence. B-Russ says, are you planning on streaming more games this year? I think you could really blow up your channel growth even more by doing that weekly. Yeah, I'm streaming all the games this year, B-Russ, as far as the Seahawks game goes. So we will be every single game start to finish, and we'll be doing it's going to be about 8 hours of me streaming every Sunday during next year's games. But that is the plan in place. For sure. And we're going to be uptaking this streaming stuff too as we go along here. Obviously, I'm going to be doing all 3 days of the draft here this offseason. We'll kind of be uptaking it here and there. I've been trying to think about doing some more streams that might be shorter in length, but get just some more just get more opportunity of interaction with the chat. Because I know when we have 450 people in chat today, it's going to be sometimes hard to get to everyone's comment like I like to do, like I prefer to do. Jay Perez says, Baker can work for you guys. He's better than what he looks. Make sure your coach kicks his ass. I think he'd fit here, Jay. I think his mentality would fit well with Coach Carroll. He does a lot of the under center, 2 tight end stuff, play action with Cleveland already. That would fit to here. He would be able to handle all that stuff pretty seamlessly. To your point, it wouldn't be awful. It wouldn't be the worst direction they could go, but it does come down to, Jay, sometimes draft cost in that respect of things. Astronomy says, y'all took away Robbie and Jamal from us Jets. Thank you for the cap space. Laughing my ass off. Well, you guys got to use it right now. You're going to have to use that cap space correctly. But you're welcome. We don't give out a lot of gifts out of here in Seattle. Usually it's just salmon. But sometimes it's cap space and draft capital. David Yang, I think the Seahawks defense is going to do very well this year. Book it. I do too, David. I mean, you're going to put all these assets into it. If you look at where they've spent the majority of their money in this free agent period, the majority of the $50 million spent, I would reckon to guess 2 of the first 3 picks probably are going to be to the defensive side of the ball. If you're going to put that many assets into it, I'm hoping that you can make it at least better than average. And I would anticipate that this defense, as they're starting to try to construct, it's probably going to be at the very least a top 12 crew. Maybe even beyond that, though some of that's going to be dependent upon probably how good the offense is. JJ Epperly, I hope we go left tackle or cornerback with that 9th overall pick. I love it, JJ. I'm with it. Reality says, fire Grandpa Pete, take our chances with a rookie quarterback. And he's not going anywhere anytime soon, Reality, unfortunately. Pete's here for at least the next couple of years, regardless, I think, of what happens until the team sells, probably in 2025. Ramon DeCorda, Mayfield or Mariota, period. Fitz is fun to watch, but he won't win you any championships. He won't even get a team like the Seahawks to the playoffs. No. Both good options there, Ramon. I can go with either one. I leaned over towards Mariota. It doesn't cost you draft capital. He's going to cost probably about 1/3 of what Baker does from a contract standpoint. Is he that far off of Baker? Is he that big of a fall off being a free agent? Just you can get him for nothing right now? No, not to me. Always compete, says Breece Hall from Iowa State. Favorite back in the draft, always compete. He's got the thing that you look for most in every running back. And we can talk about attributes of running back. Does he run strong? Does he push the pile? Does he have breakaway speed? Does he have excellent vision? Does he not die easily? But the one thing that we often don't talk about in running back, which might be the most important, is the first 8 steps. Not the first 2-3 steps of quickness, not the 15, 16 step, which would be a measure of speed, but the first 8 steps. And then the first 8 steps, Breece Hall, is sensational. It's the thing that makes Jonathan Taylor as good as he is. It's what makes Nick Chubb as great as he is. It is, I am faster in my first 8 steps than anybody else on this football field. You might be faster in your first 2 or 3 steps. You might be faster in your 16th, 17th step. But my first 8 steps, I'm going to be faster than you. I'm going to run by you. With my quickness, it's combo quickness speed when you're into the 8 steps. But Breece has got that. He's big, 6'1". He's got the size to him, vision. He's got a few little moves to his game, a nice little spin move. He can kind of dead leg you a little bit in the open field. Very well-rounded runner in that respect. He can catch the ball in the backfield. Excellent speed, long speed, along with the quickness and the 8 steps. He's also got the open field speed to really open up into that gear. He's a 4.4 guy. I love Breece. I'd be perfectly happy getting him in the second round. And I'm not a big draft or running back in the second round kind of guy. Go Hawks 05, give me Sauce, Mafe, and Travis Jones. I think Travis Jones is now out. Go Hawks 05. You got Al Woods in here, Poona Ford. You're going to be rocking with Shelby Harris from the 3 tech. Quentin Jefferson is in here. Brian Monet. You're like 5 deep right now at the defensive tackle position. So I love Travis, but I think he's now off the board with the Quentin Jefferson signing, even though they're kind of 2 different player types and what you'd ask them both to do. John Ruiz, Strong or Ritter in the 3rd if they must get a quarterback in this draft. I think Ritter goes in the 2nd. He might even go up into the 1st. Don't be surprised to see that. I do think Strong is a 3rd round guy, though, John. I'm with it. Larry, Pete Carroll going to lie to the fans. Baker coming here, but he might surprise you. We'll never know. We'll see. Caleb Clemens says Fitzpatrick's better than Mayfield. Yeah. No, I think Mayfield's better than Fitz. I think he's a little better than Fitz. Fitz is funner, to Ramon's point, but I think Mayfield's better. Joe Strew says, I hope Seattle trades down and picks Linderbaum. That'd be my dream draft scenario. If we're talking dream draft scenario, we trade down to 16, pick up an extra 2nd-round pick, take Linderbaum. Now you got 3 2nd-round picks and a 3rd-round pick, and you started the draft with Linderbaum. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Christopher Milton, Seattle can have Baker. He needs to become humble and grow the hell up. I like Baker, but Cleveland gave him everything he needed to win. Offensive line, check. Running backs, check. Defense, check. Well said, man. Well said. You've got to, when you're given everything around you to succeed, you got to do it. Doesn't matter whether you're on the rookie deal or not as a quarterback. The expectation is that you're supposed to flourish within that, and he has not quite flourished. Though he did suffer that injury last year, which I think it was going to be his time to really, really start to go to what he was going to be, and then that clicked, and he couldn't really play through it. Herzide says, the Chargers fascinate me lately. My faves in the AFC, if they got Bobby, then I would be sold. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with the Bobby thing by bringing him in, though. That's the part that didn't make sense to me exactly, because they have Kenneth Murray there, who is, to me, middle linebacker coming out of Oklahoma, and that's really where you'd want to keep him. So does Bobby slide to outside linebacker there, or do you move Murray to right outside linebacker at that point? I don't know if that would fit, unless they're just trying to stay with like 3-4 concepts, and they're going to just run with 2 middle linebackers at that point. But I love what the Chargers are doing. You take 2 pass rushers that are lead on either edge, and then you get a corner on the side that can lock down one side of the football field. There has been a lot of recent teams that have done that with a lot of great success. The Patriots did this with Darrelle Revis in the 2014 season that they beat the Seahawks. A couple of years later, the Denver Broncos did something similar where they had Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware on the edges, and then they had Aqib Talib as their lockdown guy on the outside. And, of course, look no further than this past season with the Rams. Aaron Donald, Von Miller, Leonard Floyd. Got our pass rushers up front, then we get Ramsey out to the other side of the field to lock down half a field. This is a baseline. This is a blueprint. This is something that you can replicate, and that is what the Chargers are doing here with the J.C. Jackson signing, in addition to having Mack brought in with Bosa on the other side. Now, they're going to need some of those aging pass rushers a little bit to stay healthy, two guys in both Mack and Bosa that have had their share of injury concerns. But if they stay healthy with Jackson, that's all going to fit really well together. Say nothing of Derwin James back there, lurking, and if they can get even a little more development from some of the younger guys like Adderley back there at the safety position, look out. Look out. The sky is the limit for the Chargers next year at that point. Mari Taylor says Desmond Ridder could be a hidden gem. He's my QB number one. I don't know if he's got star talent to him. I don't know if he's that guy. But as I've said, I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback. I think he gives you the assemblage of everything in talent-wise you'd want in a quarterback, with guys coming up now being that he's got the 4.5 speed, so he's got the mobility with it. He can move around in the pocket. He's got the big arm. He's got the prototypical size. He's got some things to clean up in his game as far as from just, his delivery goes, but you can do that. That can be done. Go look at Aaron Rodgers' delivery back in college versus now. It is completely different. But the things that you can't teach, the speed, the arm strength, the throwing with anticipation, I like his overall decision-making. To me, makes Ridder my number one quarterback in this particular draft. Though, again, I still say that as saying he's my number one quarterback that should be taken in the top of the second round, not a first-round guy. Christopher Milton says, what more does a quarterback need? You're right, Christopher. I'm agree with you, man. Baker doesn't have a lot of excuses. The injury thing is the only excuse that he has. But then through the first couple of years, he had a good offensive line and pretty good defense through that time period too. The running game was there through that time period too. I will say the one thing that you can maybe give him a little bit with too, though, is he's also played in a really tough division. Every game you play within that division's rough. And as I can speak to in our NFC West, when all four teams are fairly top-notch and pushing for it, it does make it makes it harder for one to really separate themselves from the other. DHDH says, what about Jets 10 and 35 for Metcalf? I don't want to trade Metcalf, so I'm kind of emotionally married to not moving Metcalf. Is that about right value to go get Metcalf? Yeah, that would be about fair value. But do I want to do it? I don't want to do it, but it's emotionally based. I can't look at Metcalf and make some analytic, cold-blooded Bill Belichick type decision of like, oh, it's maximum value out of what we can get, and let's get whatever we can, and then we'll just trade him. We'll get draft picks. This is what we're on to Cleveland. We're on to Cleveland next week. I can't get to the Belichick mindset on it with DK. I just think I want him as a building block going forward. It's hard to find receivers like that with that type of skill set, that size. Let's build around it. George Trillo says, let's all be grateful we don't have Trey Flowers anymore. That's true. We don't have that. No big corner. John Swansky, Pete did a whole diatribe on second chances, so Mayfield or Locke. Maybe one of those two. Those are very likely. As Chris says, don't trade DK, just pay him. That's it, right, Chris? We don't all this trade talk at DK. Just pay the man. Pay him the money. By the time DK, if he were to fulfill the 4 years of his contract, if you sign him to a deal right now, it's going to be, 28 years old? By the time he finishes the deal, that will be money well spent. Caleb says Pete Carroll can handle Fitzpatrick's parody. I think Fitzpatrick's too wild with the football for Carroll. He wouldn't want a gunslinger back there with that beard. No. He's also very anti-beard. You guys don't know about him, but Carroll's actually very anti-beard. Russ tried to grow a beard at one point, and literally Carroll jumped him in a locker room with a shaver, according to the stories. U2K says trading 9 would be dumb. You win the league with difference makers. Picking in the top 10 is a rare occasion, and you have to make that pick when you can. The only way I can understand trading down U2K just because this is the depth of this draft. So that's the only reason that I'm behind it. I think you have to take it draft by draft. But to your point, you move down from 9 into 15, you are into tier 2 at that point. You're out of tier 1, you are into tier 2. And that means there's more of a question mark in those guys you're getting versus who you get at 9. That's going to be pretty close to being as clean a prospect as you can get with as far as you know what he's going to be. He'll provide some impact. He should be a good player. Go Hawks survive. Sauce just has too much sauce not to be a pick by our Go Hawks. He does. I like the thought of having a guy too much. Sauce got him. Sauce got him. Herbicide says we're going to have Jody, Pete, and John until Jody sells the team in 2025. Yes, correct. Daryl Dalford, if Randy Moss went for a 4th to the Patriots, then DK is going for a 5th. How did you come to that conclusion, Daryl? How do we come to that conclusion, my man? Randy was a much older player at that time, number 1. Number 2, Randy wasn't putting up the level of production DK is putting up with Seattle in Oakland, number 2. Number 3, Randy's got a lot of off-the-field stuff / character stuff people kind of worried about with him, which also depressed a little bit of his value at the time too. So different scenario. Herbicide says this would be more like, Daryl, if you're looking for more of a historical template here, look at the Joey Callaway trade to the Cowboys. So Joey Callaway through his first couple of years, DK through for his first couple of years, and then look at what the Cowboys gave us for Joey Callaway. That's an equivalent value if you're looking for something, not the Moss deal. Diane Wallace. Sorry, Diane. Says, Browns fan here. Lots of fans here hate Mayfield. Love to see him go to Seattle. How about a trade, Metcalf or Mayfield, and you guys sweeten the pot with a couple of first rounders? Really? Okay, Diane, I know you're trolling with that one. And you're not alone. I think I've had about a dozen Brown fans here on the stream today trying to talk me into trading DK Metcalf to you guys for Mayfield with some. You're the first one to say we've got to give you picks to. And you guys sweeten the pot? You're telling me you think Mayfield's worth more than Metcalf, Diane? And what alternative reality are we dealing from here? No way. Henchman number 1 says a 4th rounder for Mayfield is a problem. The success rate for a 3rd rounder is 30 to 50%. Well, again, I don't think all 3rd round picks are equivalent. I think if you're picking up in the top 10 of the 3rd round versus picking in the bottom 20s or into the late 20s in the 3rd round, you're going to get a different player potentially, or at least different assemblage of players to pick from. Whereas I think the 4th round is where the tiers drop off of this draft. Tier 2 of this draft, in my opinion, goes from about 14 to 75. That's where your picks are in that. So you're probably just about to dip right to the back end of the 3rd round and the top of the 4th round of that tier 2 group. That's the strength of this draft. So I don't want to trade Baker for one of the strengths of this draft, in my opinion. It'd have to be the 4th rounder, but I don't think 4th rounder is a problem. Larry's, that's a good contract for Baker, $33 million? No, $33 million. Adding Trent Brown would be big. Yeah, if he plays right tackle, it's the best right tackle you've had here going back just about in the history. We've not had a lot of great right tackles in Seattle. Diane Wallace has been high since the Watson trade. I bet. You're taking in the ether fumes at this point, Diane. You need the fresh air at this point. You got your Watson. Be happy with that. Don't get greedy. Don't you get greedy on me. Oh, shoot. V Tiger with a $5 donation. Thank you, V Tiger. Sorry I missed your dono on that. I'm catching up here, though. It says, just woke up. What'd I miss? Seattle is pushing potentially to look at Baker Mayfield via trade, and we had Rashawn Penny today sign a 1-year, $5.75 million contract. So, V-Tiger, we're just discussing a little bit of the Baker options. Cleveland fans are trying to talk us into also somehow packaging both a high pick and DK Metcalf for Baker, and many of us here are trying to push back on them in the chat, of course, because that's crazy talk. But we're just trying to derive what would be the appropriate value for Baker if we must see a trade. And I'm landing on 4th round right now. It's about as high as I'll go. I really want it to be about 5th round, but you could press me to a 4th, I guess. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. And thank you, V-Tiger, for your membership and donation. And thank you, Jacob, for your $5 donation. He says, we don't want Cleveland garbage in Seattle. No, we don't. Okay? I've already heard sometimes that Cleveland can smell on certain days. Okay? So I certainly don't want the trash from that place. No, no, no. You need to do what's right, you guys. You traded for Deshaun. You pissed Baker off. You got him up in his feelings. Now the next appropriate move is to release him and let him go on the open market and see what the market value is. You guys made your bed with Deshaun. You signed your contract with the devil. Now you're going to learn what happens when you make that when you make that deal. I'm not pushing for Baker. We're just discussing it. It's a real option because right now what you are looking at here in this situation in Seattle is absolutely looking at Baker Mayfield. And I know that they've had at least a modicum of interest in Baker in recent history as far as when he was coming out in the draft. So I'm not pushing for it, but definitely we are talking about the potential of it because we could be waking up tomorrow or the next day and coming to find out he indeed is your Seahawks quarterback of the 2022 season. U2K says, didn't you say you can't find top talent outside of the top 10? It can be found anywhere in the draft, but top 10 to 12 talent players are freaks or easy to identify their talent. Never pass on foundational pieces. I'm not pushing hard on this one, U2K. It's that I can go either realm. I think that the time that I go outside of the picking in the top 10 is if two different things. Number one, my team really needs way more pieces than even above blue talent. We need just positions that are above average. Let's just go from that standpoint. There's a lot of holes on this team in that respect. I forgot my number 2 point, what I was going to say on that. I just lost my train of thought. But I had another number 2 point there. You totally lost my train of thought on. But the second thing is that I also think that this particular draft is one that the talent into that second tier is a little different than normal second tiers of drafts in that it's deeper. There's more guys in that realm of things. And so it's not my typical tier 2 area of things, in my opinion. It's a little more talented than it normally is in that tier 2. There's just more guys with some questions that drop them into the tier 2 period of things. But again, I'm not hardened one way or another. I'm open to either aspect of it. I also think that, it is hard to pick outside the top 10, but where Seattle's really failed as well as to pick outside the top 10 is they're picking in the late 20s, 25, 26, 27, 31, 32. You're picking up in those area of things in the first round. And it's much different than picking, let's say if we traded back to 15 in this particular draft even. But again, I'm on board with just staying there and picking the best guy on the board. I have no issues with that either. I would applaud that as well. Joe Strew says, how do you feel about trading down and going for Linderbaum in round 1? That's my kind of ideal because that's also at 2 at UE is that I'm also tracking this off Linderbaum. So that Joe just brought up a good point on this of why I'm in this one willing to trade back. I'm trading back to target a certain player. I think I would be able to move back to 15. Know that those teams picking between 9 and 15 aren't looking at the center position, knowing I would be able to land Linderbaum, picking up an extra second round pick to do so, and then knowing that in Linderbaum, I've got one of the cleanest upper level prospects in this draft. So essentially, I'm landing a tier 1 talent while still picking up an extra second round pick. That to me is the unique value in trading back in this particular one, especially for a position, in my opinion, that is such a big need right now as center is, especially in this offense, which requires the mobile type centers that is the bread and butter of Linderbaum's game. Dead Center says, I think we could literally get Baker for free. They may have to release him. If they're going to sit here and try to draw this line in the sand and say it's got to be a day 2 pick, I don't know if teams are going to give that. I don't know. Not for a 1-year rental. Brandon says, how do you feel about Stingley? Hard for me to bet a guy who peaked as a freshman. I struggle with that as well, Brendan. I struggle with that as well. As you guys know, I've got a buddy who was, my buddy D-Mac, was a guy that won a national title, D2A, right? Not the 1A stuff, but won a national title at college. Played with guys who played in the pros, Tremaine Brock, Terrence Cody with the Baltimore Ravens. And so he's a guy who was a safety in college. And so I'd go to him a lot of times talking to him about corner play, safety play. He's looking at the top 10 guys. We're going to be looking really closely at Stingley and trying to maybe evaluate a little bit better as to what kind of did happen to him over the last couple of years. But you touch on the thing that's the worry with him. He's not playing his best football here as he's entering the draft. He played his best football 2 years ago as a freshman. But then what to make of that? A guy dominates as a freshman, as such a young guy that's not developed himself that well, but that has that kind of skill out the box. It makes it very hard on the evaluation process with Stingley. And quite frankly, I haven't gotten quite enough of a read because I wanted to wait till I could talk to my buddy on this, and we're going to do a little bit of a video upload on that when we do, to try to unpack this one a little bit better and get our heads wrapped around where Stingley's at. But he's very talented, got the size, got the speed, got the change of direction you look for at the cornerback position, but the tape's not been good recently. Paul Holman says trading down for Eagles 15 and 16 for our ninth. If they would give us that, Paul, we'd jump on that in an instant. I don't think the Eagles would give us that for that. We'd probably have to do something like 15 and 16 for our ninth, and we might have to give up a second-round pick, one of our second-round picks to make that happen. So you probably have to off-balance that a bit. Nick Reeder, Browns need to pay at least half of Baker's contract this year for us to take him, especially if they're going to insist upon the kind of draft value in return that they're asking for. David Casey says Baker's going to the Colts. Leave it alone. Well, we're going to talk about it. There's no certainties on this, David. You know, Deshaun Watson was going to go to the Saints. And then Deshaun Watson was going to go to the Carolina Panthers. And then Deshaun Watson ended up with the Cleveland Browns. So until a trade's been commenced, until we have reports of Baker actually going somewhere else for sure, and we know that Seattle is interested in it, this is off-season football talk, man. You consider the possibilities that could happen. Palpoy 808 says change of scenery could be good for Baker. Could help him out. It does seem like maybe the coaching staff and Baker have not been going in great alignment there. Obi-Wan, I don't like Baker, but giving up a late to midday second pick is fine with me. He's at the very least a league average quarterback with potential to get better and won't command a huge contract. I think every part of that to the end is correct, Obi-Wan. But if you go out and he has even above average season for you at the quarterback position this year, there is no real mid-market for quarterbacks in the NFL. You know, it's not, well, the top guy's making $50 million and you're worth like 30. It's going to be Baker asking for upwards of $40 million on the new contract. He might not set the new market by even on just a barely average season, but he'll ask for that to be paid, at least that. So you are going to have to pay him if he comes off of having a decent year, just a decent year. I'm not talking about Pro Bowl year. I'm just talking about like above average year. That's the part that makes me a little hesitant with it. Hawks Gal, move back in the draft, get an extra third, take best player available. Ritter and his receiver Pierce. Ooh, I'd love that, Hawks Gal. I love Alex Pierce. He's awesome. He is awesome. Edge class is deep. Love Cam Jurgens at center. Cam's a good player. I did take a look at him. I liked what I saw out of him as well. Was he as much a mobile guy though? Let me double check that. Because I did look at him. Oh no. Yeah, he is a movement-based center. There you go. And I'll tell you what, those Wisconsin centers, going back to Tyler Badass, even beyond Tyler Badass, man, they really know how to run zone. They run zone just, they're very, very, they're all on a string, those offensive linemen there at Wisconsin. Like they all play together. They're just, it's all moving as one. It's impressive to watch. But I like Cam, he's good. ADG says just roll with Geno. Diane says, to be honest, you guys would be better off taking a blind shot in the draft than giving any energy to Mayfield. He has no upside. That's I think a better path for us to go to, Diane. I don't know. It gets us a lot. Why the 1 year wonder when we 1 year rental when we're not in a state of really going for it, when we're more in a state of sort of sitting here waiting, seeing how things are going to go for the next year as we're in a rebuild state. DH says, wait on Linderbaum. I feel like Strange and Jurgens are solid prospects. Good. They're not quite to me as clean as where Linderbaum is overall and where he's at, but they're still very good players too. Strange definitely fits to the model they're looking at with mobile linemen. And he's got a little bit of pop to those hands. He's got some nice little pop in his hands too. Not just a mobile guy, not just a finesse center. Jordan 445 says, I hope we get Stingley or Gardner at number 9. That'd be interesting. They both fit. Keldon, remember that time that everyone forgot to tell their Hall of Fame linebacker he was fired? That's how business is done, baby. Yeah, it's a little cold-blooded the way they did Bobby. At least they took responsibility and apologized for it on the press conference, but still not a good look. John Swensky, maybe Mayfield gives us a competitive year while we scout for the next franchise guy. Well, he does, but then does that competitive year potentially then hinder you from landing that next guy because you're then picking so far in the draft, you're outside of the realm of actually finding one of the top line guys? I think that's definitely a place this could run into. Lodestar Sprayers is Jim Zorn rocks. Jim Zorn does rock. John, you're right, Brandon. It's all about how quick you hit the hole as a running back. I can see a guy right away and just know he doesn't have the quickness to succeed in the NFL. Yeah, it's the spot that I think they'll get the quickness with the first couple steps, or they'll get the speed, but it's really, you got to lock in on, to me, that first 8 to 10 steps through the hole. The 4 steps before he gets the hole, the 2-3 steps through the hole, and then the 3 steps past the hole. Does he have a burst there that's separate, different from anybody else on the football field? And if he does, and he happens to have also the size of a guy like Breece Hall, that's, to me, one that then starts to warrant being picked a little bit higher in the draft than I'd normally like to go for running backs, which tends to be a deep position and one you can find good talent in the 4th, 5th, 6th, even 7th round. Mark says Mayfield likes to live in a stadium. Well, we do have that. He'll keep the stadium clean. Less money on the grounds crew, I guess. Malcolm Hawthorne says, I was in the stands in Tampa Bay in 1976 when the Seahawks beat the Buccaneers, something like 13-10. Big disappointment for me. Sorry to hear that. UGK says, Gunslinger and Pete don't go together. No, they don't. He's turnover and therefore risk adverse. He wants to keep the game close, but when that fails and the team is losing, he's forced to turn his quarterback loose to save his ass. Well said. And yeah, he doesn't want his guy throwing. He wants to make sure that there's no chance of interception. 0 interceptions. That's your number one job as a quarterback under Coach Carroll, basically, first and foremost. Jason says, I'm honestly concerned by the lack of Gardner Minshew talk. He's way better than Baker personality-wise, has huge upside, and would sell tickets. He's proven to be unselfish, too. Jade, this has been actually purposefully on my part. And so the reason, like we have people talking about Baker Mayfield now, they're saying, well, he's going to go to the Colts. Well, we know the reason I'm bringing up, the reason he's my thumbnail for this show is that the Seahawks there's been intimated that they have interest in him. I've known they had interest in him in the past. He's available in the trade market. But this is the key point that I just said there, Jay. He's available via trade. And so, Jay, I've had 4 dozen folks in the last week bring up Gardner Minshew and say, Gardner Minshew, Gardner Minshew. And the thing I counter to this is, I like Gardner Minshew. I would trade for Gardner Minshew. I would go for Gardner Minshew before I would go for Baker Mayfield or any of these other options really down the line. The problem comes into play, though, is availability. Baker Mayfield is available via trade. Gardner Minshew is not available via trade unless you're looking at giving up probably like a first-round pick. At the trade deadline last year, while the Eagles were in the middle of their playoff run, and Jalen Hurts was starting at quarterback for them, they were offered a 3rd-round pick at the trade deadline. And they turned it down. They're a team now going to try to compete next year, trying to win that division next season. They are obviously not wholly sold on Jalen Hurts. They're also not going to find another quarterback at this point since all the quarterbacks are off the board. So what this tells me from a logic and reason standpoint is that Gardner is going to remain on that roster. And the Eagles don't have any, they show no signs that they're willing to trade him. For us to get looking at a guy and saying, this is a guy that's a potential option for us, that team's got to be willing to relinquish said player. And if they're not willing to relinquish said player, then, what's the point at that point of talking about him? Because we may want him here, but there's just no chance he's coming. And I think that all signs point to, as I said, turning down the 3rd-round pick at the trade deadline last year, all signs point to the Eagles probably holding on to Minshew here into the next year. Roger Green says, imagine Baker trying to be Brett Favre and Pete's run forever philosophy. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone together. Though it is interesting, Rogers Green, Chuck Knox was very interested in Brett Favre coming out, and he would have taken Brett Favre in the 1st round when he did come out. Chuck Knox, of course, being a very run-heavy centric type coach. Would have been interesting to see how those two would have formed together. Ashley Lamont says, Baker is just as bad as Russ personality-wise. Baker is always complaining about something. He definitely rubs me the wrong way in that way too, Ashley. Part of why I'm also not in on him. There's a variety of reasons, but that'd be one of the reasons I'd be out. John Ruiz says still not feeling real good about the defensive line position, even 5 deep. Nobody with any speed, run stopping, okay, but generating sacks and pressures. Woods did some, but 3-4 double team mostly. I mean, you could, but it does come down to if you're looking to bring somebody else in, then who starts to get cut? Keeping in mind, John, that you don't tend to run with more than 3 defensive tackles for any given game. So if you're sitting on 5 and you normally run with 3, that means 2's probably already going to be cut over the top here before we get into the season. And if you do happen to run with one more, a 4th of these 5 guys, then you're certainly not going to add another one on top of it. Maybe they're able to add a guy that can do inside-outside stuff as we go forward, maybe. But I just don't think that there's the room on the roster with the 53-man roster you got for that to work. Malcolm Hawthorne says, what about Jameis Winston? Any chances for him? Could, but as UA2K brought up with this, Malcolm, if you're having an aversion to a guy like Fitzpatrick, for instance, because you don't want a guy that's a gunslinger that's going to throw interceptions, understanding that the way Coach Carroll views the quarterback position, he's going to first and foremost be concentrating on, does this guy turn over the ball? That's almost the first thing that he wants to know about with the quarterback. Is he turnover prone? And Jameis is turnover prone. He was able to fit within a little bit more of a tighter box with Payton, and boy, Sean Payton protected the hell out of Jameis in those games that he did play for New Orleans last year. But that would be, I think, the worry from Carroll's standpoint looking at him is that's his MO, is they'll be a little bit wild with the football. Robert Rowett, Seattle is quietly rebuilding a scary D under the radar, and they are far from done. Go Hawks. We will get all we got. We're all we got. We're all we need. We're all we got. We're all we need. We're all we got. We're all we need. I'm with it, Robert. I'm with it. And they are looking to build a super defense right now. That's certainly the direction Seahawks have taken with the majority of their signings and just the general direction of this offseason overall. That's where the onus is being put. Jason says, yeah, Russ is a huge baby. Baker too. Minshew would be cheap and would actually be thankful to play in Seattle. He would, but he's got to be available. I'm not sure on that part. Baker does some good commercials, I have to admit. I don't know. He's okay. They're okay. Corey, there are some great inside defensive linemen around too. Yeah, Corey, I just don't think that you've signed Quentin Jefferson to a deal. You've signed Al Woods to a deal. You just signed Poona Ford to a deal last year. You're bringing back Brian Monet on a restricted tender. You also brought in Shelby Harris as part of the Russell Wilson trade. Well, I'm pretty sure 4 of those guys are on the roster. You're not gonna rock 5, 6 defensive tackles deep. There are going to be good guys there, but just that they won't roll that way. John Ruiz, we need a couple of lockdown cornerbacks like Sherman and Browner. Gardner would be a good start. He would. I mean, I think he fits the scheme. I don't know if it's as needing in this situation a lockdown corner, John. When I think of lockdown corner, I think of a corner who's going to play a lot of man coverage. I don't tend to think of lockdown corners as zone-based guys. Sherman certainly became that guy for Seattle as in that role, but I think it's even Browner, I don't think fully reached that realm of things. So it's more of a guy that can play just zone-centric and be really good at it. Gardner can do that. He can do all that stuff, and he might have a Sherman-type upside to his game if it can all roll. I wouldn't be dissatisfied with selecting him. There's a variety of guys at that number 9 pick that I'd be happy with. He would be one of those guys. Byle Malin. I've always felt that Russell and DK's relationship went south when DK tried that failed foursome he attempted to have last season. Do you agree? I do agree that Russell Wilson and DK's relationship wasn't necessarily at its strongest at the end. I don't think that had anything to do with foursome. I think that it had to do with the fact that Russell Wilson very often seemed to forget that he had DK Metcalf on the team. And he would just ignore him for a whole 3-4 quarters of a football game. And this was going back to last year where there were times that you could see DK getting frustrated on the sidelines. It's like, why aren't you throwing to me? Why aren't you trying to find me at all? Why aren't you even giving me targets? And I don't have a great explanation for why Russell wouldn't. It was frustrating at times to watch him just ignore one of the game-changing talents we have at the wide receiver position in the NFL and just sort of go, oh yeah, he's over there. Maybe I'll throw to him at some point. I'll get around to it. So that was more of, I think, what caused the frustration is DK knowing he could help the team and Russell just not working him the football. I don't think most quarterbacks would steer away as much as Russell did from DK, having that talent out there on the outside like he had. I think more quarterbacks would occasionally try to force the ball in there at times, right or wrong, but Russ would just kind of completely look away. I don't know how many times there were games where we get into the fourth quarter and I'd look at the stats and DK'd have like one target, if. Ashley Lamont says, I think it's hilarious Green Bay thinks they can get DK. I agree too. I think it's hilarious as well. They're not going to offer it. They value their draft picks too much. They wouldn't give up 2 first-round picks. Maybe they're just that desperate at this point. Maybe they truly thought they could bring Devontae Adams back, but yeah, I don't think so either. William Bentley, Ritter can play. Ritter can play. Right? He's my number 1 quarterback, and for a good reason. I love it. I love his game. Robert Rowe, the dude we got from the Chargers is nasty. I just watched a ton of tape on him, and boy, oh boy, is he good. He's good. He is good, Robert. I'm through the first 3 games of the Chargers season looking at Owosu. So I've watched the first 3 games. There's some good spots to him. There's also some spots where it's like he disappears. And $20 million, $10 million a year, I don't want a guy that's going to disappear at times. But I can't deny the fact that he gets a lot of pressures. He gets a lot of quick pressure, which is hard to find in the NFL. You can find a lot of high motor guys that can eventually get there if you give them 8 or 9 seconds. But finding the guy that can get the high pass rush win rate, win in under 2.5 seconds, that's not easy to find. He's got some upside still, 25 years old, Robert, still just starting to grow into his game. Let's see what he can do. Set career highs last year, tackle for losses, sacks, quarterback hits. Let's see what he can do. Corey Palmer, but if Sauce falls to number 9, do you take him home? Depends on what we're talking about by the selection of other picks around us, Corey. Depends on if we've addressed the left tackle position, for instance. If I'm going into this draft and I don't have anybody at left tackle and I'm looking at Charles Cross and Sauce might be a better player. Sauce might have better upside, and I think he does in both compartments. But at the end of the day, I'm going to have to select for the left tackle because I'm going to need something there. I can't roll with Stone Forsythe at my left tackle next season. Javier Navarro says, I think with Jameis Winston and his long passes, it's an option. It's potentially, if they think they can fit him into where they can get his interception-prone stuff under control, then Jameis is an option. But that's the part that could also really dissuade Carroll away because that's something that he really is like allergic to in quarterbacks. UE2K, no quarterback with any options wants to come to the Seahawks. Only guys that have worn out their welcome elsewhere. Of Jameis has any other starting options, he'll take that before the Seahawks. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, yeah, he's probably not going to want to come in. No quarterback, UE's going to want to come to a run-centric football team on the offensive side of the ball. And, you know, how many offenses in the NFL are running a run-centric offense? Like 6, 7? You want to be, if you're a quarterback, you want to be put in the offense that's going to let you shine, let you go make that big contract that, you know, Jameis wants to go and earn. John Ray says Ritter over Corral and over Willis. Me too, John. Me too. Alexander says, wait, Green Bay is looking at DK Metcalf? No, we got some Green Bay Packer fans in the chat tonight that were raising the subject about DK coming to Green Bay because they just lost Devontae Adams. We're just having to shoot him down. We're having to break their heart once again on this one a little bit. Jay says 4 years, 4 different head coaches, all different four different offensive coordinators. People are crazy. How is that giving someone everything? Yeah, different coaches is maybe to your point, not giving everything from the standpoint of you haven't given him consistent coaching and you haven't given him continuity of coaching, which you could say are 2 very big hallmarks of a quarterback taking steps forward at the position. And we've seen quarterbacks like this. Alex Smith went through this through his first 5 or 6 years, where it was a new head coach and a new coordinator at every given time. The counterbalance to this, though, as always, Jay, there's always that little bit of gray area here. But the counterbalance to this is you've given him a top 5 offensive line. He's had Odell on the outside and Jarvis on the outside and a couple of their backup receivers that aren't bad beyond that. You've had upper-level tight ends in front of him as well. He's had 2 running backs going behind him. So he, as far as at least on the football field, offensively speaking, he's had about as much as any quarterback could be asked to be given in order to be able to go out there and shine. And he's not necessarily shined within that. But again, I don't want to take anything from your point on that, in that it does make an impact when you do have different head coaches, different offensive coordinators, and all that. The other part, though, is with the 4 different OCs, though, too, Jay, is that he had a couple of those change in like the same year, right? So we had 2 of those happen in the same season. Recently, he's had the same coach and the same coordinators in place recently, I believe. James Waring says, Ritter to me is an athletic version of Jimmy G. My favorite in this draft, but I still wouldn't get excited with any quarterback in this draft. Well said, and I'm with it. I'm with it. Jacob Kessinger with another $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you. He says, y'all can have Lockett, though. Yeah, Green Bay, we'll give you Lockett. How about Lockett for a second-round pick? How about that? Lockett's way better than any receiver you got on your roster right now. Lockett and a second-round pick. And you can have him. I mean, you guys are picking in the back end of the second round anyway. It's like a late second-round pick. We'll give you that. I love it, Jacob. Come on, Green Bay. Come to a compromise here. You wanted our best of the best. We still have very good. He was the 6th most doubled wide receiver in the entire sport last year. Come on. Take some Lockett. Second round pick. Just flip us a little second. Just a little second in there. Little Jim, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Little Jim. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. You're awesome as well, brother. And thank you, Jacob, for the double donation. Says, would you like to trade Puna since he doesn't fit the scheme and you save $8 million by trading him? I would. Yeah. I think Puna finds himself, especially with the Quentin Jefferson signing, as a man a little bit on an island at this point, as to where you're going to see him fitting in and where his right spot is. I think that they made that signing of that contract thinking that he was going to transition over to the 3-tech. He went over to the 3-tech this year, and he didn't do it very well. Another position where Seahawks coaching staff has taken a guy from a place where they play and they're very good and they're upper level, and then they move him to a different position, and then they're much reduced versus what they were at the other position. Poona Ford should be a 1-tech. Unfortunately, you've got 1-techs all over the board here right now a little bit where you stand. I don't expect them to trade him with that said, because I don't know, Chase, that there's really anybody out there that's going to move for Poona to put his money on the books. But if they can get something for him, I'm open to it. That would then at least open the door to the best player available in the draft being, if you're in the second round and a Travis Jones then pops up down the track, you can jump on a Travis Jones. But yeah, I think it's a decision that makes a lot of sense where you are now versus where you were when you signed into that contract as a football team. John says, I like the Usu acquisition, just my opinion. I like it overall, John. I don't hate it. And he's 25, and I like it's not 3-4 years. It doesn't affect the rebuild at all, even though it's a lot of money. I do think that on the other side of this, you could have had a guy like Clowney for 2 years and 30. And if I've got to go Jadeveon Clowney, 2 years, $30 million, or Owusu, 2 years, $20 million, I would have rather gone for Clowney myself. But they prefer Owusu. And I don't mind him. He's good. Malcolm Hawthorne says that second Super Bowl slipped away because of the stupidest call in NFL history. Oh, Malcolm, you ought to know, man, this is one that I get to address every single stream. So I'll do my best here to address this one with you right now, because this is something we as Seahawks fans hear very often. And Malcolm, what you got to understand on that call in that situation is that we can disagree with the call. I don't know if it's the stupidest call in NFL history, though. And let me unwind this. I'm not going to go too hard into this because we always get someone in the chat who mentions this. The whole season in the NFL that year with Marshawn Lynch, with beast mode carrying the rock for you, you had about 8 times that you had goal line situations with Marshawn Lynch that you tried to run at that season. Now, what I mean by goal line, of course, is that the defense is bringing out an extra defensive lineman. They're going heavy on the defensive line, i.e. they're making it advantageous for you to throw the ball and not run the ball. And if you attempt to run the ball, you're running into the teeth of the defense. So in 8 attempts that year, Marshawn Lynch was, Malcolm, 0 for 8 in goal line situations. Okay? 0 for 8. Beast mode himself. The unstoppable force. 0 for 8. Now, on the counterbalance to that, the pick play that you ran on that Super Bowl game, you had run 7 times during that year at the goal line. Do you know what its success was? 7 for 7 and 7 touchdowns. So, is it the stupidest call in NFL history when you, from the standpoint of the offensive coordinators, looking at the data saying, hey, the Patriots just went into a heavy formation. We can see they're bringing out extra defensive linemen here. We've gone 0 for 8 when we've tried to make that call. We've gone 7 for 7, and if I look at it, if they're in heavy, that's going to open the door up to passing the ball. So was it the call I would have made? I would have done a play action and given Russell 1 or 2 reads to the edge and then let him throw it away if it's not there. So did I like the pick play call of it? Necessarily no, as far as it's not the best calls, but is it the worst call in Super Bowl history, understanding that data that the coordinator had and making that determination? No, there's some intelligence behind it. Did it not work? No, it did not work. But again, also, KJ Wright spoke about this in a recent interview. And he said the guy just made an amazing play. He made a play that KJ's words was like he was touched by God to make that play, Malcolm Butler. So that's a trope that gets trotted out a lot. Oh, should have run it. It's not the correct one, man. It's a simplified way of looking at that situation, but it's not the correct way when you take into account all the information at play there. Ethan says we need some Brandon Mariner channel name ideas, people. We do. If you got a good name, Mariner channel name, then post it to, if not in this, post it in the comment section, because I think my oh my is the front runner. Sean Hines says, would you pick defense or offense in the first round? Some of it comes first. So I'd love to say first and foremost, Sean, this is derived of what's the best player available on the board. That's what I'd like to have be my guiding light. If the team chooses to come into this draft and having not addressed, let's say, the left tackle position, well, then I'm going to be stuck to being in a position to have to draft to need rather than best player available. If they get a left tackle, if they figure out the rest of their offensive line, and you come into this draft and you can just pick for best player available, then I don't care whether it's offense or defense. Who's the highest guy you've got on your board when you're picking? And then select that guy. I think that's the better route to go from a drafting standpoint than saying we want to go to this position or we want to go to this side of the ball, or then we want to go to just this position. Mark says AFC North is the best division in football right now. Nah, Mark, it's the AFC West, man. AFC West has got it right now. You guys are up there, but I think I got to go AFC West. And it's close. You're probably number 2. You are number 2. Malcolm, as a Buck fan, I sort of think Pete Carroll is a good coach regardless. He's a good coach. He just hasn't innovated and moved past a base philosophy that's rooted in being built 30 years ago. And football is one that evolves and moves and twists and turns. And you as a coach, you as a decision maker, you as a guiding philosophy, it's got to move with it. And if you don't, you remain stagnant, you stop innovating, and people solve and figure you out. And then you scratch your head and you go, well, why isn't it working anymore? It's because you stopped innovating. And I think Coach Carroll has at times not moved as quickly to adjust what he's doing and understanding that the game has moved into a different realm than where it was in 2012. U2K, I mean, you mean Michael Hawthorne says Mayfield's worth a shot if you can get it at the right price. The right price is the point. Yeah, that's it. Larry says, I agree, Brandon. Don't trade DK. Yeah, don't trade DK. Roger Green says Sauce at the end of the first, early second, not at 9. Sauce is going to go inside the top 10 picks, I think. And if he goes outside the top 10, it's going to be barely Rodgers. He's pretty cleanly considered a top 12 guy. I wouldn't have a lot of confidence right now that he's even going to last to number 9. I think he's your first cornerback off the board. Jay Sands says, I like how Pete wants to control the game with a methodical offense, strong run game, and dominant defense. If done right, it counters the offensive sophistication of today. Jay, very well said. Very well said. And yeah, I think that's the route we now can see is starting to come into focus a little bit here, where you're uncertain where they're going to go from a guiding standpoint. That's the guiding standpoint. And there's something to be said about that. Everybody's going one way, you're going the other. It's maybe an easier approach if you're not trying to take the same path everyone else is. Marjan Jameh says, what's the fair market value for Baker Mayfield? I think it's anywhere between a 3rd and a 5th round pick, personally. I don't think they get a 2nd round pick, though. In Tech World, Mariners channel name idea, the Mariners Trident. We have the Hawks Nest for the Seahawks. How does that sound? I think something Trident-y. I was thinking about that. Trident-y, I think I got to work that in, Ethan. So, yeah. What's the god of the underwater? Which one was that one? I'm a little behind on my Greek gods. There's the one underwater though. What was that name? Maybe that'll be our name on it. But I like it. Mariners Trident, I like it. Matt Callaway, remember when they cut Sherman because they thought Trey Flowers was the guy? Matt, I don't think they cut Sherman because they thought Trey Flowers was the guy. I mean, if you're going to say that, you'd say they cut Sherman because they thought Shaquille Griffin was the guy. But I think they more let Richard Sherman go because of a couple of other reasons. I think first and foremost, there was a little bit of burning bridges on his way to town. I think there was a little bit of a disconnect between him and the coaching staff at the end. There were certainly at that time rumors of cliques developing in the locker room between different factions of the team. That's a little bit of what focused into this. Another part of this was that the team was looking to start from a philosophy standpoint to not spend a lot of money on the cornerback position. And this is a place where I actually back the team up in this. And Matt, this is proven out by the fact that when Shaquille Griffin was up for a contract renewal, you didn't match the $14.5 million per year he's being paid by the Jaguars. You said, no, we'll go $4 million on Akilio Witherspoon on a one-year deal. The Seattle Seahawks understand they play a very high amount of zone with their cornerback position. That means we don't need man-based guys. We don't need sticky corners. We don't need to pay a lot of money at the cornerback position, quite frankly. If you're going to ask them to play zone, and a predominant amount of the zone they're going to play is like a cover 3 where they just have to stay clean over the top and they can allow short passes underneath, there's no reason to pay top-of-the-market prices for that type of cornerback play. The team realized that. Sherman was such an outlier, he forced his hand initially to pay him. But there was even a debate at the time, Matt, when Sherman was due to have a contract extension after the Super Bowl, after they had won the Super Bowl. There was a heated debate within the front office at that time as to whether or not they should sign Richard Sherman to that contract extension or whether they should stay with the model that they don't need to have a lot of money invested in the cornerback position by the schematic way that they ask the position to play on the field. Alexander says a fair market for Baker is a 1/8 round pick, which the NFL doesn't have anymore. That's right. I love it. Askridge for Baker, says Truffles. No, that's a second round pick for Baker Mayfield. No. DJ Jimenez, great trade scenario comparison when you mentioned the Joey Galloway's trade to Dallas. Yeah. 2 first-round picks for him, 2 first-round picks for DK. We ain't trading him. You're going to have to blow our doors off with an offer if you're expecting us to offload here. That's the way it goes. Sean Hines, wasn't Richard Sherman a 5th-round pick? He was indeed. Yep. Tin Tran, Baker 5th-round pick, if that. We don't need him, and they want to move him. That's where I stand, Tin. I'm like, 5th round's where I'd rather be. You can maybe talk me into 4th, but 5th for a 1-year rental, no. That's about right. Ashley says Flowers was an embarrassment. Yeah, they just didn't put him in the right spot. He needed to be like a big nickel type. Like the Cincinnati Bengals used him like. Mark says, why didn't Seattle go for Watson? The cost was driven too high. I mean, the cost just went crazy high. 3 first-round picks plus, and then you got to sign him to a new contract in which you're going to sign him to guaranteed money like they signed him to, which is essentially the first quarterback deal in the modern era that's been almost a fully guaranteed contract. Maybe Rodgers before him, a day before. That's a place where you go, we can't go that far. I think Seattle was willing to bring him in, do the 2 firsts, do the 2 seconds, and call it a day on that. And when it got beyond that, and I support him on this, when the price went so much higher, he went, no, I'm giving you a fully guaranteed contract, especially understanding that Watson's probably going to be suspended for at least half the season, if not more. Jerry Can says Baker Mayfield's not garbage. He's just sensitive. U2K, Sherman was burnt when he left here and signed for the same, if not less money in San Francisco than they offered him here. He just figured the Seahawks owed him more. Yeah, that it rarely goes like that. If you have a player on a team A and he's released and then he goes out and finds out that nobody out there is willing to offer him the same of what his team that just released him willing to offer him, they get butthurt about it and they'll always sign with a different team. But I will say, Sherman went with the Niners and he balled out in that one, at least in 2019. He was the highest rated cornerback in the entire NFL during that season. Some of that was that the other corner was being picked on the Niners, but some of that too was Sherman played pretty well that year. Some of that also is that he had that front 4 up front that was just giving quarterbacks about 0.75 seconds to throw the ball every time. So he didn't have to hold up for very long out there. But yeah, I think it made sense at the time, Seattle's decision on that one. Chris Goss, I agree. I say we roll with the lock or make a move for Minshew. There we go. I like it, Chris. Marjan, is there a real interest for Baker Mayfield from Seattle? Yep. Supposedly they're making a strong push. I would say we're probably right now the number 2 team in the pole position here. I think the Colts probably will be a little more aggressive than us on this, but we are definitely looking. John Ray's God, Trey Flowers. He might have been serviceable at free safety, but he was a dumpster fire at cornerback. Then add Ken Norton Jr. and Pete's ineptness. Yeah, shouldn't have been an outside guy. Just find a role for him, like Cincinnati with a big corner role. Grant Abeyeda should trade first. Brett Waldron says Baker for a 6th-round pick. I'm good with it. Cliff Ewell, draft a quarterback if you believe in them. Let Eason sling it to Metcalf for a year with that cannon and Lockett's speed. They will light it up. I don't know, Cliff. Do you feel like you're going to have the offensive line that can overcome the statue approach of Mr. Eason? Because I think you're going to need a guy back there that can move a little bit more than Eason can move, because he's going to be under quite a bit of duress as this offensive line is currently constructed. Pat Bush, a 4th-round pick in 2026. Okay, I like these. You guys are getting where I'm at on the value side of it. Dwayne Williams says Baker's worth a 3rd or a 4th. Is he, Dwayne, though? I mean, 1-year deal. You're only getting him on a 1-year rental. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Randall's got a Mariners suggestion, $5. Says Mariners pod. Says talking seaman. I don't know, Randall. It's got a little bit of a different connotation though on that one. Whenever you get to the seaman verbiage, I know what you mean on that, but I might pop on a lot of sexual channel searches on that. We might get a lot of pervies in there going, I thought this channel was about something else. Okay, it's baseball. It's baseball you're talking about. Okay, I thought it's not about the semen. I thought it was the semen thing. I know we can do with that one, Randall. That one might be tough on that. Sean Hines says we don't want Cleveland sloppy seconds. No, we don't need Cleveland sloppy seconds. That's right. They can pass him off to somewhere else. Dion Owens says Baker Mayfield, Dearness Johnson, and the Browns' 2022 7th-round pick for Seattle's 2022 3rd-round pick and 2022 2nd, 4th-round pick. No. Dion, we get Baker for 1 year at $18 million. What's Dearness Johnson and your 7th-round pick doing for us? That doesn't give us any value whatsoever. So it's Mayfield then for basically a 3rd and a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th? No. Not on a 1-year rental. If we had multiple years of club control, then maybe we can talk. But on a 1-year club control deal, then it's a no. Jay says, Browns fan, have said for months Baker, Hunt, Coach Callahan are the only people worth anything. Browns are soft paper tigers. Oh, wow. Okay, man. I hadn't heard that from many Brown fans, so it's kind of surprising to hear. Grant, we got Larry Coleman says Baker Mayfield with the Seahawks, leave him alone. Grant says Baker, join us, Hawks. Ashley says I'll definitely take Locke over Baker. Me too, Ashley. I can't sign off on Baker. Tintran, he might be worth a 3rd round for someone who wants him. We don't need another short quarterback who can't move. Bingo. Thank you. Yes. John says we haven't even begun to really utilize Eskridge. No, we haven't. And you wouldn't want to move him right now when his value would be driven low by that somewhat bad first season. Craig says, as a Brown fan, we gave up on Baker too quick. I think it's just that the market opened up for you guys. I mean, you had a potential to really, truly upgrade the position. And taking away the off-the-field stuff with Deshaun Watson and what he brings to you guys as far as your roster goes, that is a significant upgrade to your quarterback position off where Baker is. Watson was like a top 3 quarterback, in my opinion, at the time that he ran into this problem off the field. And you guys are getting that. And he's adding that to your offense. And he makes you guys a true contender in the AFC. Now, does it also mean, though, that you didn't maybe move on from Baker a little too early? Yeah, you probably are moving on a little bit then too early from Baker. It would be nice to have that 5th-year option to see what he could be if he has a healthy season, if he can top end and be a really good player. But even at his top end player, even if he went up another level in his game, that upper level he goes into his game is still a level below where Deshaun Watson operates out of, which to me drives the decision from Cleveland's standpoint to making that kind of deal and it making a lot of sense for them to do so. So I think your front office was smart to make that trade. I think it's gonna help Cleveland out as far as get a better top end to that team in the future. And I think I say that with still saying they probably got moved off from Baker a little early in this deal to trade him. Probably why they're trying to insist on getting as much value as they can, despite the fact they really don't have any leverage in this stance to pull that off. People will know that you're not going to rock with Baker on your roster through 18 games next year, whatever, 17 games next year. You're going to move him at some point or another. Jerry Can says, please take good care of him. We will, Jerry. My Thailand, this Baker to Seattle chat could also be used as a little bit of a distraction to get Mariota to come down on his asking price. Baker is truly a headache in a different way than Russell was. It could, my Thailand. That's a possibility here. Absolutely. And that's football definitely works that way, where you act like you have interest in one if you're getting pushed a little bit. I think they did have interest back on him in 2018 even though. So I think that there's been a little bit of looking from afar and liking his game. I think his mentality does kind of fit Carroll and what I think he kind of likes a little bit in an approach. But yeah, we'll see. We'll know in a couple days, I think, one way or another on this, where it goes. DJ says, why is this team built for mediocre consistency? Because, as Coach Carroll said in his press conference, I want to win games. You know, Coach Carroll, the first thing he mentions about, I want to win games. He doesn't say, I want to raise the Lombardi again. I want to be the best team in the entire NFL again. I want to aspire for championship football. Says he said, I want to win games. And I think that this team at one point or another got a little bit okay with just slightly winning more games than they lose and then calling that a successful season. And then fans glom onto this and say, oh, it's been 10 years of a great football run. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. The first 5 years was a magical great run. The last 6 years have had a lot of pain involved in them. And, I wish that we didn't have to go from this low expectation point of things, but there is a little bit in the way that the front office is operated from the standpoint of it's better we just win just barely more than we lose. That's fine. And frankly, when they're not being held accountable by the ownership and they know that they have carte blanche to do whatever they want and no one's ever going to say boo about it, this is how you land in this territory of things. Jimmy says you'll never catch a Seahawks fan in an LA Rams chat. Probably not. Pat Bush, Baker, and Kyler are both going about it the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, I understand a little more in Baker's standpoint on it. The team's told him they're not backing him. I mean, he hadn't earned a new contract, number one, so I can understand Cleveland not paying him. But I can understand once they brought in Deshaun for him to say, okay, let me out of town now. You guys are flirting with another quarterback. The Cardinals have not done that with Kyler. Kyler's acting completely, I get where Kyler's coming from though too, a little bit, where it's, look, I don't want to get broken and then never have made one major contract because I had to wait my extra 1 or 2 years while you guys make your assessment, either be in on me or be out on me. I'm taking a beating here. So I can get why Kyler's pushing for the contract, but he's also being a little bit diva-ish. I said we've moved out of the wide receiver diva age. It happened subtly. It happened when we all weren't looking. It used to be diva wide receivers. Chad Ochocinco, Terrell Owens, Randy Mosses, right? They're all divas. Diva. Now we're to the quarterback diva age. We've now come into this age where it's they know they're the stars. They know the spotlight's on them. They're going to be constantly winking at the camera and telling you how great they are. But that's where we've landed now. ATG says, I wonder if Seattle is going to throw a parade for Baker. No, I won't be at that parade, I'll tell you that. Go Vibe. Happy that the Bengals have built that O-line up. If they get Zion Johnson to play left guard, they will have absolutely killed it. They will. That'd be a great pickup for them. Cleanest left guard in this draft. Don't know if he's going to last all the way to 32. I think he's taken somewhere in the 20s. But I think the Buccaneers, for instance, would be all over Zion having lost Ali Marpet. Craig Zelina, hope he goes to the Hawks and blows it up and makes the Pro Bowl. Hey, that'd be cool. Cliff Ewell, Easton with that arm talent, double moves and go routes, and with Penny running, everyone should be surprised. We have more than people think already, but we will never know. We'll see once it comes to it, man. And Easton's going to get a chance. He'll get a chance. So if he goes out there and proves it in camp, I'm sure he can win the job over Locke if he shows anything. So he'll get a shot. Ashley, bro, you have nothing better to do with your go. Oh, Rams fans in here trolling. Oh, it's not a stream if we don't have at least one Ram fan. U2K says, Seahawks are definitely not drafting center. They've got Fuller. They think they're all good at the position. They might be at that spot. I could be being presumptuous on this, hoping that they still look at the center position. I don't think that they've married themselves to Fuller, where if a better option came down the track, they wouldn't kick him to the curb and bring on the better option. But to your point, they do have two guys signed right now, basically. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation, says double entendre. Yeah, I like the double entendre, Randall. I like that type of stuff, but I do think I do think that's the one with the double entendre. I don't know if that's the type of entendre I want to double down on. So your head's in the right spot on it, but I don't know if the execution on that one might be just a titch off. Hoodie Jew with a $5 donation. My main man out of New Orleans now down. Yeah, New Orleans. Says, what's up, Brandon? Man, I love your subscribers. They come in and support the channel, especially Megan. Go Hawks, and I reach 700 subs. 100 subs in a week. Well, I love to hear that, Hoodie. Great job. Keep on your grind. Keep working hard. And you don't have to tell me about Megan. I know Megan's awesome. She's one of our pillars here in the chat. And I know that she'll come on and be a very good active participant, keep the things rolling along in the chat like she does with her positive mindset on things. And that's what we dig about her here. That's what I love about her here. So, hey, man, great to hear on your part. Keep chugging along there. Keep pushing along. It's you're in the early time period right now as far as getting to that first 1,000 subs. That's the true real grind, because you're just sometimes waiting for a couple subs here a day, a couple subs there a day. When you get in that a few thousand a period and you start to feel the real bump where it starts to get easier, you're like, hey, every day I'm growing. This is easier to get to this. It's easier to go. So keep on your climb, man. Keep on your grind, Hoodie. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy. You're on the path. And thank you for the donation. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, Brando, the more adult film your stash looks, the more it will summon Jimmy G to the Northwest. Be careful with this power. I must be careful, Charles, because it does cut both ways, to your point. I may have to wait until we know Jimmy G has fully been moved one way or another to bring out the stash, because you're absolutely right. The porn stash will bring Jimmy to the Pacific Northwest. He's just naturally attracted to it, and he doesn't even need to know about it. He feels it. He's just naturally drawn to his porn. He just naturally goes to it. Doesn't matter where. He just goes. So good point, Charles. I'm gonna have to be careful with this one. We're gonna have to pick this one very, very carefully when we unveil the stash on stream. Ashley says we got some Niner fans up in here. Well, actually, we've been getting Niners, Rams, Cardinal fans in here. I don't mind. As long as they're not trolling and being respectful. Thomas Custom Cars, he's a waste of time. We do not need no Baker Mayfield. He is a bum. I'm with it, Thompson. I don't want him. I don't want to go this route, but we do know that the team is interested in him. So I'm with you on it, though. DHDH says Drew Lock slide years better than Lance. Maybe. I don't know. I'm a big Lance guy, though. Lance is also a really young guy. So, give Lance a little bit of time to develop. Keep him in the league at like 20. Matt Calloway says Durant Brown is slow as F in the run game. You ask a little bit less in this offense, though you do need mobile offensive linemen with this Waldron Rams scheme. It's more of the mobile linemen on the interior of the offensive linemen than the edges. Andrew Whitworth is not the most mobile of tackles out there at left tackle, but he's really big and he's really long, a lot of size. So the Rams go a little bit more size at the tackle, a little more mobility at the guard and center positions. So you're less reliant on needing necessarily Trent Brown to be swift of speed. You're not going to ask him to do as much pull stuff or blocking in space, but you are right. The move part of his game is not his plus element. Big Man, he says, if Trey Lance lost his eyesight tomorrow, then it would be close between him and Baker. We'll see. Trey's got a lot still to prove. He hasn't done a lot on the football field yet. Thomas Custom Cars, we better not spend our time or money on a bum from Oklahoma Sooners who then went to the Cleveland Browns to do nothing. Yeah, right. That is not Seattle football. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Nathaniel Harris, Baker was hurt last year. Don't let that color your opinion of him. That said, I'd rather you take Jordan Love in a pick and give us DK. I bet you would. I bet you would not like us to just give over DK for nothing. That's what a lot of fans are trying to ask us for. It says, I'll tell you, you fans from other teams have told me more about how awesome DK is because I think literally every fan of every fan base in the NFL is coming to my stream and just this offseason alone asking about the potential of us trading DK. When 31 other teams tell you that we want this player on your team, that's probably an indication to me we want to keep that player and he should be a part of our future plans. So thank you to all of you other fans out there and wanting DK. That just helps to clarify that in just a certain way that only 31 other NFL fans from other NFL franchises can do. Wear Seahawks colors on draft day? Oh, I will, Sam Z. I think that might be a large in jersey day there. I might be doing large in jersey day for 3 straight days, and then I can't wash it for 3 straight days because we got to keep the draft mojo going, especially if we have a good draft day 1. And Nathaniel, yeah, Baker was hurt last year. To your point on that, year 3, not last year was year 4 for him. Year 3, he had his best year. He did seem to be on a little bit of an ascending path. It wasn't a skyrocketing ascending path, but it was an improving path nonetheless. And he was up there on that 3rd year. There was every bit of reason to believe in year 4, he was really going to start to be able to take off, maybe even push up into that 4,500 yard place of things, 4,300 yards, maybe get up into 60, 67% completion percentage. He just didn't get to it. And so that's, you have to then go, well, we think he can maybe get to that, but he's not yet gotten to that stage. And now we're to year 5. So it makes it a little bit harder on your assessment of him necessarily. But I do think that's all the more reason why that doesn't allow for the value to be derived really highly because of it either. ATG says, damn, why does it feel like a funeral in here? No funeral. Smiles and happiness. Smiles and happiness. Annette Hammonds says, are the Seahawks really looking at Mayfield? To use the words, Annette, that I read on this, strong push. So they're making a strong push for Mayfield. As well as what I've said on this is if you look back, Annette, to 2018, there were these rumors that came out, but people were laughing at, scoffing at it, saying there's no way this was true a couple of years ago when we heard about this. In retrospect, I think we do know it was true, and that the Seahawks were already starting to flirt with the process of thinking about moving on from Russell Wilson, and if they could do that around the last time of his contract negotiations. And of course, the team that he reached out to, they reached out to that time for a trade. Who was that trade? Who was that team? It was the Cleveland Browns, who had the number 1 overall pick, the same year that they selected Baker Mayfield, who most likely would have been the Seahawks' number 1 pick if they would have taken that and drafted there. So there does seem to be a little bit of a fascination with Baker that goes beyond just this particular offseason. And so, yeah, there is a little bit of smoke to this. Is it full on fire? No. But is it wafts of smoke coming up from out of the Renton VMAX Center? Yeah. Brian, I like Drew Lock handing the ball off to Penny 30 times a game. Me too, Brian. Brett Waldron, Sherm and Russ didn't get along. I think they gave along, but I think Sherm didn't appreciate some of Russ's lack of what he would consider authenticity and a lack of accountability as it applied to Russ. Herbicide says, please no Baker. Please, no. Randall, think they'll draft a kicker and let he and Myers battle it out in camp? What's the savings moving on from Myers? You save a cool $4 million by releasing Myers, which I do expect to happen at some point or another this offseason. There's no reason to carry a top-end kicker at this point, especially a guy who's not played top-end. He's not kicked at a top-end level since he's arrived here 3 years ago. So I do expect that to come down the pike one point or another, somehow or another. So, yeah, I don't know if they'll draft a kicker, Randall, but they'll bring one in one way or another. They're not riding with this. Delakey says Sam Houston State quarterback in the 5th round. I'll take a look at him, Del. I'm just starting to get into my 4th and 5th round prospects on my board, so I'll take a peek. Mac Trey, your backup is already better than Baker. Certainly, you can make that argument, I guess. Yeah, Baker's done more from a production standpoint than Locke. Baker's been more protective with the ball than Locke's been. He's been better than Locke, but Locke's got potential still. Breeze, Kyle Hamilton is so elite. He is, Breeze, my number 2 rated prospect in this entire draft, just behind Aiden Hutchinson. I don't care what he did at the combine. His tape is phenomenal. He's going to be a great safety in this league. Megan says we have a kicker in the Aussie, don't we? I think there's one in this draft. Megan, I think there is. Raul Havana, forget Baker. You can get Sam Bradford cheaper, and he's taller. There you go. There you go. U2K, Mariners channel equals the Crow's Nest. Poseidon's Lair. There we go. You might have it. Poseidon's Lair is pretty cool. That's what I was going for there. Neptune's Nest. The Man Sail. A man sail. I love it. Captain's Cabin. The Helm. Man, Yui's got some good ones there. I'm stealing some of those to look through and consider for later, Yui. All right, Yui's kind of onto it, though. Something with Poseidon. Poseidon's Trident, maybe? That wouldn't be bad. Poseidon's Trident. It's kind of a weird name for a channel, but I like all those. I like pretty much all those, Yui. But I'm going to be creating that channel here in the next, probably the next week and a half. I'm going to get that channel created so we can start doing some Mariner streams once they come along. Mac Trey, if the Browns can get a fourth for Baker, I'll be surprised. I think they might. I don't know. It depends on how desperate teams are who need quarterbacks like now, like the Colts or maybe even the Panthers. Adeleke, is Eskridge better off in the slot? Yeah, he's not going to do as well on the outside. His future is really mainly out of the slot. He can do some stuff on the outside, so he's not completely relegated there as some receivers can be. But he's got shorter arms, shorter build, shorter frame. He's just better suited for the slot. Expert JK, Dan Schneider, low-key was bad with draft picks by selecting Penny and LJ Collier. All right, goes beyond that expert. I mean, he's definitely had some misses in recent years. It was really bad from about 2015 to about 2019. The last couple of years have been a little bit of an improvement. But from those years, yeah, there's a lot of bad picks. Throw Malik McDowell in there. It's been tough at times. Some of this we've wondered with to put it on Schneider's table is a little bit tough because expert JK, the thing you have to consider here is that Coach Carroll has been the vice president of the Seahawks. He's been the guy that's had the say over Schneider, and he could come in at any given time and say, hey, sign this guy, make this trade, pick this player. And so what has been Schneider, what has been Carroll gets a little bit harder to determine or peel between the two because of Carroll wielding that kind of power. Adam Kessel, Willis from Liberty will be the Seahawks' new Wilson. He's got a lot of Wilson to his game, Adam. He does. And I certainly could see them targeting him because of that. The Tyler says, who would you realistically want as a quarterback? The Tyler, I would go get Marcus Mariota, sign him to a 1-year deal, let him and Locke battle it out in a competition. And then I would look to go get my quarterback next year in next year's draft where the crop is going to be much more stronger than it was in this year's draft. Alexander Matthews, Brandon, I'm actually at work and I'm having a S day, but you're getting me through it. Well, thank you, Alexander. I'm glad to hear that, man. Hang on in there. It's been a bit of a tough week for some people I've recently been speaking to. So I don't know, maybe there's something in the stars or something in what's going on, people stressed or whatever, but just hang on in there, man. And glad I can help you get through a little bit easier. Righto, Gino hits those deep balls to DK and he can hand off to Penny. It's a Gino season. I like it, man. I'm with it. Expert JK, I don't think Seahawks were interested. I'm just going off the reports I'm reading. Spider Niner says Sherman was okay. He's all right. Definitely a little older at that point. Rain, not really a Seahawks fan, but wouldn't it be better to take a chance on Jordan Love? He'll probably be cheap to get and see if he was able to learn something from Rodgers. I mean, is he going to be cheap to get, number one? If we're talking about I got to give up a third-round pick for Jordan Love, I don't want to do that. I wasn't a big guy on Jordan Love coming out of Utah State to begin with. I thought people were really squinting their eyes to draw the Patrick Mahomes comparisons. I just didn't really see it. Last year in the game that he played against the Kansas City Chiefs, I thought he looked like a deer in the headlights. There's not a lot there with Jordan Love that I see that draws me to want to give up a second or third round for the guy at this point, which is what the Packers are going to want. And again, much like with the Minshew situation, and other backup quarterback situations where a team is worried about what they have behind what they're running as the starter, you're going out there and Rodgers is your 40-year-old quarterback. You're probably going to want a viable backup behind him at that point. So I'm not even sure that at this point the Packers are really in a position of wanting to move Jordan Love or that he's on the market, whereas we know Baker Mayfield is on the market. Raider Edge says, did Trent Brown sign with Seattle? Nope, they're keeping him locked in the basement of the VMAC until he signs the deal. So it's the hard sale approach. It's the real hard sale approach. It's the hostage hard sale approach. But they're giving it a try. They're giving it a try. Expert JK says Seahawks need Bo Callahan. Do we? Bo Callahan. Sherman had U2K. Sherman had the greatest front seven in years that 1 year, and Watkins ran right past him when it mattered in the Super Bowl. True. Very true. Herbicide says Minshew or Mariota. I don't think Minshew's available. We'll see what happens with that, but I don't think he is. Damian Pig, where do you think Bobby Wagner will go? I'd like to see him join the Chargers. I need to understand, I guess, I got to get a Charger fan in here to explain to me how that'll work, because the Chargers a couple years ago drafted Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma, and he was a lightning bolt of a middle linebacker. I don't know where you're moving him if you're bringing Bobby in. Are you putting him as, or maybe they run a lot of the two middle linebacker type looks with 3-4 stuff there defensively to a certain degree, so maybe you could fit it in from there, but wouldn't Bobby rather go to more of a 4-3 defense and find that as a fit? Chargers are a possibility, Damian. So I wouldn't discount that. There is a chance he goes there. I think the Raiders make sense as well. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of other good suggestions on places he could go beyond that. I don't think he goes to the Cowboys. I think they're pretty set. He's going to probably want to try to go to a contender. So I'm not sure. I don't have a good read on it, really, with that. Ahmad Langford trade Lockett to the Ravens. I'd love to do it, man. Let's move him. Let's move him, get what we can get for him. Brian O, I don't think Packers are ready to give up on Love. Me neither. They have a fantasy that they will redo the Favre-Rodgers transition. They do indeed. They do indeed. Adam Kessel says Matt Ryan is still relevant. Bring him to Seattle. Yeah, Adam. Again, we can look at quarterbacks that we might like in the league, but they've got to be available. Matt Ryan was only going to be made available if Deshaun Watson came to the Falcons. He's not coming to the Falcons, so Matt Ryan remains. Malcolm says Buccaneers will trade you Blaine Gabbert for a number 1 and number 2 pick. I bet you will. UGK says Hawks channel equals the bridge. Okay. I kind of like it. I think I like the Poseidon one. I like the Poseidon's layer is pretty good. Mansale just makes me laugh. I don't know. You also get me with the Mansale a little bit. That one I kind of like that too. Corey Lalone says 1970s offense and a defense the entire league figured out 5 years ago. Yep. No Rubber says, isn't it a little late at night to be signing players? It's never too late to sign players. And I want no part of Kyle Trask. You guys can keep Kyle. Kyle Trask is all you. All you. Malcolm, watch Carson Wentz finally have a really good year with Washington. Maybe. They're going to protect him. They're going to play. They're going to do a lot like what we're going to do. They're going to try to play defense, run the football, minimize the amount of throwing attempts he has. John Robinson says, once Drew Lock plays his first away games, he will have a hose in a different area codes. He will have a hose in different area codes. That's true. Annette Hammond says, bring Gardner back to the Pacific Northwest. Annette, he's got to be available. The Eagles have got to want to trade him. We've seen no indications that the Eagles have any willingness to trade Gardner Minshew. North Fresh Coast Media. No to Hater Mayfield. You see how he hated on ODB. He did indeed. BJ says tank for Archie Manning. That's a far out tank, BJ. That's a 3 year tank right there. Alexander Wheeler says Watson had a better season in 2020 than Wilson with less weapons and a worse O-line. That's very well said, Alexander. Part of the reason why I say he's a guy that was playing at top 3 at the position when this whole suspension thing came down. and why the Browns fans should be extremely ecstatic that they're adding that kind of talent. Maybe you are out because of the off-the-field stuff and that you just can't cross that particular bridge, but from a player standpoint, from what he gets you on the field, it's unquestionably a massive upgrade. Ariel Aguilar, Malik Willis, it's a possibility, Ariel. It's very hard to determine exactly where he's going to go in this draft. He seems to be the first quarterback who will be taken. I've heard everything from he'll be taken in the top 7 picks to take a number 2 overall to maybe he could slide. He certainly has certain hallmarks and traits to his game that will remind you of Russell Wilson, both on the good and the bad side of things. For me, I think taking him up in the top of the first round is a little high for the holes in his game. I wouldn't want to select him that highly, but he certainly would be in the Seattle Seahawks crosshairs as a potential. Raider Edge, what about Marcus Mariota? Would you take him in Seattle? I would, Raider. He'd be my number 1 guy right now of any of the options I've heard mentioned, from a Mayfield to a Minshew to everything else in between, to a Fitzpatrick. If I have to pick and I get to choose, I'd rather ride with Mariota for 1 year as my stopgap. Let him fight it out with Drew Lock and call it a day. That's my preference. Delikey says Jimmy G looks better than Tony Romo. I'll take your word for it. Michael, the Seahawks are rebuilding. Why would they trade for a tier 2 quarterback? Michael, never underestimate the ineptitude of this front office or their willingness to make decisions that don't make any sense. If you start from the operation standpoint that every move this front office makes sense, which is understandable, that's how I'd normally operate from, then you'll be confused. If you operate from what's the most confusing move to make, everything will start to make sense in the world. He says the Colts make so much sense because they're a borderline playoff team. They missed the playoffs because of Wentz was trash versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Very true. All true, Michael. But again, don't underestimate the power of our franchise to come in and make a stupid decision and look at their own team and say, no, we're not in rebuild mode. And there's been nothing you've heard from Carroll or Schneider to indicate that they are in rebuild mode. It's us as the fans who are saying we're in rebuild. They're telling us that they're going for it. They're going to be competitive. They're trying for it. Whatever that means. Breeze says, I think you guys should just rock with Drew Lock, honestly. Build around the guy some more. I'm with it. I'm with it. Adam Kessel says it wouldn't make sense to trade all that we got for Wilson away for Baker. I don't think it's costing you a lot to trade from Adam. You're not giving up a first or I don't even think a second round pick to get Baker, which then might make more sense to the front office. We don't give up any of the assets we give up for Russell, and we can bring him a quarterback in and da-da-da-da-da-da. But it's not going to cost you as much, even though, again, I'm not in favor of getting Baker. So I don't want to do the Baker trade, but yeah. Chris says, can we get Jake Locker from Blaine? I think he's been retired for quite a bit of time. Kyler just wants an extension, laughing out loud. Rodgers did the same thing and got paid, so. Yeah, I think Rodgers probably accomplished a lot more than Kyler's accomplished in requesting his contract extension, though I do think Kyler has a leg to stand on here, Nolan. So I don't disagree with Kyler asking for the contract extension, but I also understand the Arizona Cardinals coming back to him and saying, we haven't seen enough to give you $45 million or $50 million a year. We're going to put you on a $150 million contract. You wear down as the season goes on. We have questions about your ability to lead this football team from the quarterback position. We need to see another year to make that determination. Or you can take less money on a contract extension and you can get paid now. I don't know where I don't follow Cardinal football, so I'm not going to pay super close attention to Kyler Murray extension talks, but I think both camps on this have a bit of a leg to stand on from where they're coming from on this. And I don't discount any player wanting to be paid. Football's a tough sport. I get it. But Kyler's not been it's not been like the Josh Allen extension or the Patrick Mahomes extension that occurred after 3 years. This is not that kind of thing with Kyler where it's a no-brainer. He's absolutely earned it. You got to give it to him. It's more of a, well, I mean, we could. Doug Warren says, get Baker for cheap or pass. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it, man. Breeze, DK is a diva. I don't know if he's a diva. I don't. Josh Alonzo, what's up, B? What's up, Josh? Good to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Spider Niner, love your state. Thank you, man. California's pretty cool, too. Mark Harbercohen's got some suggestions for me here. He says, being a Navy sailor, I say the crow's nest as it is crow's nest is pretty good. Mark, you're right. I didn't think about it when we put that in there, but I think he might have been on to something there. So something crow's nest. Okay. So we got, I say the crow's nest as is atop the center mast of a mariner ship. And then you have an easy hawk's nest, crow's nest, easy to remember, laughing out loud. Yeah, that's true, man. That's very true. So I think you're talking me into it, Mark. You're talking me into it. Crow's nest makes a lot of sense with the hawk's nest as a tandem channel, doesn't it? Makes a lot of sense as the tandem channel. Very well said. I think we might have an early leader in the clubhouse, folks. I think Crow's Nest is an early leader on the Mariner channel. Rain, do you think that Love can be a good quarterback? Still young and be someone to rebuild with while also being mentored by Aaron Rodgers? Still be cheap if he doesn't pan out while there as well? Some of this I got to go on, Rain, is just my pre-draft evaluation of Love and looking at the tape on him. And I watch all these quarterbacks when they come out. I have my opinion on them, and what I tend to find with quarterback opinion, I don't know the quarterback's my best position that I scout and evaluate, but it's one that I just kind of lean to what I see, and it tends to be different than what other people always tend to see at the position. I'm probably wrong more than I'm right on that because of that. But what I saw to Jordan Love coming out was not a guy that should have been taken in the first round. And there was too many holes to his game and too many questions to his game, decision-making accuracy. I thought his arm strength was overstated when people were trying to make the comparisons to Mahomes, which felt lazy to me. It just felt lazy. So I just am not a big Love guy. And I watched that game, the whole game against the Kansas City Chiefs last year, where he finally got his first chance to start. He had a whole year to sit on the bench before he had that chance to start in that game. And then he went out there and looked completely in over his skis. And to me, I'm already with my pre-draft evaluation of Love to see that then on the field. There's going to be some confirmation bias. I'll own that. But the confirmation bias may not be wrong as well with that, which is just, I don't see a guy in Jordan Love that's a guy that you're going to build your franchise around as a quarterback. And frankly, the Packers are proving this out because the Packers told you 2 years ago, our plan is to transition to Jordan Love. Now the plan is to stay with Aaron Rodgers. So the Packers are telling you the same thing I'm telling you. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish Lockett's a diva. Yeah, no, Lockett's not a diva. U2K says Colts shouldn't want Baker. They need an adult at quarterback like Ryan. Seahawks shouldn't want Baker either if they were really trying to rebuild, but the Seahawks are not rebuilding. They're planning on winning in 2022. Well said. Yeah. I think it makes sense for the Colts, Huey. I mean, the Colts, to me, they do a lot of the run-based stuff that the Browns do. They do a lot of the under-center stuff that the Browns do. Some of this comes from a point of scarcity from my standpoint, the Colts roster is in a much closer state of being able to compete. And if it's in a state of closer to compete, you need to upgrade the quarterback position from where it was. And if after Carson Wentz in the quarterback market, there is no upgrade that appears to be a clear one, especially if you look at the draft, it not being there where they will be selecting, then it makes a lot of sense to go to Baker as an option. He's not option A. You're indeed probably on to option L, but it is better than some of the alternatives that are out there right now, especially if the Colts do consider themselves a contender type team, which I think they do. Nivets 4433 says, Broncos fan here. Give Locke a shot at true development. Won't say he will be the guy, but he has a better chance to grow now. I'm with that, Nevitz. Thanks for welcome on in here as a Bronco fan. And hey, I'm with that approach. So I like it. I'd be okay with it. I'd sign off on it. Let's roll with Locke. I'm good. MT, the racist corporate establishment is not letting BLM city like Seattle have a good team until it has learned its lesson. They've been building to lose since BLM. No, I had not ever heard it put it that way, MT. Maybe. Lolan D says, laughing out loud, Zion in the second. I don't know if Zion lasts in the second. I think he's gone. Here's Sahab, the Hawks keeping Lockett. Well, they were reportedly shopping him about a week and a half ago. I don't know where that currently stands, if they just maybe didn't get enough of an offering that it made it worthwhile. If you wait to a certain point, I think within about a month or so, he has a roster bonus hit. So if the roster bonus hits, he stays on the roster. If they can get out from under it, where it's only a $7 million dead money hit, then you could easily see him moved. Ivan Garcia says, what's the word on Trent Brown? Ivan, he's not left town, so he's remained in town, which is a good indication. Already it was a good indication that you were having him in for a visit, that meant that the numbers were close at least. So they've kept him in town. The negotiations are hot and heavy right now, I guess. He has not left yet, and maybe we'll be hearing some news on this coming down the track tomorrow. See, Hero Crockett says, Pete will always be a defensive first coach. He's not going to change now. Nope. Well said. And MT, I don't know if Seattle's building to lose since BLM. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think more MT, this is more of Occam's razor. Is it likely Seattle's not been winning as much now because politically the city's gone left and the NFL's trying to punish them and they're punishing themselves, I guess is what you're intoning? Or is it more likely that your owner died 3 years ago and right at the same time your owner died, there was a lack of accountability at the top end of the organization down, and since that lack of accountability, the team has been wild, loose, and free, and not with any kind of plan or mindset or approach or leadership at the top. You know, you have an owner in Jody Allen who is hands off to the ultimate. And you unfortunately you don't need an owner like Jerry Jones or Al Davis, but you do need an owner invested in at least wanting to truly see the team win and be competitive and committed to getting the team to that state. And a passive owner is not going to get that done. Josh Alonso says, is the Pete quote true, B? No, Josh, that's just me having some fun. I'm just having some fun with it, man. Every once in a while, I try to make you guys laugh if I can. So just trying to make people laugh a little bit. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate all you do, man. He says, a hypothetical here. In a world where Arch Manning is available, but Pete Carroll and John Snyder are still here with the number one pick, do you think the Manning family nixes that? Yeah. I think Arch Manning ends up on the East Coast or Midwest. He will either end up on the East Coast or the Midwest, Arch Manning. I'm pretty sure on that. And yeah, to your point on that, Charles, of course, Eli Manning pulled the card where the Chargers were going to draft Eli Manning, but then Daddy came in and said, no, you're not taking my son to San Diego with your miserable organization and your lack of ability to commit. And so then they traded him, of course, to the Giants. Giants traded Phillip Rivers back over to the Chargers, got a little extra pick back from the Chargers standpoint for the deal, and that was that. So yeah, I agree. I think that would be the case here too, Charles. Remember, of course, too, Peyton Manning didn't even get on the plane that Paul Allen sent him in Denver when they were trying to coax Manning to come to Seattle at the time. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, and good point. Jacob Kessler with a $5 donation says, if we've got to get Baker, I'd trade Lockett and a fourth this year and see if we could get like a fifth next year. Oof, I don't like doing that deal, man, Jacob. I mean, Baker's to me not even barely worth a fourth this year, and now I'm giving a fourth and I'm giving a locker for Baker. Then, to me, it's like I'll take Baker and I'll trade you Lockett, and then you can give me back a third round pick. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about that. So I don't know, man. That probably wouldn't work for me on that angle of things. You're giving up just too much value for me with Baker at that point. Again, too, Jacob, it's the 1 year rental aspect. You're getting him for 1 year, and then you have to make a decision in the situation as far as franchising him or just letting him walk, which is to me drives his value down a little bit. Jacob with another $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says Pete whining and dining Trent Brown. That's right. It's the hard sell, man. He's got the hard sell going. Keldon says, what was with everyone upset about Jimmy out with a porn star? She is a person, right? I'm not knocking it, Keldon. Yeah, a man can go out there and date who he wants to date, but I get to have a little bit of fun at your expense if that happens to be the way it is. So, it is what it is. It's funny, and it's something it's worth joking about. But I'm not like seriously knocking Jimmy because he did, or knocking her for being what she's doing. Like, do your thing, you do you, It's funny more than anything else. Because it's like fits into the cliche of Jimmy. It's like, oh, what a quarterback would be going out there trying to go after, taking advantage of a little bit of their lot in life. Is Megan Payton still a Seahawks reporter? Doesn't sound familiar. Rod Murphy, breaking per Schefter. Brown expected to trade Baker Mayfield to Colts for third round pick. Yes. That's good to hear, Rob. Very good to hear. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Harris, just wanted to see what you all are saying about the Hawks. Laughing out loud. Annette Harmon says, I think the mustache will bring Gardner this way. Annette, you sold me on it. I'm whipping out the mustache. And maybe we're going to have to go Gardner Minshew mustache for the next stream. We're out of options, folks. We've got to go Minshew Mania here. And the only way to Minshew Mania is through the stash. Everyone knows that. It's older than time. It's known. It's written about in the old books. It was found in the old Dead Sea Scrolls. The stash will bring you Minshew. I think that's what the prophets used to say. Drunken Miller's hands were measured at 11 inches and almost 11.25 inches, Randall. Jeez, those are some big mitts. Those are some plates. Harris Schaub with the trade rumors about quarterback. Interesting to see what you guys have to say as a Niner fan. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors all over the place. We don't want Jimmy G, though. You guys are going to have to trade him somewhere else. So we've had a few Niner fans in the chat trying to pawn him off to us, and I'm sorry, we can't take him, man. I just can't do it. Cinco Jim says Baker is average at best. He can manage a game with a run game, but if you have to win a game throwing well, that's where he just lacks reading the defense. Agreed, Cinco. I think his reading of the defense, processing, this is a little bit, Cinco, of where you get the OBD, Odell Beckham's dad posting to the social media, him missing Odell all over the place and not finding him even when Odell's wide open. That's a question. The thing this offense is going to help Baker with, if you were to come here, would be simplifying down his reads. His first read should be more often than not open, because that's the nature of this offense, to give you clear, easy first read looks so you don't have to process as much. But your point still stands. Joe Biden says Teron Armstead's meeting with the Dolphins tomorrow. Miami's building a contender with Tua. Could be. That'd be a big addition for them. That'd help Tua out considerably by bringing in Teron. And they've got the money to spend. Q Coffee, am I on a delay on the chat? I do get delayed on the chat, Q Coffee. For new folks that are in on the chat right now, I try to get through all the comments as much as I can. I'm not going to quite get there today, of course, because we got so many folks in, but we've been doubling, tripling, quadrupling the size of the chat, and it just means I get pushed down that much further sometimes on being able to respond to people. But I try to get to as many as I possibly can on every show. Spider Niner, so you guys are hating on Trey Dumb. I'm not hating on Trey Spider Niner. Spider Niner, I think, again, I still line back on the last year. My number 2 quarterback in last year's draft was Trey Lance. I had him over Wilson. So I still am in that same lane myself. I don't know if probably many of the people in this chat from Seahawks fan standpoint aren't, but I am. But at least I am. Kevin Hines, yeah, maybe a rebuild, but love to see Baker in Seattle. Jason says, not a baseball fan. Does that train still go by the stadium? Could do something with that. That's true. There is the train that goes past. That'd be interesting. And yes, it does, Jason. I think it's like the 7th inning. It always goes by or something. Gives us a good little woo-woo. But I'll think about it. The crow's nest has got me kind of fascinated a bit. It's that or it's Poseidon's lair, I think. Poseidon's lair sounds way badass, but I don't know if I can bring enough badass to the talk to, you're going to name yourself something like that. You better be bringing the thunder. Megan says draft day is totally large in Jersey for 3 days, Hawksness. Yeah, I think we got to do it, Megan. We got to do it. We need this draft. We got to call upon the power of the Largent. By the power of Largent, I commend this draft. I commence this draft to be amazing. Oh, we're getting the Debo DK debates between Niner and Seahawks fans. It's getting deep. Benito Quevedo, I want Matt Ryan more than this drama queen. Understandable, Benito, and I'd want Matt Ryan more than Baker, and I'm not even a big Matt Ryan guy. The problem, of course, does come into it that Atlanta's not trying to move on from Matt Ryan. They're going to hold on to him. If they had gotten Deshaun Watson, much like we're seeing the Browns moving on from Baker Mayfield because Deshaun's coming to town, you would have seen the same with Atlanta if he came there. But that's not the case. He's going to remain with Matt. King Sleepy says, shaking my head, no on Baker Mayfield. Understand? Sean Proper, wasn't the potential Seahawks target Josh Allen in the draft? That's another potential there, Sean. It is a potential. We don't know for sure on that. Maybe you're right on that, guys. We don't know for sure, though. There was some scuttlebutt I read on it, and again, this is all rumors and what we have to read from what we're hearing about the sources and all that other stuff. Yes, Seattle was at Josh Allen's pro day, that's for sure, and there was some interest there as far as from that standpoint. But did that mean that's who they were going to pick if they had the number 1 overall selection? Uncertain on that one. Joe Biden says draft stream is going to turn into a drunk stream when we move up to get Malik Willis. Nope, only turns into a drunk stream if we get Coral. I ain't going to drink on Willis because I'm at least have some hope there. And you've overdrafted him, but he's still a talented player. With Coral, you've drafted what's going to be, I think, a wasted pick. Hayden Fawcett, will you stream with Seahawks Brendan on draft day? We'll probably do at least a draft stream at some point, Hayden. But I'm probably just going to be doing 3 days on my own, just kind of running with it. Because I'll be looking at all these prospects. I'll have breakdowns on all these prospects on every pick. And it's going to be a lot of me yammering away, not to mention like barely even getting to the chat at times. But we'll definitely probably do a stream on one of the days that's going through, kind of a summation and discuss back and forth a bit. Benito says, F Jared Goff, he's trash too. Agreed. Jay says, this is exactly what Baker needs. I personally think he is going to jump to the next level. He wants to win the breakup. I'll miss him on our team. Always liked him. Interesting, Jace. Okay. Tim Zoller, Browns fan here. Ha ha ha. Y'all don't want Baker. I feel bad. Hope y'all trade us Lockett or Metcalf on another note because y'all are in rebuild. We'll give you Lockett. We're holding on to Metcalf, Tim. And you need to give us at least a 3rd round pick for Lockett. Maybe more, but we'll maybe settle on a 3rd round. We can talk about it. Randall says, I take the report that Baker wants to play for the Colts with a grain of salt. Might be Cleveland driving up his value. Might be a reporter running with something. Yeah, it's always hard at this point in these processes, Randall. We hear a variety of things. We saw this with the Watson deal. It went here, it went there. It's going to the Saints, going to Carolina, going over this one. Oh, it's definitely this team. We were the first team out the gates where around the league, it just goes without saying Seattle's going to go after Deshaun Watson. He's going to go to Seattle. It just goes without saying. And then we weren't even in the negotiations. So it's fluid. We don't know where it'll go. Brian Lefevre says, please trade for Baker. All right. It's kind of been 50. Brian, it's been 50-50 a bit in the chat. Half have been like, hell no, Baker. No way, no how. Half have been like, oh, I'm kind of enticed. John says, Bengals locked up Lyle Collins. Crap, I would have rather had him than Browns. Than both Browns. Yeah, me too. Lyle is a better player than both those two guys where they're at right now. Agreed. Delicate says, I heard the Saints want to trade 1st rounders and a 3rd with the Seahawks for Malik Willis. Makes some sense. That sounds about right value. Randall says Poseidon Seaman. There we go. 2TR says, we were hearing a 3rd for Baker here in Cleveland. Sounds about right. I figured that's where it was going to probably settle out at. Tim Zoller says, a lot of Browns fans are delusional. Baker managed to divide the fan base. People like him and dismiss his lack of skills. It is here. It's interesting, Tim. We've had a lot of Brown fans come in the chat, especially today, as much as any day. I mean, I put a Baker Mayfield thumbnail, so I probably should have expected that. But it is interesting to hear the fan base be so differing on opinions. And I may be more shocked by it, Tim, but we ran into the same spot with Wilson. As much as there were people that were wringing their hands, clutching their pearls, screaming about the fact Russell was going to be moved, there was also a lot of fans that were kind of done with the process too, and not just with the diva quarterback thing, but also with where his game was on the football field at the time they moved him. All of us as fans watch the same game, but sometimes some of us come away with different conclusions than others on that respect. And it is interesting to see in what does drive those different conclusions and how people arrive to them. I do think that there's a little bit of leg to stand on from those people who look at Baker and say, look at how much you were given out the gate to work with, to be successful. And your successes were, while they were good, Were they as good as they should have been with all that you had sort of built around you? And I think it's a valid question and not one that I necessarily have an answer for. Randall says, how about a 2023 fourth rounder that can become a third rounder based on performance? I'd be good with that, Randall. And it makes sense. Gregory Hill says, them Brown fans love Baker and a month ago defended him like Skip Bayless. Laughing out loud. Browns fans suck. Delokey, Brooks, and Cody Barton, we okay picks? No, they weren't good picks. No. Let's unpack them both, Del. You draft Jordan Brooks 2 years ago. At the time, what I said at that in that draft, there's a couple things that I did. Number one, that meant that you were going to move on from Bobby Wagner within 2 years. So you were owning up to eating some dead money in 2 years to move on from Bobby at a time when he may be still playing pretty decently for you. Just set a career high in tackles this last year. You also were going to be playing Jordan Brooks out of position for the first 2 years of his career. He's a middle linebacker and really should be a middle linebacker only. Instead, you've been playing him as outside linebacker through the first 2 years of his career, essentially wasting his cheap rookie contract, playing him out of position. To the tune of last year, he gave up over 1,000 yards in coverage, more than any other linebacker and more than any other cornerback in the entire NFL. Sorry, I can't look at that as a good pick just because he's a good run-stuffing linebacker with some thump. Cody Barton failed at Sam, failed at Will, and played marginal at the middle linebacker in a couple of spot starts in his third year last year. Again, third round pick. Not a great pick. I'm not expecting the world from a third rounder, but I'm expecting better than what we've gotten out of Cody up until this point. So those picks haven't been good. Says, we got, I believe it's a Chinese emoji thing there. Says, what do you think of Anthony Richardson, Florida, as the future Seahawks quarterback? I'm not taking a look at him, but I will take a look at him and ask me on the next show. I'll get him down into my notes and I'll take a peek at him. Megan says, B, the 5th anniversary of my dad's death is coming up, and the only thing keeping me somewhat sane is this chat. The 12s and others like Hoodie Jew and his crew and Charles Riley, etc. So thanks. My pleasure, Megan. It's good to hear then. I'm glad we can help you out on that respect of it. You hang in there. I know it's always a tough time when those anniversary points come up of like that, but I'm glad to hear it. You know, we fam in here, Megan, so it's always good to have you on in here. And Hoodie's appreciating your presence, that's for sure. Washington Fistquest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fistquest. It says, rest in peace, John Clayton. Whatever people think of his takes, extremely hardworking and took good care of his wife. Good reminder to take breaks and enjoy life. Well, thank you for the $5 donation and nothing but love from my standpoint with John Clayton. Absolutely nothing but love. Again, as I led with the show on this Washington Fistquest where I said John's a guy that definitely was an influence on me in getting into more of the depths of the NFL, specifically the contract situation, how bonus money works, how you roster build properly, what the tact is to trade. He had a lot of knowledge and insight into how to do that type of stuff and how teams went about that process that not all reporters really would dive into. His Saturday morning show for me was must listen. Even if I couldn't listen to it live, I was going to, as soon as it came up as far as podcast form, you better believe I was going to listen to all 3 hours of that show and just take it all in. And this doesn't even speak to what he did as a reporter with being a Hall of Fame reporter as a beat reporter and then working for ESPN. His fights with Sean Salisbury when they'd go back and forth. If you guys go back and watch some of the YouTube videos with those guys going at each other playfully, but going at each other nonetheless. Great guy, and a guy that there's been nothing but great stories told about him since his passing, which again, if we can all of us can only ask for that, is if we leave this earth, there's just nothing but people singing our praises and how good a person we were, how much a quality guy we were, good a girl we were. And that is the case with John. He certainly was revered by all, which is a hard thing to attain. E36 says Baker Mayfield's a dumpster fire. I'd rather have Geno. Makes sense. Chris Yarden, we're not giving you a second round for Baker. It's too much. Too much. Randall says Carroll's the Seattle version of Jerry Jones. Comes along with the F's and then F's the plan up on draft day and free agency. That's where I think it's been running prior, Randall. That's one of the reasons I'll be hesitant to throw as much shade at Schneider on this stuff, because I think it has been Carroll more often than not recently, especially on the bad decision-making side of things. DJ Jimenez says Gino Toretta for franchise quarterback. He was a 7th rounder in 92. I'm sure he's got a little bit of He's got a few more bolts left in that gun, in that cannon. Joe McKinnon, do you have the feeling Baker won't be doing so many commercials anymore? I would think probably not. Certainly not a lot of commercials centric around him owning the Browns stadium and being responsible for it. I will say that at least. Randall says we still have C. Galley and Yakima. Okay. Larry says, I think Bobby's coming back to Seattle. Maybe. We'll see. Creamy DF, do you think we'll get Malik Willis? I don't think it's likely, but it's certainly a possibility that they look at him. Some of it depends on where the quarterback market goes between now and then, the draft, but it's a possibility. Kevin Hines, I just don't see Locke as the future. I don't either, Kevin, but I see my future in 2023 NFL draft, which means the quarterback of the now doesn't matter as much as that quarterback of the then. And so I'm not going to be less worried about the now. Chris says Baker could unlock that passing attack. He's never had a number one. OBJ and him never clicked, took the blame even though he was hurt. He's had some decent guys to throw to. I mean, he's had some tight ends in addition to the wide receivers to throw to. Austin Hooper, Harrison Bryant, David Njoku. That's on top of the guys he had on the outside like Jarvis Landry and ODB. Even Peoples-Jones isn't a bad receiver for them. So he's had something to work with, as he had maybe not a number one, maybe not completely a number one, but certainly he's had some talent there to throw to. Certainly some talent. Megan says, confused and disappointed with the front office in equal measures, B. Yeah, me too. Me too, Megan. Just kind of still looking for exactly the plan in place, you know. Sean, is Marlon Mack available? Yeah. Would I bring him in to compete with Penny? I think I'd probably look more to the draft and get a young guy in the draft rather than spending a veteran minimum deal on Marlon. I don't know. He's got a whole lot left in the tank there. Benito, Matt Ryan, our next quarterback. Matt Ryan's not tradable, Benito. It's like Minshew. We can have guys we mention as far as names, but they got to be available. And they're not available right now. Not a Niner by nature says, please send Baker to Seattle so we can trade Jimmy to the Colts. Yeah, I bet you guys want that. You already got 2 third-round compensatories with that stupid McDaniel signing, so be happy with that. Tony Wright, I hear through NFL here say that your Seahawks have worked out quarterback Colin Kaepernick and that Pete Carroll is thinking about signing him. I hope to God not. Clutch B-Ball TV. I'm a Giants fan, but I love your channel. Well, thanks, Clutch. I love having other fans in here. As you know, I say on the often. I know we sometimes have some inner fighting that goes on, especially if our NFC West fans coming in here. But I always say having other fans coming into the channel here helps just round out our knowledge and gives us a perspective on things. It certainly has with the Baker Mayfield situation and seeing what Brown fans have to say about him, and it just rounds out. And the more information you can get, the more data you can get, the more perspective you can get, the better your football knowledge and the better understanding you have of the sport, in my opinion. And so I'm glad to have you in here, man. Welcome aboard. And good to have you aboard. And thanks, man. Appreciate it. Keldon says, coaches never rebuild. They all say the same words. Rebuild is not one of them. It's true, Keldon. It's very rare it comes out of their mouth, that's for sure. Very rare. Steve C., I'm a Browns fan. Do you guys really want Baker? We don't, but I think the front office kind of does. At least a little bit. BJ, I would love us to just work on getting the right pieces to build a championship team in this draft. Give Drew Lock a year to prove himself, and if he doesn't, then look at the quarterback and use the cap space. That's where I stand, BJ. That's where I stand. Just give it a year, take stock of things, get your offensive line all forged, like a sword you're forging in the fire. Forge that offensive line first, and then let's go get the quarterback. Let's take an assessment of the situation. Let's get DK on the contract extension, and then you bring in the quarterback, and now look at it. He's got the offensive line on place. He's made a couple tight ends, got his number one wide receiver. You're talking about a young quarterback just walking in onto the scene who you're just trying to help elevate instantaneously from the jump. That's the best way to do it. June 32nd, do you think the front office is saying we're going for it as a way to save face in the eyes of those who disagree with tanking? A little bit. I might be playing semantics on this June 32nd, but I don't know if it's them trying to counter as much as they just know they can't come out and say tanking because the fan base, after you just get rid of, if you came to the fan base and you said, okay, we traded Russell Wilson. Now we're going to be just kind of like getting through this season. We got $40 million of dead money in the books. We just need to let that bleed out a little bit. And then when we get to next year, we're really going to go for it at that point. You tell the fan base that, and you're going to have something just short of maybe a revolt. So you got to come to the fan base and say, we're trying. All ships in the water. All oars in the water. Full speed ahead. Does it make it the truth? No, not exactly. And I think they are leaning more towards, if not tanking, at least rebuilding. And it's a very close leap. It's a very close little hop from rebuild to tanking, isn't it? Those are two things that go pretty closely together. Megan says Crow's Nest is a suburb of Sydney B. All right, Megan, I think we're onto something here. I think Crow's Nest we might have landed on it with it. Why do I? Saying Desmond Ridder is the most pro-ready quarterback in this class is like saying he's the smartest kid with Down syndrome. Wait till the 2023 to draft any quarterback. I don't disagree with you. Why do I? Well said. Very well said, man. I definitely agree. It's not a class full of a lot of guys that are ready to hit the ground running here. Steve Z, I love Baker, but he needs to mature and work on his decision-making. He's better than Locke, though. I think he is better than Locke, and I agree with everything you said on that. I'd be much more interested in Baker if this was not a one-year rental, if he was not going to cost me $18 million on the one-year deal, and if I wasn't going to have to give up what's probably going to be a third-round pick to get him. Yui says, Crow's Nest is my favorite and the first one I suggested, and it's right on brand for you and your legacy. Thank you, Yui. And you get credit for this moving forward if we ride for it. You were the one who mentioned it. So I think that's the one. And as somebody said, it backends nicely with the Hawks Nest. They go together really nicely on that one. So I think we're onto it here. I think it's onto it. I knew if I put it to you guys would come up with a smart suggestion, much smarter than what I could come up with. Jeffrey Thistle, to be fair, Love did start the first time against the freaking Chiefs. Yeah, but I mean, I don't give him a lot of slack for that because the Chiefs' defense sucks. It's the offense of the Chiefs I have to worry about. You should be able to move the ball against the Chiefs, as far as offensively speaking. So, and I didn't expect him to light the world on fire. I wasn't expecting a 300-yard game against the Chiefs. But if you're also with the deer in the headlights, that's also at the opposite end of the scale of functionality as a quarterback. And it certainly isn't going to create any, confidence in me going forward with you. I won't judge him off just that game, but when I take that game in addition to what some of my pre-draft evaluation of him, it kind of comes together in my mind where I'm like, dumb pick by the Packers, shouldn't have done it. That's really what that one boils down to. Guy probably shouldn't have been a first rounder, probably shouldn't have been a second rounder. Third round probably should have been where you've been at on a developmental guy like him. Sean Hines, Brandon, would you bring in Marlon Mack as our number 2 back? I wouldn't, Sean. I don't think Marlon's got a lot left in his game, and I think you can do better. For instance, this draft is stocked up with a lot of running backs from the 4th round to the 6th round that you can get who might be very similar to what you'd be getting in Mack at much cheaper a cost. I tend to lean in the land of every year in the draft from the 4th to the 7th round, I would just take a running back and then always commit to never paying my running back. So I build a stable of guys, a competitive stable of guys, let the best man win. If I got to release out a guy because he flames out or because he's not very good, I don't care. I got 3 other guys in the room, right? So would be less for me about building around a bell cow guy as it would be just stacking at the position every year, understanding that in the value of every given draft, there's always guys that you can get in the 4th, 5th, 6th round that are pretty good running backs that the league just happens to, because it doesn't value the running back position as strongly and because there's so much depth of talent at that position coming out through every draft, it leans me in that direction of things. Sison P, I think we should try to get Matt Ryan, draft a quarterback to sit and learn from the veteran quarterback. Let me go through a couple quick reasons Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan, as we mentioned, he's not coming to Seattle. The Falcons are not trading him. The Falcons are going to feel like they can compete in that division. The Saints are kind of out right now where they're at. They don't have a quarterback, no Sean Payton, a little bit of cap hell. Carolina Panthers don't have a quarterback and don't have a pathway to the quarterback. That means that the Falcons feel like whether they're standing right or wrong, they're fighting it out with Tampa Bay for the top of that division, which means that they're not going to move Matt Ryan. They were only moving Matt Ryan if they got Deshaun Watson, which is not happening, so they're not going to move Matt Ryan. I don't even think if Matt Ryan was available, Seattle would necessarily be all that interested. He is an indoor, dome-based quarterback. That's why the Falcons drafted him, partly because he was a guy with some limited arm strength who threw with great anticipation and accuracy. Well, you put him out in the Pacific Northwest in the conditions and the elements where the wind is a-blowing, the cold is a-coldin', and the rain is a-raining. And I think that that's going to diminish him as far as a quarterback, especially an aging quarterback whose arm strength is already going to start to wane just a little bit as you get to the age where he's at. Factor in the final part of this, which is your offensive line is crap and you can't really pass protect all that well, and you're going to put a statue like Matt Ryan back there, he's going to get killed. He's going to get killed. So Falcons won't trade him. Even if they did trade him, he wouldn't be a fit in the scheme, or wouldn't be a fit in the stadium. And even if he could get past being not a fit in the stadium, you're going to get him killed with his current assemblage of offensive line. Jeffrey says everyone's treating Locke like a total clown. Dude didn't get much of a shot. No, he didn't. He says, I agree, Baker might just surprise some people, but I don't want that to happen in Seattle. Surprise them in Carolina. All right, so I'm going to be doing we just passed 5 hours here on the channel here today. I know we've got a ton of people in the chat. We're going to go about probably 8 more minutes or so on the channel. I think we're going to, as we get more of these people, more folks in here with 300, 400, 500 people in the chat, as we're starting to really bump up, I'm going to have to probably start doing some more shows here so I can make sure I can get through all the comments, because I got to get to work on my Monday morning still, but we're going to have to try to start accommodating that, I think, because we are starting to really grow as a channel here. It's like we've doubled our size here in about 2 weeks almost here. So I got to start thinking about some things, but we're going to do the Crow's Nest for sure on the Mariner channel. I'll be getting that created here soon. Shut Up and Ball says, as a Cowboy fan, you definitely don't want the extreme of getting an owner like Jerry Jones. Got to get an owner that wants to win and trust the people he hires to do it. Agreed. I think it's where you don't want the extreme of one or the other. And the extreme of being the guy that's the hands-off, who doesn't even really care about football. You know, he's just looking at it as an investment. 20 years from now, he'll sell the team at 10 times the profit of what he bought him at. And it's just a business decision for him. You don't want that, which is a little bit of what we have in Jody Allen, that she didn't buy the team. She's looking towards the sell of the team and doesn't really care about football. And that's where we sort of land. And then you don't want to be at the other end of the spectrum, which is the Jerry Jones, I'm going to be an owner and a general manager, which is ridiculous, or an Al Davis type, who on draft day would walk into the draft room and his scouts had spent months assembling their draft board precisely. Nope, this guy's a little better than that guy. Nope, this guy goes up on here. He's a second round guy. He's not a third round guy. He's really a second round. I don't think he is. And the arguments and fights the scouts would have and the general manager would have, and they would have this well-hewn draft board. And then Al Davis would walk in on draft day and start doing this. This guy over here, that guy over there. I like him over here, and he can go right there. And this guy, I don't like him. He goes down there. Yeah, I don't think he's a first-round talent. That's a fifth-round talent. And this fifth-round talent, I think he's a second-round talent. So we'll put him over there. So yeah, you don't want that other extreme of it. But you do need the guy that is at least active and wants to win and to me leads with his pocketbook, isn't scared by throwing 30, 40, $50 million contracts out there, understands the profit is going to be there for him. He's going to make his money in this game, but be committed to winning. Committed from a financial sense, from a sense of you're guiding the franchise, where if it's not going right, you step in with a firm hand and make it right. We had this with Paul Allen. You know, after Mike Holmgren left, we brought in Jim Mora Jr., and Jim Mora Jr. was a nightmare in that first year. It didn't work. He wasn't a fit. He had a multi-year contract. Did Allen ride with him? No. He said, here, I'll pay the rest of your contract. Bye. Have a good one. We're getting the right coach in here, and you went and got Pete Carroll as his replacement. That's the kind of owner you need. That kind of owner. And it's a balance. Shut Up and Ball. You're right. I mean, it's a balance between the two. But definitely Jerry Jones is not helping that franchise. And pretty much from the second that he pushed Jimmy Johnson out of town to moving forward at that point, outside of maybe bringing in like Bill Parcells, it's not been great. Alexander says, John Clayton, rest in peace, sad. Yeah, rest in peace, John. Rest in peace. Hawksman Trident. Hawkaman's Trident. I like it, man. That's not bad, too. Rob Diestel, I'd pre-subscribe to the Poseidon's Lair. All right, we gotta vote for Poseidon's Lair. It's between the Crow's Nest and Poseidon's Lair. So I'm gonna post it to my channel as a poll. So I think those will be the two choices. I'll throw a wild card in there too. Joe DBZ says Athletic reports Colts not interested in Mayfield, but Colts desperate, and if compensation drops to third or lower, they may be tempted. Ooh, okay. Megan says Brando repping Seattle as a 12 while sipping Starbucks. Love it, dude. Yeah, you know it. I'm all in. I'm all in on my region. Brian O'Connor, any chance we get Clowney? Probably not likely. They're starting to use up a lot of what they have cap space wise. I don't think he'll cost a lot, but you're starting to reduce down. And I think once you made the signing of Wusu, you probably were out on Clowney at that point. Halen Spotted Bear, why are you still streaming? Well, I do tend to try Halen. I'm going to be off in about 3 or 4 minutes, but I do tend to try to stream as long as I do because I like to try to respond to as many comments as possible. You guys are kind enough to come in here and watch me. If you have a question or a comment or something you want me to consider, I think it's only worthwhile for me to try and respond to as many people as I can. I'm going to miss that mark like I did today because we got so many people in the chat lately, but I do make a go at it. I do a go, and that's why we end up at 10-hour streams like we did last time. Ian ML says, sign Goldman or Hicks, sign Trent Brown, trade a 5th rounder for Minshew. Minshew's got to be available, but I like your plan. Una, this dude pays no attention to the YouTube chat. No point in even being here and trying to interact. Una, I'm a little unusual in the way that I run my chat. And for new folks into the chat, this is definitely odd than most YouTubers. I try to respond to everybody in the chat. So rather than just staying where the current chat's at and letting 20 comments spin by and then I pick and choose and sort of cherry pick what I want to speak to. It may get to that point with me, but I do try to respond to everybody. This does put me behind the chat by a considerable degree. And I'm sorry for that, but I think it's just a balance. It's better for me to try to respond to as many people as I can versus just staying always up on the chat. That may change as we go forward, but that's just my style on it. Jason says, my vote's the Crow's Nest. Totally goes the Hawks Nest. All right. All right. And Una, I understand where you're coming from. Dan bro, why? Una says, Dan bro, what are you doing that you have 4 hours to sit on live YouTube video? Well, I have passion. I love football. I love talking football. I get fans from every football team in on my chat. We get to talk about everything under the sun in the NFL. And that's why I created the channel, because I love it that much. I'm passionate about it, as are my peoples. That's why we all convalesce around here. Coalesce. That's the word I'm looking for, not convalesce. Coalesce. Sean Hines, don't we play the Broncos this season? We do. And they come into Lumen Field, if you can believe it. Look out. It's going to be a battle. Russell Wilson returns to Lumen Field to try to rip the heart out of the Hawks one more time. He did this offseason. Now he'll do it in the season. Randall says, I just hope Disley has 1,000 receiving yards. Me too, Randall. I think didn't somebody make a bet of Randall? I thought I saw somebody in my chat say that if he gets 1,000 yards, they made a bet with somebody for that. I forget who. Kim Cooper, just go get Jameis Winston and build up the run game and the O-line and defense. Build it with hungry players. No to Baker, the king of turnovers. I'm good with it, Kim. I'm good. You don't have to trade for Jameis. So yeah, let's do it. And so, Una, I'm sorry I missed your chat on here. Go ahead and just post whatever your comment is right now if you're still in the chat, Una. I'll respond to you right now in the chat if you just want to post in there. I'm sorry if I missed your chat on here. Like I said, I've also been trying to accommodate for growth here. We've almost doubled as far as our live stream viewers here in the last week and a half, literally the last week and a half. So it's an adjustment for me, and I try to respond to everybody I can. Again, it's just my style. I've been doing this for 3 years. This is how I do my live streams, is I try to get behind the stream. I try to respond as many as I can. I'm not trying to skip over your comment. If people do put money in, they do donate to my channel, I am going to respond to donations before I respond to the comments in the chat. But I do try to respond to everybody, if I can. But if you are still in the chat, please do post the comment. I'm happy to respond to it right now. So, Dubs, have a good one. Appreciate you, man. 206 guy, check out Desmond Ridder tape against Notre Dame. 206 guy, I will take a look at that tape. Though Ridder is my number 2 guy right now, or he's my number 1 guy. He's my number 1 quarterback right now in this draft. Jeffrey Mulliken says, I like Matt Corral. Looks like a winner to me. A lot of people love Matt Corral, man. And look, he's got the quickest release and the best velocity on his ball inside of 15 yards in the draft. Those are his 2 main components he brings to the table. A little bit of an it factor, I guess you could say. I think his body's really slight. I think he's going to get beat up in the NFL. I think as well, when you see him getting tackled a lot in the NFL, there's going to be fumbles are going to be a problem. As I've kind of joked, Jeffrey, on this stream, it's like when Matt Corral gets tackled in college football and he takes anything past a passing shot, it looks like somebody's put Semtex or C4 on him the second that they're making the collision. It's just like, boom, he's blown apart almost. You expect body parts to go in every different direction when he gets hit. And it's not that way with quarterbacks. Got a little more sand in the pants, a little more ability to take on some of that punishment. But you're not alone. There's a lot of people that like him quite a bit. Antonio Pierra says Russell Wilson couldn't beat the Bears. Not last year. Sean Hines says, with the Raiders bringing in another quarterback, where's Mariota going? I think there's a good chance we take a look at him. If not us, then I could see him going to a place like Miami to back up Tua. He's going to look and try to find where there's a good possibility for him to get on the football field. Randall Mediano says, I'm warming up to Thibodeau at number 9, major upside. How's he compared to Chase? Chase had a lot of the same kind of ability to get off and bend as Thibodeau, but he did it with better size, and he had more of the power elements to his game than Thibodeau does. Thibodeau does not have really any kind of power element. He's going to beat you with the speed, quickness, and twitchiness. So they're kind of different players. Chase was a little more consistent in his motor on film too than Thibodeau. And he didn't have the last year that Thibodeau did of tape where he's injured and kind of fighting through it, not looking at his best. Antonio says, Dwayne Haskins. I can't do Dwayne. I can't do Dwayne Haskins. Orlando Roca, if Wills or one of the other top corners are available at number 9, who would you prefer Seattle takes? I would go with the corners. I'd go with Ahmad. I'd go with Gardner, and I'd probably go even Stingley before I go Willis myself. I just don't like taking Willis in the top 10. Megan says, I'm out B, about to head over and see what the hoodie and the Hudak crew are up to. Talk to you soon. Sounds good, Megan. Have yourself a good one. Appreciate you coming in and chat. Annette Hammonds, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that. D-Man W, don't apologize for whiny people who get butthurt about you not having a super brain. Thank you, D-Man. I get it's something I hear common. I like to have new people in here understand what I'm trying to do, so they understand it's not a personal. If I miss your comment, I'm trying to definitely catch everybody I can. And if I miss you on one, we're going to be the point of this channel is for those folks getting to this growth where we have 300 people in here, so then I can do this almost every day. And once I do this every day, which is the long-term goal, then I'm missing nobody's comments. Then I'm getting to everybody in the chat. So it's kind of a long-term goal. Skills Maine, you're a real one. Thank you, man. UGK says, Pete hasn't had a college mind for 20 years. It's true. Black Trunk says, Malik Willis is better than Baker Mayfield. Yeah. Mac Pacific Northwest freewheeling here. Does a chip on the shoulder Mayfield paired with a college mind Carroll not offer at least better possible outcome than the many potential quarterback situations for year 1 of the rebuild? I think it does give you better potential success out the gate than other ways you could go. Willis, Corral, right? But then the question comes into at what cost, Mac? Is it to get a one-and-done season to when you're then 10-7 team? Now you're picking in the middle of the draft instead of high in the draft next year in 2023, where you want to go get your quarterback of the future. And because Broncos are also picking in the 20s, now it's not enough ammunition to say, here's our pick next year in the first round. Here's the Broncos pick next year in the first round to go get that top-end quarterback. It could end up setting you behind the 8 ball to getting that quarterback of the future. Not to mention the fact you could lose Mayfield after just 1 year, or you could end up even worse than having to put him on and sign him to a contract extension and be paying him $40 million a year if he has just a bit better than an average season. I think there's a lot of downsides on bringing him in because of that versus the alternative. H. George, do you really think Baker Mayfield is going to bring Super Bowls to Seattle? No. If not, then why pursue him? I don't want to pursue him, but I think the front office is pursuing him because I don't know that they believe what you and I believe on that. and that he couldn't bring them to a potential Super Bowl. I think that they look at it through that misguided view of things. Delakey says, why doesn't Jody Allen sell the Seahawks to Jeff Bezos? The Seahawks are not sold right now, despite the fact the owner wants to see them sold because of one reason only. When the Seahawks had their stadium built in 2000, for them to secure city funds to build that stadium, they had to agree not to sell the team until 2025. So Jody is waiting until that marker hits in the contract to then sell the team. At that point in time, Jeff Bezos, Steve Ballmer, you'll have a couple of guys that will jump right to the head of the list as far as being likely as far as potential types there. Joe F. says, some of these people are effing delusional. How the F is Colin Kaepernick, who hasn't played in 5 years, better than Baker or anyone else? They're like, ooh, he worked out with Tyler. I guess he's still good. I've been pushing back against it too, Joe. I've been pushing back against it too. I'm not making a lot of headway here, but I'm fighting that fight. I'm trying to fight that battle. Alexander Wheeler, hard to say. We haven't drafted too many quarterbacks, and the highest one we did was Wilson, and definitely wasn't the one we fell for the hype for. Agreed. Can Seattle win their first playoff game with a rookie quarterback? It says, oh, skeptic. I don't think with this roster, no. 206 guy, I feel like Seattle's going to fall for the Willis hype, though. I think they could, yeah, because of the fact he shows certain echoes of Russell Wilson to his game. They look very similar at times. Not the same kind of throwing motion or anything like that, but just the way that they go about playing the game's a little bit similar. 206 guy says, Ritter, watch the tape. He's inaccurate and can't read defenses. Not a good tool for Art Weapons and DK, Lockett, and Fant. Fair enough. I've watched at least 3 of Desmond Ritter's games, and he may have bad tape on Notre Dame, but I've also seen him with putting up really good tape too. It's one of the reasons you got to go with multiple games on a guy. I don't think the accuracy I've seen that's been bad. He's not pinpoint necessarily. He's not like Coral is on the short stuff as far as his accuracy goes. But I think overall he's pretty good. Overall. Big Timer says, grab Mayfield, he can be good. Brett Waldron says, do you collect football cards? I don't. I've got cards from when I was a kid, but I don't collect them anymore. Oh, 206 guy, you were talking about Willis. I'm sorry, 206 guy. Yeah, agreed with you 100% then there. Yes. The accuracy stuff is absolutely on point, and you're right about, is he going to be able to take advantage of our pass-catching targets with some of the current limitations to his game? He's got a lot of room to grow, but with the limitations and where he stands as the player he is now, yeah, you can make an honest assessment, in my opinion, of saying that's not going to fit right with our guys. Agreed. Alexander, have a good night. Robert S., I may have missed you talking about Winston. Could you say what you said again? I think Winston fits in certain respects. Seattle might look at what he did with New Orleans and say, okay, Sean Payton put him in a box last year, took him out of the Bruce Arians approach of the wild and free stuff that Arians was having him do, the no risk it, no biscuit approach, right? And then he got a little bit of his interceptions and turnover stuff under control at that point. Didn't play great, but didn't play bad either. I do wonder if Coach Carroll wouldn't be maybe out on him, looking at him in that respect, saying, I don't want to deal with the turnover aspect. And I think when Carroll looks at any given quarterback prospectively, he says, is this guy turnover prone? Does he have a problem with turnovers? Because I think Carroll holds at the highest realm when it comes to the quarterback position, an ability to protect the ball above all else. Protect the ball. Don't turn it over. It's something he is almost obsessed with, I think, at times. And so that's the one question I have with Winston as an option, if that's not something to get him knocked off of a potential fit here in Seattle, because he does have those holes to his game as far as that decision-making goes. And that might be just a bridge too far for Coach Carroll to sign up for. But the first-round talent, the ability there, yeah, that stuff is there that could be interesting to them, and he's not going to cost a lot, a little bit like Mariota, where it's going to be a lot less a cost for a guy that was a former first-round talent. I'd be okay with it, Robert. Again, you're not giving up draft capital for it. Doesn't cost you a lot. Doesn't harm the future of the rebuild. 2 thumbs up for me if that's the case. Skeptic, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, Skeptic, on that. You're awesome for doing so. Nothing to say, just a nice donation to the channel. H. George, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you on that. D-Man says most cards from the 70s to the 90s are worthless. Yeah, that's kind of where my cards are at right now. Breeze, I think the Seahawks should draft Jermaine Johnson. I do too. There's some hype about him maybe going up even higher in this draft. Like he's one of the late risers with the bullet as we're going into the draft, but really good tape, fun watch. Brian, can you grade my mock draft? 9, Jermaine Johnson, 40, Sam Howell, Tyler Smith at 41, Channing Tindall at 72, Cole Strange at 52, Damian Pierce, 152, Cameron Tyler Britt, from Nebraska there, I think it is, at 209, and LeBron Ryan. LeBron Ryan's the only one that I haven't taken a look at, Brian, so I've looked at all of the tape of those other guys that you have selected. I like the film out of all of them. I like that you have everybody selected to where you're getting them higher past Sam Howell. You're getting guys basically that may go a little bit higher than where they're delineated to go, but hey, you got your will of the future, you got your center of the future, you got a good backup running back to Penny. Sam Howell is an interesting guy going forward at the quarterback position, and Jermaine Johnson's a pretty clean prospect. At the very least, he's going to give you upper-level pass rush from day one when he walks in the door. So if I was grading that, I would give you a... And Tyler Smith, by the way, is an underrated pick, Brian. I've got a first round grade on Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. So that's an underrated selection there. I'm going to give you an A- on that one. And the Tyler Smith one really pushes it for me, Brian. That was a very smart selection by you at 41. Very smart on your part. Okay, Skeptic, if you had to say with your head and not your heart who our starting quarterback would be this season, who would you go for, Big Brandon? If I was to go with my head and tell you who our starting quarterback is going to be going into this season, I think that they ride with... I think that they ride with Drew Lock, but I think that they select Matt Corral in the second round. That's my feeling on it. Is that they go with Corral and then he comes in and fights it out with Drew Lock, whatever that's worth. All right, folks, we're 5.5 hours in here. I'm going to touch through the last couple of comments, and then we're going to call it a day here. I will be back on Wednesday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We'll jump back onto this, and I also have a Thursday show with Brendan this week, so we have a couple of shows coming up this week. We will continue to fill this out on OK Skeptic with another $5 donation. Thank you, Skeptic. Skeptic. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Skeptic. If you had to use your head, not your heart, who will the Seahawks starting quarterback be this season? Loving here in Alaska, we need outside help. We do need some outside help. Appreciate you listening in from Alaska. I hope you guys are starting to warm up there as we are starting to warm up here. But yeah, I think Corral. I think this team with the there's the Kiffin connection, right? Kiffin's got a connection with Carroll, Ole Miss. You know he's been in Carroll's ear. This guy's amazing. The injury situation with Corral will push him down into the second round. Seattle will grab their best player available at number 9. Then they'll have 2 second-round picks. They'll look at one of those second-round picks as a freebie. Why not just take Corral and roll with it at that point? I know Corral's got some stuff to him that gets some people excited. I don't discount that stuff that gets you excited about him, right? I don't discount the quick release, the accuracy, the velocity he throws with inside of 15 yards. But boy, do I have some big-time questions with him. And it would hurt my heart, Keptic. It would hurt my heart if we selected him. But I think that's the way we do go. You ride with Locke next year, but Corral's then pressing him, trying to get him to go. He says Willis has the best deep ball in the draft class, and that definitely fits DK's skill set. Willis and his athleticism would allow Pete to still neglect offensive line and focus on D and use Willis's legs to generate O. Well said. Well said. I agree. D-Man, the reason why they're worthless is because they were too mass-produced when everyone was collecting. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I haven't looked back. I mainly got baseball cards, too, from that era than football. I got a couple footballs, but not a lot. D-Man says Baker got traded to the Colts tonight, TJ? Did we trade for Baker? I don't think so. I don't think that happened. I'm not sure, TJ. No, we didn't trade. We've just been talking, TJ, about the possibility of Baker coming here. So we're just discussing it. Dead Center says trade back in round 1, take Ritter and Travis Jones. I'd be okay with Ritter. I'd like him better in the second round, but he might very well go in the first round. I do think Drew Dead Center was signing Quentin Jefferson, Al Woods, Poona Ford, you just signed to a contract extension last year, and tendering back Brian Monet, as well as bringing Shelby Harris into this situation, probably takes you out of defensive tackle in this draft as a possibility. Daniel W. says, no deal for DK by draft, and 100% we trade. John learned from Sherman Earl injuries to trade a guy if they aren't being extended. That said, I want to keep him, but 100% see that outcome. It's possible, Daniel. I've wondered if maybe they're just waiting to get the DK deal done to get through free agency first, and then that's going to be done. And it's a matter of it's already maybe even been agreed to. They're just working through the process on it to finalize it. But well said. I could see it going that way if that was the case, certainly. And this isn't a draft exactly stacked up with the greatest of top-end talent at the receiver position. You want a true difference maker. You feel like DK is in the market. You're willing to pay the piper on it. Makes sense. The shadow within. I wonder if Ajabo will fall from the first round due to the injury and if the Hawks can scoop him up in the second or third. The baselines in the past on this have been two recent players for this, the shadow within. First being Sidney Jones, of course, suffered the same kind of injury on his pro day. That pushed him into the second round. The other guy would be Jeffrey Richardson of the Tennessee Titans, coming out of, I think at the time, Ole Miss, if I'm not mistaken on that. Or Mississippi State, I think is where he came from. Again, another guy that fell into the second round because of a torn ACL injury. I would imagine Ajabo minimum is going to fall into the second, minimum. It may even be into the third because this isn't just a torn ACL, but also it's an Achilles, which is sometimes looked at as a little bit even of a tougher injury to come back off of versus the ACL. First, the ACL. D-Man says, I thought you said Baker was traded to the Colts tonight. Man, must have just been a rumor. Yeah, no, don't think so on that. So, don't think so on that. All right, well, we are going to wrap this up here. I've got to get some things done tonight and prepped up for my work here tomorrow. We will be back on Wednesday, 5 o'clock. Again, we just have so many people in the chat. If you are new on this chat, if you're listening to this chat, please do hit the like button for me, even if you're listening to this on replay. It does help the channel out considerably by doing so. Helps me show up. Had a bunch of new subscribers, which is awesome to see. Love it. Thank you for all the new donations. Love having Alaskan or Skeptic, Randall, Charles, Washington Fist Quest, all the people, Hootie, Jube. Thank you, Jacob Kessinger, everyone, Chase Stern, all the folks that donated in the chat tonight. We are getting behind on the comments. I'm not as able to get as much on them as I can, but what we'll be doing is I run into this more and more. That's going to open the door to me streaming one more day extra a week. I don't want to overrun you guys or overload you guys, so we're just going to kind of slowly be building this. As well as we'll be getting the Mariner channel created here shortly from when our Mariners start up, so be on the lookout for that as well. Jeffrey Simmons, that's who it was. I think I probably mispronounced him. Jeffrey Richardson, I meant Jeffrey Simmons on that, Kirk. But thank you. That's who I was meaning to on that. And it looks like we do have is Baker the Colts? Are we getting some confirmation of this? Let me take a look at Twitter. Maybe that's the case. I don't see anything yet. I don't see anything coming through on this. On my Twitter feed. Nothing on my Twitter feed. So we got nothing coming down yet. We'll keep track of it. We'll respond to it if he's traded Wednesday. That'll give us something else here to kind of talk about because we'll have the reality of the Mayfield situation. It will be coming down the next couple days. So we will find out one way or another. It's been an active free agent period. Has it been a productive free agent period? Well, that is going to be the question to play with the Seattle Seahawks team going forward. They've taken the approach they took in kind of 2020 by going with more of the lower end deals, trying to stack up more contracts, first going for that tier one talent and being able to add less players, but maybe more quality players. We'll see if this approach mets out better productivity and better success than it did in 2020, where the results were not great. These are better players this year that you are putting the money to than they were in 2020. I'll give them that credit for it. But it will remain a very big question mark of this offseason, an offseason where you had over $50 million to spend to truly upgrade this roster. But do they truly upgrade this roster? That will remain the question. I will remain hopeful, both that the roster does get upgraded and that we do avoid the Baker Mayfield experience. That's one I just don't need to jump into. I will say the chat was pretty divided today. It was 50-50. Felt like half the chat was pro Baker, half the chat was like, hell no. And everyone was pretty passionately in the camp that they were landing at in that situation, which is always a beautiful thing to see, is just the passion of the fan base, no matter whether you're pro or anti, just to be passionate about it. I love that aspect of things. And so a lot of great interaction on the chat. Great to see other fans coming in the chat as well as we do continue to grow. I know for some folks, we will maybe miss your comments or questions in the chat as we get bigger like this. Bear with me. We'll adjust, we'll grow, we'll expand, we'll do more shows. We'll keep going as we do. I appreciate you guys riding with me and staying with me through this whole path and approach. And as we just continue on our rise, Keep riding with me, folks. Keep riding. Let's get there together, and let's keep this going. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your support on this channel. You guys are amazing. I got the best chat in all of YouTube, and I don't think second place is even close. You guys are amazing. Don't you forget, even in the darkness now where we may be trading for Baker Mayfield, even as that may put you down in the dumps, don't forget. Don't get lost. Don't get lost in the misery of Baker Mayfield. Get caught up in the hopefulness of a rebuild. In the day coming anew with all that cap space and draft capital we have coming up into the future. And we don't even know what's going to happen in this draft. We could see some amazing, amazing things. We're walking in with quite a lot of ammunition. And at the very least, that's going to make this very exciting. Very exciting to watch. You guys are amazing. You're awesome. And don't forget, even with Baker Mayfield here potentially coming, don't forget with us even maybe out reaching for a quarterback in the first round, there is always still hope. And we are on the rebuild train, and we are going to get there. We're going to get back to that mountaintop. It might take a little bit of time, but we're getting back. We are getting back. Keep that confidence, keep that spirit, keep that energy, and do not ever forget, never forget now. I don't care. I don't care if we're in rebuild. I don't care if we're looking down the barrel of a cellar-dweller division. I don't care. Don't you forget. You keep that hope, you keep that faith, and you remember for all time. Go Hawks!